Chapter 204. Zhang Xiaohua would never shirk the responsibility. But if Zhang Xiaohua were to bear this responsibility, he would hesitate as well. Not to mention the information that Zhang Xiaohua had obtained from her indirect questioning. The cultivation method of her internal strength was very different from He Tianshu and the rest. How could she explain to them the cause of the medicinal herbs dying? Moreover, even if she was brave enough to bear the responsibility, would He Tianshu and the rest really think that it was Zhang Xiaohua's responsibility, and not a reason that Zhang Xiaohua had fabricated to shirk the responsibility for them? These were all secondary. The most important thing was that Zhang Xiaohua felt that she did not have the ability to bear the consequences of this mistake. The 1,000 taels of silver that she had just received did not seem to be enough to compensate for these medicinal herbs. Thinking that the silver would grow wings and fly away, Zhang Xiaohua felt a pang of pain in her heart. However, if He Tianshu and the rest were to be severely punished by the pharmacy hall because of her unintentional mistake, that was not something that Zhang Xiaohua was willing to see. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was extremely tangled. However, seeing that the sun had already risen high and He Tianshu and the rest did not come over, Zhang Xiaohua felt that it was very strange. The medicinal herbs in the medicinal field had already withered to such a state. Why were they not concerned? Weren't they still panicking yesterday? Why did their temperament change after the autumn festival? Zhang Xiaohua quickly walked back to the courtyard and knocked on the doors of each house, but there was no response. Immediately Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. They had all disappeared so early in the morning. What were they doing? However, after thinking for a while, she knew the answer. To be able to make them disappear collectively, other than the medicinal herbs in the medicinal field, what else could it be? If they were not in the medicinal field, then they must have gone to the pharmacy hall. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but sigh. This was really a difficult matter. As Zhang Xiaohua walked back, he was racking his brains to think and recall. At this moment, he realized that although he had read many ancient books about medicinal herbs, these books all recorded how to plant the herbs best, and also recorded the medicinal properties of the herbs. However, they did not mention how the herbs grew. Just like planting crops, how to fertilize them. This could not be said to be a very strange matter. Moreover, the term Qi of Heaven and Earth was only recorded in the Carefree Heart Sutra. Other boxing manuals and ancient books about medicinal herbs were not involved. Instead, there were some vague words in the books that Li Jinfeng occasionally used to amuse him. Zhang Xiaohua came to the side of the field absent-mindedly, and sat cross-legged in the straw hut. If it were any other time, he would have already circulated his qi. He quite liked the feeling of drawing qi and refining it. It was like playing with a toy. The more he worked, the more exquisite it would be. Unfortunately, he was not in the mood now. It was strange that his mood swings directly affected the Carefree Heart Sutra. It was very difficult to enter that peaceful, thoughtless state of mind. Without this state of mind, it was also very difficult for him to adjust the frequency of his breathing and release his perception. Zhang Xiaohua spent the whole morning in a dilemma. One moment he was determined to stand up bravely and admit that he had made a big mistake. The next moment he shrank back and found excuses for himself. In short, it was almost noon, but he still had not made up his mind. Just as he was having a new round of conflict between good and evil in his heart, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly heard a group of footsteps approaching the herb field. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly stood up, thinking that it must be the people from the pharmacy hall. But when he looked up, he only saw He Tianshu and the other 4 people. There was not a single unfamiliar face. Looking from afar, He Tianshu and the others did not look as depressed as he imagined. Naturally, they did not look relaxed either. Zhang Xiaohua was very curious. Could it be that they were not punished by the pharmacy hall? Without waiting for He Tianshu and the others to come closer, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly ran up to them. The first thing he said was, "Captain He, I think it's all my fault." But before he could finish speaking, He Tianshu waved his hand and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, didn't I say before that this matter is everyone's problem? Don't take the responsibility just because you were the only one taking care of the herb field. That's really meaningless. We all know that you worked hard. If we can't share the pain now, how can we still be considered disciples of the Misty School?" This? Zhang Xiaohua opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. Then Zhang Xiaohua asked again, "Captain He, where did you go this morning? Did you go back to the pharmacy hall?" He Tianshu looked a little worriedly at the herb field that had turned yellow and withered. He nodded silently. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to ask anymore. After a while, he finally couldn't hold it in and asked tentatively, Captain what punishment did you receive? He Tianshu didn't say anything. Nie Xiao'er beside him said with a heavy expression, It's really unexpected. It's hard to explain in a few words. Think. Halfway through his sentence, he sighed deeply and squatted down. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked anxiously, Don't tell me. Nie Xiao'er held his head and said, Yes, exactly. I really didn't expect it. Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded and said, Didn't you say yesterday that at most you would be grounded for a few months and forfeited a few months of salary? How did it suddenly become expulsion today? Nie Xiao'er said earnestly, Yes, the affairs of the world are unpredictable. Who knows what will happen in the next moment? Zhang Xiaohua was about to console him sorrowfully. He heard He Tianshu laugh and scold him. What nonsense are you saying? Zhang Xiaohua, don't think too much and don't listen to Xiao'er's nonsense. Nie Xiao'er jumped up from the ground and said, Captain, listen to me. I didn't say a word of nonsense. It was all Zhang Xiaohua who said it. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the two strangely and didn't understand. What's going on? Didn't your hall master scold you? He Tianshu shook his head and said, Things don't seem to be as serious as we thought. We discussed yesterday and went to the medicine hall early in the morning to ask for punishment. We tried to take the initiative and be lenient if we were honest. Who knew that hall master wasn't here an elder? He was also absent-minded. He seemed to be busy with something. After hearing our report, he waved his hand and told us to come back first. He said that he wanted us to observe first and come to Huanxi Manor when he had time. Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded and said, These herbs are dying. Will Elder He be able to see them when he comes in a few days? Yes, that's what I said too. He Tianshu said helplessly, but Elder He said that he had more important things to do and didn't have any time. He also said that he wanted us to find the cause and see if we can save them. I see. Zhang Xiaohua said thoughtfully. That is to say, even if the herbs in this medicine field die, you won't be punished severely. He Tianshu smiled and said, It seems so. Maybe it's just a monthly fine. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua felt a big stone in her heart fall to the ground. Well, she was anxious for half a day in the morning. It seemed that the medicine hall didn't care at all. Well, it saved her the trouble of standing up. He Tianshu and the others patrolled the medicine field for a moment and looked at the withered and yellow plants, but they still couldn't do anything. In fact, the punishment in the medicine hall was secondary. The key was that they were in charge of cultivating herbs and making medicine. They couldn't accept that the herbs they were so proud of had become like this. They always wanted to find a way to save these herbs. Everyone looked and discussed carefully, but there was still no way. Then they called Zhang Xiaohua to go back to the small courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua hadn't been back to the cottage for a long time and was too lazy to go back now. After walking halfway, she wanted to go to the forest to practice martial arts and parted ways with He Tianshu and the others. Ever since Zhang Xiaohua found the feeling of the levitation technique in the arena, she had always wanted to find a chance to experience it. Wasn't this a good time to practice martial arts in the afternoon? In the forest, Zhang Xiaohua hadn't come for a few days, but the scenery was still the same. Today was a cloudy day. Although it was just past noon, there was no sunlight at all. Thick clouds blocked the sky and it was very gloomy. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged under a tree. First, she carefully comprehended the details and main points of the levitation technique in her heart. Then she repeatedly thought about the experience of using Qigong twice in the arena. Only then did she float up and practice Qigong for the first time. The practice of Qigong was indeed based on talent. She heard from He Tianshu that as long as one's inner strength reached a certain level, Qigong was just a technique. As long as one used their inner strength, they could make their body as light as a swallow. It was a pity that Zhang Xiaohua wasn't someone with extraordinary talent. The levitation technique of the ethereal steps was explained in detail. Moreover, he had indeed used it twice, but he was still unable to make his body move an inch from the ground. After trying it countless times, Zhang Xiaohua reluctantly gave up. Because the sky was filled with dark clouds and there were faint scenes of lightning and thunder. In order to not become a drowned rat, He could only rush back to the hut early. Indeed, after he returned to the hut, before he could tidy up the things in the hut, bean-sized raindrops began to fall with pitter-patter sounds. Zhang Xiaohua listened to the distant thunder and the rhythm of the rain hitting the banana leaves. He couldn't help but secretly rejoice that he had returned early. But before the rejoicing mood had passed, Zhang Xiaohua's mind suddenly had a flash of lightning. His hands that were tidying up his things suddenly stopped, because he suddenly thought of a method to treat the yellowing of the medicinal herbs. Chapter 205. When Zhang Xiaohua heard the thunderclaps, he suddenly thought back to the time when he had been practicing cultivation in the thatched hut in the medicinal plant field. That rainy night, the thunderclaps that seemed to have struck his heart. Then, he thought back to the day when the medicinal plant field was filled with lush green weeds. He even thought back to the minute bits of true energy that had formed in his meridians. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately stopped tidying up, pushed open the door and ran out, completely ignoring the rain that drenched him. When he ran to the herb field and hurriedly hid in the straw shed, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but smile bitterly and shake his head. He had just run back to the cottage from the forest because he was afraid of being drenched by the rain. In the end, he still could not escape the fate of being drenched. Zhang Xiaohua did not bother to wipe the rain off his body. He sat down cross-legged and prepared to draw the vital qi into his body. However, when he sat down and calmed down, he hesitated again. Zhang Xiaohua still had lingering fears about the feeling of being struck by the heavenly thunder when he drew the vital qi. That was a kind of impact on the soul. It was an indescribable feeling. Fortunately, he happened to be asleep at that time. If he was still awake, he really did not know what the consequences would be. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua stopped practicing and hesitated again. Judging from the reaction of He Tianshu and the others when they returned to the pharmacy hall, the withering and yellowing of the herbs did not seem to be as serious as they or he had imagined. Was it necessary for him to take this risk? If he overreached himself and was struck by the heavenly thunder, it would lead to bad consequences. Then who would know of his painstaking efforts? However, Zhang Xiaohua immediately thought that regardless of whether the withering and yellowing of the herbs was serious or not, it was, after all, the consequence of snatching food from the grass. It was caused by him. If he ignored it, He Tianshu and the others would be punished by the pharmacy hall. Based on his conscience alone, he would not be able to live with it. Perhaps years later, when he thought of this, he would also regret not making the right choice. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes gradually became serious. Looking at the rain outside the straw hut, he became more and more determined. He finally made a choice without any regrets. Holding his breath and calming his heart, he drew qi into his body according to the first level of the Carefree Heart Sutra. The moment Zhang Xiaohua drew her qi, his heart suddenly relaxed, as if a layer of shackles had been removed. Zhang Xiaohua's state of mind had not only matured, but also improved by a level. The tempering of one's state of mind was complementary to the cultivation of the mental cultivation method. However, the cultivation of the mental cultivation method could be written in words and could become a rule. However, the tempering of one's state of mind depended solely on oneself. Everyone had different encounters and different experiences. The tempering of one's state of mind was also different. Generally, when a master and disciple imparted a mental cultivation method to their disciple, they would often pass on the secrets and key points of the cultivation of the mental cultivation method. Only then would the cultivation of the mental cultivation method be able to step into a normal virtuous cycle. Zhang Xiaohua had only obtained the Carefree Heart Sutra by chance. He pondered and walked forward. How could he know these digressions recorded in the Carefree Heart Sutra? He only felt that his heart was very relaxed now, as if he was flying. How could he think of so many reasons? How could he have known that he had taken another huge step forward? Zhang Xiaohua's state of mind was determined. However, the release of his perception was probing. It spread out bit by bit. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth outside the medicinal field was still pitifully little, not much different from the last time. However, although there was a lot of rain now, there were very few heavenly thunders in the vicinity. They all sounded in the vicinity. Zhang Xiaohua instantly felt that the distant thunder could not quench the present thirst. However, he did not have the remarkable ability to directly draw the heavenly thunders over. He could only obediently draw the spiritual energy in the vicinity of the medicinal field into his body, hoping that he could also slowly draw the heavenly thunders over. Actually, even at this step, Zhang Xiaohua still held an attitude of giving it a try. He resolutely did this matter. He did not know the relationship between the heavenly thunders and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He also could not guarantee that drawing the heavenly thunders over would definitely attract enough spiritual energy of heaven and earth to revive the withered and yellow medicinal herbs. However, he knew that this was the only way he could possibly save these medicinal herbs. If he did not do this, these herbalists would definitely wither and die. Time passed bit by bit. Zhang Xiaohua also drew the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body bit by bit. The spiritual energy entering his body was still very subtle and imperceptible. Following the circulation of the vital energy in his meridians, Zhang Xiaohua could faintly feel his own progress. However, this progress was not what Zhang Xiaohua hoped for. He slowly became a little anxious. He did not want to draw the spiritual energy into his body. If it continued like this tonight, wouldn't it go against his original intention? Just as he was thinking, a faint sound of thunder sounded from the horizon. Although it was still extremely far away, this sound of thunder was different from others. This sound of thunder was extremely far away and somewhat faintly discernible. However, the sound of large and small pearls falling on a jade plate could not be masked in the slightest. It was as if it was hitting Zhang Xiaohua's heart. He could not help but be moved in his heart and secretly said, "Could it be that the heavenly thunders have been attracted to me?" Sure enough, the continuous sound of thunder sounded, as if it was beating the drum in Zhang Xiaohua's heart. It was getting closer and closer. However, when the anticipated sound of thunder sounded, Zhang Xiaohua's heart became even more perturbed. Last time, he was only struck by the heavenly thunders before he slept. This time, if he did not sleep in time, what would it be like? Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to stop drawing the spiritual energy. However, calculating the time, it was already close to midnight. If he stopped now, he might fall asleep in a while. How could he still draw the spiritual energy into his body? How could he still attract the heavenly thunders? Moreover, if he did not succeed today, would it be rainy tomorrow or the day after? Would he still have a chance? A pile of unknowns made Zhang Xiaohua not dare to stop. Time was the answer to all questions. When the last explosion of the heavenly thunder sounded in the sky above the medicinal field, along with the appearance of the lightning, the explosive energy streaked across the sky. The energy was full of exuberant vitality. At the intersection of the energy and the air, rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly appeared. If that rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth was on a normal day, it would have already diffused between heaven and earth. However, at this time Zhang Xiaohua, who was beside the medicinal field, was using all his strength to draw the spiritual energy. Although the newly generated spiritual energy in the sky was far away from him, there was still a subtle tendency to drive the newly born and tyrannical spiritual energy to rush in the direction of the medicinal field. As a result, an astonishing scene appeared once again. Endless spiritual energy poured into Zhang Xiaohua's pores like a raging bull. There was not the slightest bit of protective feelings for the fairer sex. Zhang Xiaohua's body, which was not afraid of even acupoint sealing, was instantly filled with blood. It was the blood that seeped out of his pores when they were broken. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua truly experienced for the first time what the Carefree Heart Sutra described, between heaven and earth, the inexhaustible and diffused primordial qi. However, this primordial qi did not need to be drawn by him anymore. It was as if they had found a home, and they swarmed in without any order. The primordial qi of heaven and earth that poured into his body was also not like before, fine and undetectable. From fine to flowing streams, and then to surging torrents, Zhang Xiaohua's state of mind also changed from doubt to understanding, and then to panic. When the primordial qi of heaven and earth flowed like a flowing stream, Zhang Xiaohua finally understood that the Carefree Heart Sutra was not an ordinary record. He could deeply experience all the descriptions in it, including the inexhaustible primordial qi, the route it took to enter the body, the gathering of primordial qi, the tempering of primordial qi, and so on. However, when the primordial qi surged like a torrent, Zhang Xiaohua was extremely panicked. This was a state of losing control. The primordial qi flowed in disorderly, and it was not only his pores that burst, but also more and more primordial chi that gathered and rushed into his already stabilized meridians. Although his meridians had already burst and repaired when he was not aware of it, in front of an even greater amount of primordial chi this time, they could not withstand a single blow, and immediately broke inch by inch. While Zhang Xiaohua endured the heart-wrenching pain in his body, he sighed in his heart, "Is this a state even crazier than chi deviation?" After the panic, it seemed that the cultivation of the state of mind had taken another step forward. A wave of emptiness and tranquility rose in Zhang Xiaohua's heart, forming a stark contrast with the pain of his body. What was the use of seeking benevolence and obtaining benevolence? He had already chosen this path, and although the consequences were not what he wanted, but it was already near, so what was the use of panic? His life might have come to an end today, but he did not know if the herbs in the medicine field outside were nourished by primordial chi at this time. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua had no time to pay attention to other things. He only felt his eyes darken, and then he lost consciousness. He did not know if it was because of the pain that caused him to faint, or if it was because of the arrival of midnight that he was as tranquil as a dream. In short, the flickering that was like breathing, unseen by the naked eye, enveloped his entire body, resonating with the stars in the sky. Endless starlight shone all around him, forming a thin film of light on Zhang Xiaohua's body. The starlight was like the previous rainy night, filtering out the tyrannical primordial chi. On one hand, it repaired the completely damaged meridians, and on the other hand, it guided the vitality into the mysterious depths of his mind. Everything went from disorder to order, gradually entering a path that Zhang Xiaohua did not know. Not to mention Zhang Xiaohua in the straw hut at this time in the small courtyard, He Tianshu was also unusually depressed. Before nightfall, He Tianshu tossed and turned in bed because of the yellowing of the herbs, unable to fall asleep, so he went to find Zhang Xiaohua to ask about the situation. However, Zhang Xiaohua's house was lit, and there was no sign of her. He was very puzzled and waited for a long time, but no one came back. He Tianshu occasionally thought of the straw hut by the side of the medicine field, but looking at the incessant rain outside, and the faint sound of thunder in the sky, he immediately rejected the idea of Zhang Xiaohua going to the straw hut. It was not until late at night when the sound of thunder increased that he returned to his own house. Usually, He Tianshu rarely slept, and would use internal energy to replace sleep. However, today was different. A normal rainy night or night with thunder was not conducive to internal energy cultivation, and the roaring thunder was extremely easy to cause a person to go astray. He Tianshu did not want to go to the underworld because of a moment of loneliness, so he forced himself to close his eyes and sleep. However, this night was destined to be an extraordinary night. He Tianshu felt that the thunder that filled the sky seemed to be right above his head, rolling non-stop, and only faintly fading when the sky was close to dawn. Chapter 206. After the sound of thunder faded away, He Tianshu, whose heart was palpitating with fear, slowly fell asleep. There were many people who didn't fall asleep in the small courtyard. There were also many people who didn't fall asleep in the entire Huanxi manor. Even in the misty manor, there were many people who didn't fall asleep. They all seemed to be thinking in their hearts, which unlucky fellow had done something bad to attract the heavenly thunder for the entire night. Even if it was an immortal, would he also be struck to pieces? The sound of thunder faded away, but the rain didn't have the slightest sign of stopping. The sky was covered by dark clouds, and not a trace of sunlight could be seen. However, Zhang Xiaohua, who was in the straw hut, suddenly opened her eyes. That trace of light in her deep eyes flashed and disappeared without a trace. When Zhang Xiaohua woke up, she was first at a loss, following which, she was pleasantly surprised. Feeling her entire body with both hands, she didn't find any missing parts. Then, as if she had thought of something, she immediately rushed out of the straw hut, completely ignoring the rain that filled the sky. Facing the faint light of dawn, everything in the medicine field was already clear in her eyes. Her eyes were filled with emerald green, mixed with a little bit of withered yellow. The scene that she was used to seeing looked exceptionally beautiful at this moment. For a moment, Zhang Xiaohua actually stood in the rain, letting the rain pour over her head and body. Her face was even more wet. She didn't know if it was all the rain, or was it Zhang Xiaohua's tears. In short, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were wet and her nose was sour. This night she didn't work in vain. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't be bothered to recall the danger of last night. She immediately rose from the ground and ran towards the small courtyard. There was a distance from the medicine field to the small courtyard. That small path had been washed by the rain for the entire night and was rather muddy. After running a few steps, Zhang Xiaohua's feet were full of mud and she almost fell. Hence she unknowingly used the ethereal steps. The levitation technique had an immediate effect and actually pulled Zhang Xiaohua up a little from the ground. Then, using the ethereal steps technique, Zhang Xiaohua nimbly flew towards the small courtyard like a swallow. Fortunately, it was still early in the morning. Everyone had been disturbed by the thunder and lightning throughout the night. They were currently catching up on their sleep, and no one had woken up so early. Otherwise, they would have been shocked by Zhang Xiaohua's profound qigong. When Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the courtyard, he immediately ran to He Tianqu's door and banged on it. He shouted, Captain He, the herbs are alive! The herbs are alive!" In the small house, He Tianque was still in a daze when he suddenly heard someone shouting, "The herb is alive." First he was shocked. Then he was overjoyed. But soon after, he looked into the dim little house and laughed at himself. "Don't tell me I'm dreaming. What I think of in the day is also a dream. How can that herb be alive?" He Tianque turned over and was about to regroup and look for Zhou Gong when the door of the small house shook. Zhang Xiaohua's familiar voice sounded again. "Captain He, the herb is alive." This time He Tianque really believed that he wasn't dreaming. He hurriedly rolled out of bed and jumped to the door. When he opened the door, he saw a drenched Zhang Xiaohua. She was covered in water, and there were traces of blood on her body and clothes. He Tianque anxiously asked, "Zhang Xiaohua, what happened to you? Where did you go? You're covered in rain. Also, why is there a red color here? Is it blood?" Then he actually sniffed a few times and said, "Where did this stench come from?" Looking for the source of the stench, He Tianque looked at Zhang Xiaohua suspiciously. Zhang Xiaohua was about to tell He Tianque about the herbs, but when he heard He Tianque say that there were traces of blood and a stench on his body, he hurriedly looked down. Yes, there were a few traces of red on his cuffs. Looking carefully, the rainwater dripping down his hands and feet also had a faint red color. However, at this time the sky was still dark, so he couldn't see clearly. Zhang Xiaohua thought of the stinging pain on his body before he fell asleep last night. He must have been injured last night. He raised his sleeve to his nose and smelled it. It really did have a fishy smell. She rolled her eyes and smiled. "It's nothing, Captain He. Maybe I fell on the road and scraped myself. I don't have any smell on my body. Is your nose broken?" Then she quickly changed the topic and said, "Captain He, good news. Most of the herbs in the herb field are alive. There are also a few that are yellow and withered." When He Tianque heard this, he didn't care about anything else and said in astonishment, "Really? That's impossible." At this time, Nie Shower and the others who were awakened by Zhang Xiaohua's thunderous banging on the door also put on their clothes and walked out. They all heard Zhang Xiaohua's shocking news. They also looked at He Tianque with an expression that said, "Don't lie to me, I won't believe you." Zhang Xiaohua saw that no one believed her and anxiously pulled on He Tianque's clothes and said, "You guys don't believe me? Let's go. Why don't you follow me to the herb field to see?" He Tianque was also anxious and was about to run into the rain when Nie Xiao pulled him back and said, "Captain He, umbrella, umbrella." Only then did He Tianque wake up. Everyone went back to get umbrellas and quickly walked out of the house. He Tianque looked at Zhang Xiaohua's sorry state and said with a smile, "Zhang Xiaohua, look at you. Hurry and go wash up and change your clothes. You don't know how to use internal energy and your body is still weak. Be careful not to catch a cold. You don't need to follow us. The herbs are already alive. You've also just seen them. You can go later." Zhang Xiaohua thought about it and agreed. She was covered in rain and might even have bloodstains on her body. It wasn't a good idea to follow them. Thus, after He Tianque and the others went out with umbrellas, she quickly went back to the house to get an umbrella and clean clothes and went outside to wash up. When Zhang Xiaohua was washing up, she found that her body was covered in a thin blood cocoon. It had already solidified. After being washed by the rain, a lot of it fell off her body and stuck to her clothes or flowed along the rain to the ground. There were also black things in the blood cocoon that gave off a fishy smell. The smell made people want to vomit. However, she didn't find any injuries on her body. Pure white and flawless. Zhang Xiaohua was very surprised. Yesterday's stinging pain was clearly on the surface of her body. Could it be that after a night it had completely healed? Or was her feeling wrong and it was purely an internal injury? However, with Zhang Xiaohua's current level of internal energy cultivation, if she wanted to check her meridians, she still had to sit cross-legged and circulate her energy. When she washed up, it was better to just wash up. The other fishy smell that made He Tianshu suspicious actually appeared on Zhang Xiaohua's body, as early as when they were in the Guozhuang house. However, it was only a little and the smell wasn't this strong. Zhang Xiaohua only thought that she was sweating a lot because she was tired from daily work. Today it appeared 10 times more and gave Zhang Xiaohua a reminder. A phrase immediately flashed in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Cleansing the body and cleansing the marrow. Wasn't this a phrase that she had just seen in the 4th layer of the Carefree Heart Sutra? It seemed that when the Carefree Heart Sutra was cultivated to the 4th layer, it would have the effect of cleansing the body and cleansing the impurities in the cultivator's body. She had just started cultivating, so how could she cleanse the body and cleanse the marrow? Moreover, what was the deal with that slight fishy smell in the past? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua felt that there were many things about her that she couldn't understand. In the past, she didn't care and was too lazy to think about it, but now that more and more things were happening, she had no choice but to re-examine herself. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua noticed the wide black bracelet on her left wrist. It had been a long time since she left the Guozhuang house, and Zhang Xiaohua was no longer the lost and ignorant youth from before. She already had a deep understanding of the world and the ways of the world, not to mention something as common as a bracelet. Zhang Xiaohua gently took off the bracelet from her wrist. This bracelet was more than twice as wide as a normal bracelet, but it was extremely thin and dark. When she looked at it carefully, she could almost get lost in it. When she turned it slightly, she could actually see a trace of starlight in it. But what time was it? When Zhang Xiaohua looked up, the entire room was sealed and filled with water vapor. How could there be any light coming in? After looking at it for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't see anything special about it. This bracelet had been on her wrist for so long that she had long forgotten about it, treating it as a part of her arm. Now that she thought about it, many inexplicable things that had happened to her seemed to be related to this bracelet. And these inexplicable things were extremely beneficial to her. Since they were beneficial to her, why should she delve into it? Time was the answer to all questions. Presumably, at some point in time, even if she didn't want to know, the secret of this bracelet would appear in front of her. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua sighed and put the bracelet back on her left hand. Just as she put it on, she seemed to feel that something was wrong. She took it off again but still felt that something was wrong, so she put it on again. After doing this for a while, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. She finally found out what was wrong. The bracelet could actually retract by itself. When she put it on her wrist, it would shrink to the same thickness as her wrist. It was just right for her to wear, so she didn't feel like she was moving up and down. Moreover, the bracelet was so light that it was almost weightless. It was the same as not wearing it at all. Moreover, when the bracelet was taken off her wrist, it would automatically become thicker, just enough for her palm to pass through. At this time, no matter how stupid Zhang Xiaohua was and how she couldn't be sure that the bracelet was related to the changes in her body, there was one thing that she was absolutely certain of. This bracelet was definitely not ordinary. Thinking about how extraordinary the bracelet was, Zhang Xiaohua immediately thought of an old saying. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin by causing others greed. This was what Lu Qian, Li Jinfeng and the rest, as well as He Tianshu, had told her. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't be bothered to wash up at this time. She carefully thought about everything that had happened since she got the bracelet. It seemed that other than her parents, eldest brother and second brother, no one else knew that she had such a bracelet. Even her parents thought that she had thrown away this little toy long ago. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua was slightly relieved. Chapter 207. Now that she knew how precious the bracelet was, Zhang Xiaohua didn't intend to keep it. It would have a magical effect if she wore it close to her body. Who knew if there would be any abnormalities if it left her body? Besides, it was obvious that it was better to wear this kind of thing with a rough appearance. No one would think that their most precious thing was so simple to wear on their wrist. After Zhang Xiaohua cleaned up, the longest washing was finally over. After putting on his clothes, Zhang Xiaohua reluctantly threw away the clothes that were not old and tattered, but were stained with blood and smelly. He had already tried to clean his house in a simple manner, but the black stains could not be washed away no matter how hard he washed them. He could only reluctantly part with them. When Zhang Xiaohua returned to the small courtyard, the rain didn't lessen at all. He Tianshu and the others hadn't come back yet. Zhang Xiaohua was amused. Yesterday they said that it didn't matter. In fact, they all felt aggrieved in their hearts and felt that they didn't do their best. Today, when they heard that the herbs were alive again, they were probably reluctant to leave the medicine field. Sure enough, when Zhang Xiaohua returned to the medicine field, He Tianshu and the others all held umbrellas and stood beside the medicine field, laughing and gesticulating. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come back, He Tianshu asked with a smile, "Zhang Xiaohua, where did you go last night? Don't tell me that he's really staying alone in the hut beside the medicinal field." Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly and said, "Yes, Captain He. I feel that the withering of the herbs has a lot to do with me, so I feel uncomfortable if I don't stay by the side." Hearing that, everyone was moved. Nier said, "The thunder was incessant last night, and it was right above our Huanqi mountain villa. Weren't you afraid at all?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I was very afraid at the beginning, but I got used to it." Although He Tianshu knew that Zhang Xiaohua had a bad habit of sleeping soundly at night, he was touched by her mood to stay by the field alone on such a rainy night, even if it did not help the revival of the herbs. He Tianshu frowned slightly and asked Zhang Xiaohua, "You've been keeping watch for a whole night. Do you know how this herb was saved?" Of course, Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't tell him the truth. She pretended to rack her brains and said, "Captain He, I really don't know. You also know that the rain last night was very heavy. Before the rain, I looked at the medicinal field and saw that nothing had changed. Everything was yellow and withered. After the rain, I returned to the straw hut. I felt that nothing had happened during the night, only the sound of thunder was incessant. Moreover," at this point, Zhang Xiaohua purposely paused for a moment before continuing, "Furthermore, when I woke up in the morning, I was just worried about the medicinal field. Only then did I realize that the medicinal plants were alive, so I immediately went to inform you. As for the specific reason, I really don't know." He Tianshu thought for a moment and knew that what Zhang Xiaohua said was the truth. In his eyes, Zhang Xiaohua was just a youth who knew a little bit of boxing skills. He was very ordinary, so it was impossible for him to have any power to turn back and restore the medicinal plants. Moreover, he also knew that Zhang Xiaohua had a bad habit of sleeping soundly, so why would he expect to get any useful information from his mouth? But Zhang Xiaohua was after all the first person to discover the changes in the medicinal plants, and was also the only one who was keeping watch in the medicinal field. He could only ask again and again. Could it be that the medicinal plants were short of water? He Tianshu came up with an unimaginable thought. But the growth of medicinal plants was different from ordinary crops and flowers. They didn't need to be watered daily, or even watered once every few days. The roots of these medicinal plants were usually rather developed and had enough ability to absorb water from the soil. But if it wasn't because of a lack of water, how could they be revived after a night of heavy rain? He Tianshu was somewhat scratching his ears and cheeks. He had to find a reason to tell the elders in the medicine hall. They all knew that these medicinal plants were about to wither, and now that they suddenly came back to life, there had to be an explanation. At this moment, He Tianshu was secretly regretting. If he had reported to the hall a little later, how good would that be? The rain didn't stop and everyone didn't want to return to the small courtyard. After standing by the medicinal field for a while, Nie Xiao'er scurried everyone into the straw shed. But this straw shed that Zhang Xiaohua had built was originally for one purpose, so how could it accommodate so many people? The few of them were laughing and joking inside and almost tore down the straw shed. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't feel bad about it. This straw shed was used to practice inner force skills. Now that they knew that it was harmful to the medicinal plants, naturally they couldn't continue to practice here. Zhang Xiaohua had already planned to wait for the weather to clear up and immediately tear it down. He Tianshu didn't know Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was a little distracted, He thought that he was distressed over the straw shed that he had built himself. He scolded Xiao and the others and then asked them how they should deal with the elders in the medicine hall if they came to inspect. Actually, for this kind of matter, as a team leader, Tianshu didn't need to discuss it with Xiao and the others. But today's matter was very strange. Who knew when it would be leaked to the medicine hall, and he didn't know the reason. If he didn't discuss it, it would leave a hidden danger for him. Seeing that Tianshu asked such a question, Xiao and the others looked at each other. Yes, the matter of the medicinal plants dying had already been reported. Who knew in a while the elders in the medicine hall would come? How should they deal with it? Just say that the medicinal plants that were about to wither yesterday had revived because of the heavy rain last night. Could the elders believe these words? Hence, Xiao and the others all talked at once and thought of many reasons, but Tianshu shook his head. In the end, everyone's mouths were dry and they were at a loss. In the end, it was Tianshu who made the final decision. Just tell them the truth. It was up to them whether they believed it or not. That was the truth. What kind of nonsense could they make up? Zhang Xiaohua, who was at the side, heard Tianshu and the others discussing and finding the culprit. That saved the medicinal plants. She couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Fortunately, she didn't show herself. If they knew that she could save and nourish the medicinal plants, wouldn't she be locked up and studied like a monster in the future? Who knows, they might even ask her to solve the problem of the seeds of those medicinal plants not germinating. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but have a thought. The growth of these medicinal plants required the nourishment of the qi of heaven and earth. Then, shouldn't the germination of the medicinal plants also require the nourishment of the qi of heaven and earth? Did the seeds of these medicinal plants that could germinate successfully germinate because they required less qi of heaven and earth? Did those medicinal plants that didn't germinate require a lot of qi of heaven and earth so they couldn't germinate? The more Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, the more she felt that it made sense. She was almost certain of her conjecture. However, to remove the big stone in Oyan's heart and help these seeds germinate, Zhang Xiaohua was unable to do it. He risked his life to attract the heavenly lightning and almost cracked his meridians. Only then did he save those medicinal plants. And this rich qi of heaven and earth still couldn't make the seeds buried underground germinate. It could be imagined how much qi of heaven and earth those seeds required. It was estimated that even if Zhang Xiaohua was turned into charcoal, it still wouldn't be fulfilled. However, since Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation required the qi of heaven and earth, and the germination of the seeds also required the qi of heaven and earth, perhaps when Zhang Xiaohua found the cultivation method, it would be the time for the seeds to germinate. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua also secretly made up her mind. Since she knew the reason why the seeds couldn't germinate, she naturally would try her best to find a solution. Not for anything else, but for Oyan's kindness to her. Until the afternoon when the heavy rain stopped, and a huge rainbow hung in the sky, the elders of the medicinal hall still didn't come. Tianshu and the others couldn't help but feel sad for being forgotten by the medicinal hall. They were still trying their best to plant the medicinal plants and report the situation of the medicinal plants to the hall in time, but looking at them, it seemed that they had forgotten about it. Although they were sad, Tianshu and the others were also disciples of the Misty School. They had been trained by the sect for so many years, and the belief of being loyal to the sect leader and the Misty School had long been rooted in their hearts. Therefore, since the others ignored them, they had to go and report the good news themselves. Seeing that they were going back to the medicinal hall, Zhang Xiaohua was also happy. This medicinal field was no longer able to cultivate, and there was no qi in the forest. Where could she go to cultivate? Naturally, it was the medicinal hall. There were many medicinal plants there. It shouldn't be a big problem for her to snatch some on the way, right? Although this right was a question, in fact, Zhang Xiaohua had already defined it as a yes. Hearing that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to go to the medicinal hall with him, Tianshu immediately realized that Zhang Xiaohua hadn't returned the special approval token from Hall Master Bai. During the martial arts exhibition, he only saw Zhang Xiaohua taking the limelight, but he forgot about this token. When he returned to the Huanxi villa, he encountered the matter of the medicinal plants, so he threw everything to the back of his mind, let alone a token that had nothing to do with him. Tianshu said to Zhang Xiaohua, you should return the token that Hall Master gave you. After all, the martial arts exhibition is over. It's not good to keep holding on to it. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Okay, Captain He, this is the last time. I'll return it to you before we come back tomorrow." He Tianshu smiled and said, "No, you can give it to me now. What's so fun about the medicinal hall? I don't think there's anything new there. Why do you want to go there?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Captain He, that place is where you grew up. Naturally, you don't feel much about it. But I haven't been there much. I want to go and have a look. How about this? When I enter the medicinal hall, I'll give you the token. How about it?" Seeing Zhang Xiaohua haggle like this, He Tianshu felt rather helpless. Going to the medicinal hall wasn't a big deal, but he always felt that Zhang Xiaohua wasn't a disciple of the Misty School. Going to the medicinal hall wasn't a legitimate thing. In the past, he was apprehensive about Zhang Xiaohua's aptitude, and didn't dare to have the idea of accepting Zhang Xiaohua as a disciple. However, during the martial arts exhibition, Zhang Xiaohua helped the Misty School regain their face. He secretly doubted his own vision. But since Zhang Xiaohua had already shown her talent to gang leader O, the honor of being Zhang Xiaohua's master wouldn't fall on his head. Thus, he didn't want to have such extravagant thoughts. Otherwise, he would have already found Zhang Xiaohua to have a heart-to-heart talk. Chapter 208. In the end, He Tianshu failed to resist Zhang Xiaohua and took him and his disciples to the pharmacy hall. As soon as they entered the ethereal heights, they felt a different feeling. They couldn't tell what kind of feeling it was, but it felt different from before. Not to mention that the guards at the archway were obviously more conscientious and questioned Zhang Xiaohua a lot. If it weren't for the fact that a guard at the square of the meeting hall had seen Zhang Xiaohua's great power and had a deep impression of her, it would have been difficult for them to enter with the token of Huanxi Mountain Villa that Zhang Xiaohua wore. After entering the villa, the number of disciples on the road increased significantly. Previously, when Zhang Xiaohua came here, he rarely saw ethereal sex disciples in groups of 3 or 4, whispering to each other. However, today was different. Along the way, he saw countless small groups whispering to each other under the trees and at the corners of the walls. Their expressions were strange. If they all squatted down with twigs in their hands, Zhang Xiaohua might know what they were doing. But if they whispered like this, even though Zhang Xiaohua's ears and eyes were sharp, she couldn't hear clearly. Zhang Xiaohua could only look at He Tianshu and the others strangely. Unexpectedly, He Tianshu and the others were also confused. When they returned to the sect yesterday, everything was normal. How did it become like this in just 20 hours? Could it be that something big happened in the sect? This thought flashed in the minds of He Tianshu and the others at the same time. What could it be? Monk Changgung of the Dalan Temple had just brought the little monk back with the light of friendship of the Misty School. He wouldn't turn hostile immediately. Could it be? What could it be? No one knew, not to mention Zhang Xiaohua. But after all, the pharmacy hall was some distance away from the archway, and was not within the activity range of the disciples of the pharmacy hall. Therefore, until they arrived at the pharmacy hall, they didn't see any familiar disciples, and it was difficult to catch any hint of sensitive information. Seeing the entrance of the pharmacy hall, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a shadow in her heart. She had just been protected by the guards of the archway. Perhaps the pharmacy hall, which was even more heavily guarded, would interrogate her even more. Sure enough, although the guard had seen Zhang Xiaohua before, he still checked everything about Zhang Xiaohua seriously. His meticulous look made Zhang Xiaohua laugh. She almost wanted to say to the guard, "Big brother, don't pretend. We've seen each other just a few days ago." However, when Zhang Xiaohua took out the token that Hall Master Bai had given her, the guard was put in a difficult position. He said, "Little brother, it's not that I don't know you, nor am I purposely making things difficult for you. Hall Master Bai just said this morning that without his note, no one who isn't a member of the medicinal hall is allowed to enter the medicinal hall." Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua was bewildered. How did this pharmacy hall become a place where things were done based on a note? Although gang leader O had already promised to give him a token to allow him to enter the pharmacy hall freely, he hadn't gotten that imperial sword yet after all, so he had no proof. Therefore, he could only look sideways at He Tianshu. He Tianshu was really helpless under his resentful gaze, so he quietly asked, "Little brother guard, I don't know what happened in the gang. Why is it so strict? It's not the first time that Zhang Xiaohua has entered our pharmacy hall. Can you make things easier for her? The guard bitterly said, Captain He, do you think I want to do this? I heard that this little brother has helped our Misty School regain face. If it's within my ability, I will definitely take care of him. However, this is Hall Master Bai's order this morning, so I don't dare to overstep it. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she didn't want to make things difficult for him. She just wanted to take advantage of other people's medicinal herbs and draw more vitality into her body. Since this path was blocked, Zhang Xiaohua thought of retreating. She was just about to return the token to He Tianshu when she heard a series of hurried footsteps. A group of people came out from inside. First was an old man with a ruddy complexion and skin as fine as a baby's. Following behind him was a group of older elders. When He Tianshu and the others saw them, they immediately bowed respectfully and said, Greetings to Hall Master and elders. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she didn't dare to neglect and quickly cupped her hands in greeting. Hall Master Bai was in a hurry. He just waved his hand slightly and was about to go out the door. However, when his eyes swept past Zhang Xiaohua, he couldn't help but be stunned. He had seen Zhang Xiaohua in the last competition of the martial arts exhibition. He had also seen Openg's attitude towards Zhang Xiaohua. Moreover, he had just learned that Zhang Xiaohu had been recognized by Openg and had agreed to teach him the ethereal divine art. Even if such a young man didn't have outstanding martial arts and wasn't a disciple of the Misty School, he still didn't want to offend him. Therefore, he stopped slightly and asked, He Tianshu, what's the matter? He Tianshu hurriedly smiled and said, Hall Master, yesterday we reported to the elders that the herbs we planted in Huanxi Mountain Villa were dying. Hearing this, Hall Master Bai couldn't help frowning. He Tianshu hurriedly said, however, after last night's wind and rain, this morning Zhang Xiaohua found that most of these herbs had been saved. Therefore, we hurried back to report, so that the elders wouldn't have to come to Huanxi Mountain Villa in vain. He Tianshu naturally wanted to help him punish Zhang Xiaohua by giving the first credit of finding the herbs alive to Zhang Xiaohua. Of course, he mentioned the elders in the end to vent his depression of waiting for a day. Hall Master Bai couldn't help but laugh. He said with a smile, Don't complain. I know you've been working hard in Huanxi Mountain Villa. Yesterday, I heard from the elders that the herb's death was not caused by human effort. They didn't mean to punish you. You must have seen that since today, strange things have happened not only in Huanxi Mountain Villa, but also in our pharmaceutical hall and other places in the sect. How can the elders in the hall have time to go to Huanxi Mountain Villa? Hurry back to your residence. Be careful these days. Don't go back to Huanxi Mountain Villa for the time being. Hearing this, He Tianshu hurriedly saluted and said, I don't dare. I'll listen to Hall Master. Then he hurriedly returned the token to Hall Master Bai and said, Zhang Xiaohua still wants to enter our pharmaceutical hall. What do you think? Hall Master Bai didn't take the token and said, Let Zhang Xiaohua take this token. Today's situation is special, so I gave a strict order. However, since you've come to the door, it's impolite to not let you in. Go in first, but don't run around. Remember, don't run around. After that, he hurriedly left. Looking at the token in He Tianshu's hand, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to call Hall Master Bai and tell him that she didn't need this token. However, this was obviously humiliating him. Now Zhang Xiaohua, who was mature, couldn't do it. Anyway, this token was not heavy. It didn't matter if she took one more. Following He Tianshu and others into the pharmaceutical hall, Zhang Xiaohua faintly realized why Hall Master Bai had given a strict order to prohibit the disciples outside the pharmaceutical hall from entering and leaving. The disciples of the pharmaceutical hall all looked serious, as if there was a great disaster coming. He Tianshu hurriedly stopped a disciple he was familiar with. After asking carefully, he knew that something big had happened in Ethereal Heights last night. Last night's thunder was very loud. Huanxi Mountain Villa was so close to Ethereal Heights that it almost thundered above the Misty School's head. For the whole night, none of the disciples in the school dared to practice the mental cultivation method of internal strength. When they got up in the morning, it was no different from the usual morning. They just felt that the air was extraordinarily fresh. However, on this beautiful morning, two incredible things happened. First, the disciples of the pharmacist hall, as usual, were patrolling the medicinal fields. They discovered that the medicinal plants in the fields were growing at a crazy rate. It was almost the height of a normal 10 days of growth. Even the weeds in the fields had grown very tall. They naturally had to report this phenomenon to the elders in the pharmacist hall. Secondly, the Misty School had a total of 5 forbidden areas, 3 of which were occupied by the pharmaceutical hall. Usually, although the disciples in the school were not allowed to come close to the forbidden areas, the herbs in the herbal field near the forbidden areas had always grown better than in other places. Therefore, occasionally there would be disciples coming here to look at the herbs. Speaking of which, they were unlucky. There were 2 disciples who heard that there was a strange phenomenon this morning, where the herbs were growing like crazy. Naturally, they thought that the herbs at the edge of the forbidden areas must be more luxuriant, so they eagerly came to observe. However, who would have thought that when they just walked to the edge of the forbidden areas, before they could see the situation of the herbs clearly, one disciple disappeared into thin air. The other disciple was so scared that he almost fell to the ground and struggled to crawl out. Only then did someone report to the hall master. Before hall master Bai had time to give an order to prohibit the disciples from approaching the forbidden areas, there was news that 2 more disciples had disappeared near the forbidden areas. The most frightening thing was that it wasn't just the pharmaceutical hall. One of the other 2 forbidden areas had also devoured a disciple. Only the last forbidden area was too far away from the Misty School's disciples' area of activity, so there was no strange phenomenon. This kind of strange phenomenon where the disciples disappeared into thin air was hard to explain. This caused the entire Misty School to be in a state of panic, afraid that the misfortune of disappearing disciples would suddenly befall them. However, an order from the hall master came soon after. No one was allowed to come within 20 feet of the forbidden areas. As long as they were within 20 feet of the forbidden areas, they would be safe. In fact, the Misty School's rules had long stated that the disciples were forbidden from going near the forbidden areas. However, there hadn't been any strange phenomena in the forbidden areas for hundreds of years, so everyone had long forgotten about it. The disappearance of the disciples and the hall master's order to reveal that there were 300 taels of silver here reminded the Misty School's disciples once again that there were hidden dangers in peaceful times. Don't forget the dangers around you just for the sake of long-term peace. Hearing this, He Tianshu and the others' expressions changed. When they were young, they often went to play near the forbidden areas. Now that they thought about it, they were still scared. They were really lucky not to have been devoured. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of confusion. The strange phenomenon last night, the rolling thunder, could be said to have been caused by him. Wasn't it just drawing in a large amount of yuan qi? How could the forbidden areas devour people? Chapter 209. Hearing that such a supernatural event had happened in the sect, He Tianshu looked at Zhang Xiaohua worriedly and asked, Zhang Xiaohua, the sect is not peaceful now. I think you should go back to Huanxi Villa first. You just heard that Hall Master Bai asked us to stay in the pharmacy temporarily. You have to go back and take care of the medicine field. Don't play here. After that, he gave the token back to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and took it. He laughed and said, Captain I'm not a child. How can I run around? I've only seen one of the forbidden areas in the sect from afar. I won't go in. Besides, I came here with great difficulty. Do you have the heart to drive me away now? I haven't even put a stool under my butt yet. He Tianshu said earnestly, Zhang Xiaohua, don't you see that the disciples in the sect are in a state of panic? Do you still have the mood to joke? Listen to me and go back quickly. Zhang Xiaohua tilted his head and said, Captain it's getting late. I'll go back now. I haven't tidied up my room yet. You can't let me stay in the straw shed. The herbs have already come alive. It's meaningless for me to stay there. He Tianshu listened to him talk about the straw shed and the herbs. He could only nod and say, all right, since you're determined to stay in the pharmacy hall today, then come with me. I'll take you to the guest room. However, you must remember, don't go anywhere. I don't have time to accompany you, okay? Zhang Xiaohua heard and nodded happily. He kept promising that he wouldn't go out. He Tianshu didn't know whether to believe him or not. This leg was on Zhang Xiaohua's leg. No matter how capable He Tianshu was, he couldn't control it. After sending Zhang Xiaohua to the guest room, He Tianshu told him again and then hurried back. As he walked, he said, "You still want to sleep in the guest room at this time? Don't leave your life here." How could Zhang Xiaohua not know that he was talking to himself? However, he had originally planned to stay in the guest room and cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. He had no intention of going out for a stroll, so how could there be any problems? When He Tianshu was far away, Zhang Xiaohua looked around the empty courtyard. She closed the door tightly and quickly walked into the house. The guest room was very quiet and tidy. He really didn't know why it was so clean when no one was staying here. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the couch and sat cross-legged. She was not in a hurry to draw qi into her body. Last night the thunder rumbled and Zhang Xiaohua fainted. However, with the help of Twinkle, she did not stop practicing the Heart Sutra. This morning, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned by the resurrection of the herbs. She hurriedly informed He Tianshu and the others. Then she washed and changed her clothes. She did not have time to check the qi in her body. Zhang Xiaohua had only just learned the basics of the Heart Sutra. She could not move her heart at will and check her inner force cultivation at any time. Only when she went to a place where there was no one and sat cross-legged to draw qi could she carefully sense it. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She was overjoyed. A day ago, the zhenqi in his body was as thin as a thread, but now it was as thick as a cotton thread. It was at least 10 times thicker than before. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be flabbergasted by this improvement. Then he began to think. If he could attract lightning every day and cultivate in a place with dense zhenqi, wouldn't he be able to enter the second stage of the Carefree Heart Sutra much earlier? However, just as this idea appeared in her mind, she immediately nipped it in the bud. Attracting heavenly thunder was just a risky move. If she was at the end of her rope, perhaps it could be used as a glimmer of hope. If she had to take this kind of shortcut every day, Zhang Xiaohua secretly estimated that she would be struck into ashes 2 or 3 times. After all, she knew nothing about the pain last night and what happened after she fainted. Perhaps the bracelet could protect her for a while, but how could she count on it for a lifetime? On the road of cultivation, she had to take one step at a time. After thinking about it carefully, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt her heart lighten. It was as if she had taken off a layer of gauze. She felt as if her heart was facing the moon. Thus Zhang Xiaohua calmed down and prepared to guide the qi. This time it was easier to calm down than before. Not long after, she entered the state. Zhang Xiaohua followed the circulation route of the first level of the Carefree Heart Sutra. She guided the qi that was as thin as a cotton thread to flow smoothly through her meridians. Every time it flowed through a meridian, Zhang Xiaohua felt that the meridian and the nearby body were incomparably comfortable. After a cycle, her whole body felt as if it had eaten something very nutritious. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but praise in her heart. No wonder everyone wants to practice the mental cultivation method of internal strength. I didn't expect it to be so refreshing. After a cycle, the qi that was as thick as a cotton thread didn't have any obvious changes, but Zhang Xiaohua had a hint of understanding in her heart. This qi didn't have any changes, but the growth was subtle. She couldn't perceive it. Just like when she just took the qi into her body, there was qi, but she didn't know why. After checking the results of attracting thunder last night, Zhang Xiaohua released her perception out of her body again. In an instant, she felt that the qi of heaven and earth in the outside world seemed to be richer than the last time she came. However, Zhang Xiaohua was relieved. She attracted thunder last night. The qi of heaven and earth was so rich that the herbs in the Huanqi Mountain Villa could survive. This pharmacy was not far from the Huanqi Mountain Villa. There were more herbs than there, so it could definitely retain more qi of heaven and earth. Thinking of more qi of heaven and earth, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be moved. Was the forbidden area of the Misty School related to qi of heaven and earth? Could it be that when the qi of heaven and earth was rich, it could trigger some changes in the forbidden area? However, she seemed to have done the shady business of attracting thunder a month ago. Why didn't the forbidden area change? Thinking deeper, the first time she attracted thunder was just an accident. That night, the qi of heaven and earth in the Huanqi Mountain Villa was just a little richer. But it was a far cry from last night. Not to mention this pharmacy, there shouldn't be much more qi of heaven and earth than before. Presumably, it couldn't trigger any changes in the forbidden area. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh in her heart. What was she thinking about? As the ancients said, curiosity killed the cat. She didn't want to explore the forbidden area out of curiosity. Only an idiot would do that. After making up her mind, Zhang Xiaohua used the Carefree Heart Sutra to relax all the pores on her body. She released all her senses and guided the qi of heaven and earth into her body. The qi of heaven and earth floating outside seemed to be directed by an invisible hand. It was like a long river or a sea, rushing towards Zhang Xiaohua's body. The rushing was so fast that it even brought a slight breeze. Zhang Xiaohua happily guided the qi of heaven and earth into her body while thinking to herself, I don't know how much qi of heaven and earth there is in this pharmacy. Is it enough for those medicinal herbs to use? Will the medicinal herbs in the pharmacy also wither and die if I guide the qi of heaven and earth into my body like this? However, she didn't show any signs of stopping. She wasn't a disciple of the Misty School, let alone a disciple of the pharmacy. Why would she have such scruples? This Misty School had a big business. It shouldn't be a problem for her to waste a little, right? Putting aside the fact that Zhang Xiaohua was wantonly guiding the Misty School's qi of heaven and earth into her body from the pharmacy's guest room, Hall Master Bai of the pharmacy hurriedly brought Elder He and the others to the meeting hall. The meeting hall was already filled with the middle and upper management of the Misty School. The atmosphere was very solemn. After Hall Master Bai, Elder He, and the others saluted Gang Leader O and the other colleagues, those who should be seated sat down. Those who should be standing behind others also stood in their positions. Gang Leader O looked around and said seriously, since everyone is here, I'll say a few words first. Although the forbidden area devoured people today was caused by a natural disaster, in my opinion, it was completely caused by the disciples ignoring the rules of the faction. The faction's rules have always recorded that the disciples are forbidden to go near the forbidden area. Because there hasn't been any abnormalities in the forbidden area all these years, it caused the disciples to ignore the forbidden area and the faction's rules. Everyone, you live in hardship and die in peace. This is a typical example of not paying attention to safety and putting the faction's rules on the shelf. This is just some changes in a few forbidden areas. If there is really a strong enemy suddenly attacking the Misty Mountain Villa, how will our disciples perform? Openg paused for a moment and drank a mouthful of tea before continuing. Also, our ethereal sect is a big sect that has existed for thousands of years. Even though we are on the decline now, we are all working hard. We are all contributing our youth and hot blood to bring the ethereal sect to greater heights. However, details determine success or failure. Everyone, thousands of years ago, the seniors of our Misty School made a detailed emergency plan. When it came to the emergency, where did the plan go? How many of you here know how to deal with the emergency? Go out and take a look. What have the brothers in the faction become? Each and every one of you is like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. All kinds of opinions, rumors, and guesses are coming out. If the women of Mingsue Hall are so frightened, I can understand. But who are they? Some of them are wearing brocade clothes, some of them are wearing high-level clothes, and some of the management staff are also participating. Look, what is this like? Is this still the behavior of a disciple of a big faction? If you had studied the emergency plan early on and practiced the emergency plan in advance, how could this have happened? Openg was endlessly scolding. Below, everyone lowered their heads, their faces full of shame. To be honest, this was the first time they had heard of the emergency plan. They didn't even know what the contents were. But from what Openg said, this kind of thing existed thousands of years ago. It must be something important. Why didn't they learn it? After reading it, they still needed to spend more time on learning in the future. Seeing everyone's ashamed appearance, Openg was also incomparably refreshed. Only in this way could he not let down the novelty that he had found by flipping through the books in the faction early in the morning. Chapter 210. After Openg was done with his lecture, he coughed and said, "Skill can only be seen in the subtleties. Everyone, we still have a long way to go in order to realize the great goal of revitalizing the Misty School. Don't let your guard down. I still want to walk proudly in the martial world with everyone when our Misty School is proud and elated." When everyone heard this, they all stood up and said, "We will follow Sect Master's instructions." Only then did Openg reveal a trace of a smile. He gestured with his hands and said, "Everyone, please take a seat. We've lived these peaceful days for too long. So much so that we've forgotten the dangers of Jianghu. These peaceful days are for us to conserve our energy and work hard for our future rise. We can't treat it as warm water to boil a frog to death. Just look at the Dalan Temple, a small law enforcement hall, and they were able to strut around at our Misty School's grand ceremony. They were simply going too far. If we don't catch up, how can our Misty School have a place in this splendid martial world? Alright, I won't say any more. I'll share my thoughts with everyone and pass them on to the commoner disciples of the third rank and above. Let them build up their confidence and not make groundless accusations just because of a trace of strangeness. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then, Openg asked, "How's the situation in the various forbidden areas?" Hall Master Bai of the pharmacy hall hurriedly stepped forward and replied, reporting to Sect Master, "This subordinate has arranged for people to guard the 3 forbidden areas of the pharmacy hall, preventing others from approaching. The situation in the forbidden areas is the same as this morning. The thin white mist is still the same. It hasn't shrunk back, nor has it expanded outwards." Hall Master Sure of the Divine Machine Hall also hurriedly stepped forward and replied, reporting to Sect Master, "The same is true for the forbidden area of the Divine Machine Hall." Zhang Chongyue also stepped forward and said, reporting to Sect Master, "The disciples of the forbidden area behind the mountain also sent people to guard it. They didn't allow others to come close to observe." Openg nodded and said, "The disciples' emotions are still somewhat unstable." Hall Master Bai and Hall Master Sure both said in shame, "Sect Master, please punish us. This subordinate wasn't strict enough." Openg didn't say anything and just said, "Actually, as long as you're a human, even if you're a martial arts expert, you're bound to have a psychological fear of unfamiliar and dangerous things. It's understandable. They only know that the forbidden area is a place that no one is allowed to approach according to the rules of the society. Before, they didn't know the details, so they didn't have any reverence for it. Now that they know it can actually kill people, it's natural that they'll be terrified." Then, he waved his hand and had the 3 of them return to their seats. Then he said, "Actually, this forbidden area of the sect was the holy land of the sect thousands of years ago. However, the world changed and it became what it is today. As for the disciples who went missing, they may have encountered other opportunities and may not have lost their lives." When everyone heard this, they were all shocked. They all looked at Openg, waiting for the Grand Gang leader to clear up their doubts. However, Openg smiled and said, "These things are all secrets of the faction. Only the previous faction leaders know about them. The reason I'm revealing some of them here is to make you feel a little more at ease. I can't tell you anything else." Only then did everyone withdraw their gazes. They thought to themselves, "It's different to be a faction leader. He really knows more than us. It's not that we don't study hard. It's that we don't have the opportunity to study at all." At this time, Openg said thoughtfully, "Actually, the appearance of the forbidden area is something that has never happened in hundreds of years. For our Misty School, it may not be a bad thing. Perhaps it's a kind of opportunity." Then, he suddenly tilted his head and asked Zhang Chongyue, "Chongyue, has the matter I asked Zhang Xiaohua to do been completed?" Zhang Chongyue was stunned. His eyes were full of stars, and he looked at his respected master with admiration. He said to himself, "He is indeed my idol. Look at his thinking. What a big leap. Just now he was talking about the forbidden area. Why did he suddenly talk about Zhang Xiaohua's fist manual?" When he heard Openg say that it was the matter he asked Zhang Xiaohua to do, he knew that his master didn't want others to know about the Big Dipper magical fist manual. He said, reporting to faction leader, "I just finished the last day of the martial arts exhibition yesterday. Today I encountered the forbidden area. I haven't had the time to look for him yet." Openg said, "Then hurry up and do it. This matter is very important. Put down other matters first." Zhang Qingyue's heart trembled. He thought to himself, "What's the big deal about recording the fist manual? I originally wanted someone else to do it, but it looks like I have to make the trip myself." Although he thought this, he quickly responded, "I'll follow faction leader's orders." After saying this, his heart couldn't help but move again. Could it be that the forbidden area, the opportunity for the Misty School, had something to do with Zhang Xiaohua's fist manual? But even if the Big Dipper magical fist manual was the best fist technique in the world, it was still just a fist technique. Could it carry forward the Misty School? Hearing that Openg wanted to look for Zhang Xiaohua, Hall Master Bai of the pharmacy hall hurriedly stood up and said, reporting to faction leader, that Zhang Xiaohua you mentioned is now in the pharmacy hall. Do you want to call him over? Huh? Openg couldn't help but be stunned. He said, why did he go to the pharmacy hall again? What's so attractive about your pharmacy hall that he actually wants a token from me? He wants to enter and leave the pharmacy hall freely. Speaking up to this point, he ordered Zhang Chengyue, Chengyue, when you go, tell him about the matter you promised Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Chengyue nodded in agreement. Hall Master Bai was also dumbfounded. He didn't understand what was going on. He said, this subordinate also doesn't know. However, he came with the pharmacy hall's disciples He Tianshu and the others. He said that he wanted to report about the Huanxi Mountain Villa's medicinal herbs. Openg asked curiously, what happened to the Huanxi Mountain Villa's medicinal herbs? Did those seeds germinate? Hall Master Bai replied, the seeds didn't germinate. It's just that the other medicinal herbs withered and came back to life today. Then he told Openg everything he knew. Openg's spirits were lifted when he heard this. He muttered, is the world really going to change? But then he became dispirited again. He said, but even if there are changes, how can our Misty School take the initiative? Then he fell into deep thought. The other people in the conference hall were puzzled. Although Openg's voice was soft, everyone had profound inner strength. They had already heard what he said. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. What did the survival of the medicinal herbs have to do with the world changing? What was the world changing into? How could the Misty School take the initiative? But seeing Openg like this, they thought that these were the secrets of the faction. They had no right to know. They could only look at Openg quietly, hoping that he would reveal more. But after a while, when Openg realized that he had lost his composure, he didn't say another word. Openg put away his forceps and said in his mind, sorry, everyone. I was distracted for a moment. Hall Master Sure immediately said, big sect leader is busy every day. It must be tiring for you. Why don't you rest early? As for the rest, why don't we talk about it tomorrow? It's not anything important anyway. Openg thought for a moment and said, actually it's not that tiring. I was just a little distracted. Alright, you've all been tired for a day. The feeling of having your heart palpitating and your body palpitating doesn't feel good. Tell the disciples that the forbidden area isn't filled with man-eating monsters. It's our holy land. Let them have a good sleep today and don't think too much. Everyone accepted the order and left. Before Hall Master Bai of the medicine hall left, he said, big sect leader, you don't have to give Zhang Xiaohua the token you gave him. I've already given him one. It's fine as long as he can use it. Openg waved his hand and said, no need. I've already promised him. How can I go back on my words? Besides, your token can only be used in the medicine hall. Who else in the sect will recognize it? Hearing this, Hall Master Bai was shocked. He thought to himself, this Zhang Xiaohua only one face for the Misty School in the arena. Why is big sect leader's reward so great? Zhang Xiaohua only wants to enter and leave the medicine hall freely. He must be willing to serve the herbs and read the books in the hall. Judging from big sect leader's words, it seems like the entire Misty School is willing to let him roam freely. What's wrong with this? Hall Master Bai didn't have time to think. He left the meeting hall with everyone with doubts. Zhang Chengyue was the last to leave. Just as he moved, he heard Openg say, Chengyue, wait for a moment. I have something to say to you. Zhang Chengyue immediately stopped and returned to his original spot. After everyone had walked far away, Openg stared at Zhang Chengyue for a long time. Only when Zhang Chengyue felt his hair stand on end did he say, Chengyue, you're the eldest disciple of our sect's leader. It's been hard on you all these years. You've handled all the sect's affairs in an orderly manner. You've been a great help to me. Zhang Chengyue was baffled. He quickly bowed and said, big sect leader is exaggerating. It's all big sect leader's credit. This disciple was only there to help. Openg saw Zhang Chengyue's modesty and said with a smile, I know you're humble. However, I've seen everything you've done. I won't treat you unfairly. Zhang Chengyue quickly bowed and thanked him. Openg said again, do you know why I asked you to stay behind today? Zhang Chengyue was stunned. He thought for a moment and his heart couldn't help but beat faster. Could it be? Peng's martial arts were excellent. He already knew Zhang Qingyue's thoughts from the changes in his body. He secretly praised Zhang Qingyue's quick-wittedness. He said, "Qingyue, you guessed right. Since you're the eldest disciple of the sect's leader, the position of sect leader will naturally be yours. There are many things that I should tell you early. Otherwise, if you forget in the future, it'll be very bad." Zhang Qingyue calmed his emotions and said, "Master, there's still a lot of time in the future. Why are you in such a hurry?" Peng said, "Your state of mind is not bad. However, there are many changes in the forbidden area. I'm sure there will be many more in the future. I'm telling you early so that you can be mentally prepared." Zhang Qingyue nodded and listened quietly. Peng looked at the empty hall inside. "Speaking of this forbidden area, I have to mention the immortal puppet from 10,000 years ago." Immortal puppet? Zhang Qingyue was shocked. "Please collect, please tip, thank you." Chapter 211. Zhang Qingyue was very puzzled and asked, "Master, what is this immortal puppet? It sounds very awkward." Peng took a sip of tea and let out a long breath. This immortal puppet, as the name suggests, is the annihilation of the immortal Tao. The annihilation of the immortal Tao? Zhang Qingyue was shocked and almost jumped up. "Are you talking about the immortals in those books that people read when they're bored? Don't they live as long as the heavens and have great magical powers? How can they be annihilated?" Also, Zhang Qingyue asked suspiciously, "Do these immortals really exist? Why haven't I seen them before?" Peng looked at Zhang Qingyue and was not surprised. When he heard his master talk about the annihilation of the immortal Tao, his reaction was much stronger than his. His mental state was much stronger than his back then. Therefore, he smiled and said, "The immortal Tao I'm talking about is the path of cultivation, which is the path from immortal to an immortal. Moreover, how can there be any immortals in this world? They are all in the heavens." Zhang Qingyue smiled and said, "Master, you're deceiving me. When I was young, my grandmother always told me stories about immortals in the heavens, but how come no immortals came down from the heavens?" Peng said, "The heavens I'm talking about is not the sky above our heads, but another world." Another world? Zhang Qingyue was completely confused. Peng looked at the young man who was shocked by new knowledge and was very satisfied. He said, "Although there are no immortals in our world, a long time ago, probably 10,000 years ago, there was a group of people who wanted to cultivate to become immortals. They called themselves immortal cultivators. They had incomparable magical powers, could fly and could move mountains and seas. Moreover, their lifespans were very long. In the eyes of mortals, they were actually no different from immortals." "Ah?" Zhang Qingyue was dumbfounded and said, "Aren't they immortals? By the way, Master, can you tell me what the other world is like?" Peng frowned and said, "About that, the secret books in the sect don't record it. They only say that when immortal cultivators reach the peak of our world, they will fly into the clouds and become immortals. They will fly into the other world. As for whether that world is above our heads and what it looks like, no one knows. No immortals have ever returned from that world." "Oh, I see." Zhang Qingyue somewhat understood. Then Zhang Qingyue couldn't help but ask, "What about now? Where did those cultivators go? Have they all ascended to become immortals?" Peng smiled bitterly and said, "According to the sect's secret records, it is not easy to become an immortal. There might not even be 1 in a million people who can succeed. How can it be as you think? Everyone has become an immortal." Zhang Qingyue was puzzled and said, "Since they haven't cultivated to become immortals, didn't you just say that they have a long lifespan? There must be some who have lived until now. Why haven't I seen them before? You haven't even heard of it?" As soon as he said that, his eyes lit up. Could this be related to the destruction of the immortal Tao? Peng nodded and said, "Yes, it's because the immortal Tao was destroyed that they couldn't survive until now. Even their inheritances have changed." Then Peng sorted out his thoughts and said slowly, "Actually, in the beginning, there was no immortal Tao in this world. There were only mediocre ordinary people who lived a muddled and rigid life. I don't know when, but 4 immortal cultivators suddenly came to this world. Seeing the pleasant scenery of this world and the simplicity of the world, He decided to stay and establish a sect here to teach his disciples. Hearing this, Zhang Chengwei opened his mouth and wanted to ask something, but he didn't dare to interrupt Peng. Peng saw this and said, "Chengwei, what do you want to ask?" Zhang Chengwei asked curiously, "Master, I want to know how these 4 immortal cultivators came to this world? They must have come from the sky." Peng smiled and said, "The secret books recorded that they used something called transmission formation." Zhang Chengwei nodded and knew that his master hadn't seen it before, so he didn't say anything more. Peng pondered for a while, then continued, "They're the same as us martial artists. What we cultivate is jinqi, and what they cultivate is also jinqi. However, our jinqi is created by our own thoughts, and is tempered and matured within our own bodies. They, on the other hand, draw something from the outside world called heaven and earth yuan qi into their bodies, and form their own jinqi. Forget it." At this point, Peng became somewhat impatient, and waved his hand saying, "Let's not compare martial arts with cultivation. Many words are the same, so it's easy to confuse them. Immortal cultivators attract heaven and earth yuan qi into their bodies and cultivate in their bodies. They widen their meridians and gather true qi. All of their spells, escape techniques, sword techniques, and so on are based on heaven and earth yuan qi. It's said that immortal cultivators' cultivation levels are divided into qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and so on. I don't know the specifics, but it seems that there are some legendary realms after that." At this time, Zhang Chengwei interrupted Peng's words and asked, "Master, can you tell me specifically what these realms are?" Peng thought for a moment and said, "I've probably read about it in some secret books. The qi refining stage is where one can draw the world's yuan qi into one's body to refine one's meridians and body, and accumulate one's foundation. Once one reaches a certain level, one will reach the foundation building stage. After reaching the foundation building stage, if one continues to cultivate, a small sphere will form in one's dantian, which is called the golden core. Even if one enters the golden core stage, when one cultivates to a certain level, the golden core will shatter, and a small baby will be born from the golden core. It seems that after reaching the nascent soul realm, you can use the nascent soul to fly and go wherever you want to go." Zhang Chengwei listened and was stunned. He couldn't help but ask, "Master, is what you said true? The more I listen, the more it sounds like a story told by my grandmother." Peng laughed and scolded, "Chengwei, I'm also your master who taught you martial arts since you were young. When have you seen me beat you up? These are all recorded in the secret books in the sect that are only for the sect leader's reference. You'll know when you read them in the future." Zhang Chengwei touched his belly and said, "Master, isn't the dantian here? I cultivate true qi every day. Why can't I form a golden core and then hatch a nascent soul?" Peng didn't explain to him and continued, "These 4 immortal cultivators established their own sects and established 4 immortal cultivation sections. They spread their branches and leaves in our world. However, these 4 immortal cultivators cultivated for many years, and were unable to truly become immortals. In the end, they died like cranes, leaving behind only their orthodoxy and opening the path of immortal cultivation." Zhang Chengwei was stunned and said, "Even the ancestors of immortal cultivation didn't truly cultivate to become immortals. Can this path of immortal cultivation really be walked?" Peng said awkwardly, "About this, the secret books didn't say whether or not there were people who cultivated to become immortals. I'm not too sure." Soon after, he said with a deep meaning, "Even if you can't cultivate to become immortals, with the magical ability to overturn rivers and seas and the ability to fly, what's the difference between you and immortals? On this path of immortal cultivation, there are naturally countless people." Zhang Chengwei nodded thoughtfully. Just like practicing martial arts, not everyone could be a top master. However, even the average master was several times stronger than an ordinary man. Naturally, there were many people who wanted to practice martial arts, let alone immortal cultivation. Peng said again, "When immortal cultivation was prosperous, there were 4 big immortal cultivation sects in this world. There were also many small sects that split from the 4 big sections. There were even many rogue cultivators who relied on some methods from the 4 big sects to cultivate. According to the records in the secret books, there were often mortals who saw immortal cultivators riding rainbows, white clouds, and flying swords in the sky. Moreover, immortal cultivators also had the temperament of mortals. If there was a conflict, sword chi would be unstoppable, causing mountains to collapse and rivers to flow backward. They were really no different from immortals. That's right, the divine abilities of cultivators are not to be underestimated. They can refine elixirs that can increase one's power, refine weapons that can be used to refine magical weapons, and draw talismans that can gather the chi of heaven and earth into the talismans to achieve a certain effect. These pills were really good stuff. Not only were they useful for humans, they were also useful for some animals with quite a lot of spiritual aura. Occasionally, many animals were also able to obtain pills. The very lucky ones were unexpectedly also able to cultivate. Animals can also cultivate? Zhang Chengyue felt this was inconceivable. Yes, immortal cultivators call them zooyoists. However, the path of immortal cultivation in our world was too short, so these zooyoists didn't have too many achievements. Many of them were immortal cultivators' spiritual objects, which were given to them to look at their immortal caves as playthings. In fact, there were not only immortal cultivators and zooyoists, but also xiamoists. Xiamoists? What's the connection between them and the current devil cult? They both have the word devil in their name, so they must be related. However, it's been too long and the records in the secret books are not very detailed, so I can't say for sure. By the way, Master, just now you kept talking about the 4 great immortal cultivation sects. Which 4 sects are they? Openg thought for a while and said, the 4 great immortal cultivation sects are the Incense sect, the Dalan Temple, the Shandao sect, and, at this point, Openg's face was full of pride. The last one is our Misty School. Hearing this, Zhang Chengyue was shocked. Our Misty School is also one of the 4 great immortal cultivation sects with such a powerful background. But Master, don't tell me you're also an immortal cultivator? Openg said. Of course I'm not an immortal cultivator. If I were an immortal cultivator, how could our Misty School still be like this? Zhang Chengyue said, that's right. Since immortal cultivators are so powerful, naturally everyone would go to immortal cultivation sects. How could you also practice martial arts? But why are there only martial arts now and no immortal cultivators? Openg said with a smile, that's the crux of the problem. Immortal cultivation and martial arts can't be mentioned in the same breath. Why is that? Zhang Chengyue thought for a while and said, it's because of the difference in power. Openg shook his head and said, that's because when immortal cultivators ran amok in this world, they didn't have martial arts at all. Ah, Zhang Chengyue was shocked again. Chapter 212. Openg drinks a mouthful of water to moisten his throat. Just now I told you about immortality. Now let's talk about annihilation. As I told you just now, Xiaxianists, Zooyoists, and Xiamoists all use the world's elemental energy as the basis of their practice. It's just that they use different methods in different forms. Our 4 Xiaxianist sects have existed for who knows how many years. Until 10,000 years ago, for some unknown reason, the world started to change. Not only did the 4 great Xiaxianist sects notice it, but countless small sects also noticed that the world's elemental energy gradually started to change and become thinner and thinner. The world's elemental energy is the foundation of immortality. Without it, immortality simply cannot exist. Therefore, both Xiaxianists and Xiamoists abandoned their grudges and grievances, and joined hands to find the reason why the world's elemental energy became thinner. But after countless people's efforts, they still couldn't find the source. They could only watch as the world's elemental energy became thinner and thinner day by day. In the end, all the world's elemental energy disappeared and immortality was annihilated. Zhang Chengyue is somewhat puzzled. He says, didn't the 4 Xiaxianist ancestors use that transmission formation to come here and then use it to leave? Openg says smilingly, the Xiaxianists also considered this. But that thing can only be entered but not exited. Moreover, this transmission formation is not easy to build. By the time countless Xiaxianists had done their best to build it, there was no more elemental energy left to use it. The Xiaxianists couldn't cook a meal without rice. They could only stare at this transmission formation helplessly, unable to use it. Alas, Zhang Chengyue is also worried for the ancients. Seeing that they couldn't eat the meat that was right in front of their mouths, they must be very regretful. And then, Master, immortality was annihilated. Shouldn't martial arts come out? Yes. Without the world's elemental energy, Xiaxianists lost their supernatural powers. Naturally, they would think of other ways to make up for it. Martial arts are something that the wise Xiaxianists created based on their Xiaxianist experience. Look at the internal strength mental cultivation method. Many names are the same as those of immortal cultivation, such as meridians, true qi, dantian, and so on. Especially this true qi. It is not inferior to the true qi of immortal cultivation. That is to draw qi into the body, but this one can actually be produced from within the body. Although its power is much weaker, it is still much more powerful than that of ordinary people. Moreover, after tens of thousands of years of perfection, the top experts in martial arts are also comparable to qi practitioners. Of course, the meridians of this internal strength cultivation method are the same as the meridians of immortal cultivators. However, the power of the true qi in the internal strength cultivation method is limited. It can only cultivate the elementary and shallow meridians. It can't cultivate the more profound meridians. Zhang Chengyue thought for a moment and asked, then what about fist techniques, sword techniques, spear techniques, and so on? When Openg heard this, he couldn't help but smile and said, speaking of fist techniques, there is an interesting story. When I was practicing martial arts with your martial uncle, I accidentally asked about the origin of fist techniques. Your martial ancestor told me that the fist techniques of this world evolved from a set of 360 moves of the Great Heavenly Cycle Star Fist. It was a set of 360 moves of the Great Heavenly Cycle Star Fist. An otherworldly expert practiced the fist techniques under a Bodhi tree and taught them to different people. This resulted in the formation of different fist techniques. There are also many sword techniques and spear techniques that evolved from this first set of fist techniques. Actually, at that time I had a question. Since only that unworldly expert knew the complete set of the Great Heavenly Cycle Stellar Fist, and the others only wrote bits and pieces, then who knew that the Great Heavenly Cycle Stellar Fist had 360 moves? Zhang Chengyue suddenly understood. Openg continued, however, your grandmaster left as soon as he finished telling the story. His ethereal steps was incomparably fast. How could I catch up? Later on, I never had the chance to ask. It was only when I took over the Misty School that I got the real answer from him. Although the Great Heavenly Cycle Stellar Fist wasn't the first set of fist techniques in this world, it was the only set of fist techniques that cultivators didn't use the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth. All of the fights between cultivators used the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth as the foundation. To be able to preserve this set of fist techniques that didn't use the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth, one can see how precious this set of fist techniques was. Therefore, after the immortal Tao was annihilated, many fist techniques couldn't be used, or had no effect at all. Only the Great Heavenly Cycle Stellar Fist was popular for a period of time, and no other fist could compare to it. However, the Great Heavenly Cycle Stellar Fist was a fist technique of the Shandao sect. After the Shandao sect disappeared, the other sects didn't learn the complete set of fist techniques. Therefore, based on the incomplete Great Heavenly Cycle Stellar Fist, countless fist techniques evolved. At this point, Zhang Chengyue understood and said, Master, no wonder you value Zhang Xiaohua so much. Could it be that his set of fist techniques was the Great Heavenly Cycle Stellar Fist? Openg shook his head and said it shouldn't be. The Great Heavenly Cycle Stellar Fist had 360 moves, and his Big Dipper Fist only had 108 moves. However, even if it wasn't the real Great Heavenly Cycle Stellar Fist, the 108 moves inside should be very powerful. There must be some secret within. Zhang Chengyue asked again. Then what about the other sword techniques and spear techniques? Openg said when cultivators fight, they use swords, sabers, and spears. Those sword techniques, saber techniques, and spear techniques have been passed down. However, these techniques must be combined with the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth in order to be powerful. Otherwise, they are just empty forms. Therefore, many ambitious cultivators have evolved some of the moves of the Great Heavenly Cycle Stellar Fist into sword techniques, spear techniques, and so on. Therefore, to say that the Great Heavenly Cycle Stellar Fist is the origin of the moves from a certain point of view, it's also possible. Of course, in the past, it was combined with the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth to form true Qi. Now it's combined with the true Qi formed in one's own meridians. After 10,000 years of evolution, this move has changed a long time ago. No one can say which move is the most correct. What about those senior cultivators? Alas, the foundation of their longevity is the yuan qi of heaven and earth. Without this yuan qi, they are just like ordinary people and will age very quickly. Oh right, it's said that in addition to the yuan qi of heaven and earth, there are also some things like stones condensed from the yuan qi of heaven and earth called yuan stones. In the end, many cultivators rely on yuan stones to extend their lifespans. Master, didn't you just say that since they created the transportation array, they can't use these yuan stones to support it? Openg nodded and said in a gratified manner, Chungyue, your mind is very sharp. When Master was looking at it, I didn't pay attention. I only saw the records in the secret book and knew that before the immortal Tao was destroyed, the yuan stones contained a lot of yuan qi. They were divided into high-grade, medium-grade, and low-grade yuan stones. However, when the immortal Tao was destroyed, it seemed that these yuan stones couldn't be found at all. The yuan stones collected by the four great sects also disappeared without a trace. Even the low-grade yuan stones were hard to find. All the yuan stones collected by the sects were gathered together, but they weren't enough, so they couldn't use the yuan qi in the yuan stones. As for the yuan stones used by cultivators to extend their lifespans, they were just scraps of the yuan stones that they didn't even look at before. Zhang Chongyue suddenly thought of something and asked Master, last time you asked me to get the levitation technique from the Misty School's third-level technique from He Tianshu. Was it a technique used by cultivators? Openg smiled and said, that's right. Although the immortal Tao has been annihilated, the immortal Tao techniques have been passed down. Our ethereal sect was one of the four great sects 10,000 years ago. Naturally, we have records of the immortal Tao techniques. This levitation spell is a spell that the immortal cultivators of the past cultivated to allow them to fly around. As for the light body technique that we cultivate, it is a light body technique that was modified by the wise seniors in the sect based on the levitation spell and their inner strength. In fact, 10,000 years ago, many sects' techniques still had traces of the immortal Tao's techniques. However, with the passage of time, these techniques are useless. Without the qi of heaven and earth, no one can practice them. Therefore, they have already been destroyed like the immortal Tao. What's left are only imitations of these techniques. Thinking about it, we were really frogs in a well before. We thought that what we practiced was invincible in the world. Looking at it now, it's just imitations of the immortal Tao's techniques. How ignorant. Zhang Chongyue sighed. Openg disagreed, times have changed. Without the qi of heaven and earth, cultivators are powerless and can only wait to be destroyed. Now is the era of martial arts. That's right, Master. Just now, you seem to be talking to yourself, saying that the world is about to change. What do you mean by that? When Openg heard this question, he immediately became spirited and said, Chongyue, didn't I just say that these 5 forbidden areas were the 5 sacred places of my Misty School? In the past, they were places where cultivators kept their things. Outside, they were protected by something called a formation. Those who didn't have the ability to cultivate were unable to enter. The formation of these forbidden areas has been shrinking over the past 10,000 years. This means that the formation's qi of heaven and earth has been decreasing. But today it suddenly expanded. It's obvious that it has absorbed the qi of heaven and earth. Since the qi of heaven and earth has appeared, will cultivators also appear? And our Misty School first obtained a part of the Dezhou Tianxing fist, and was the first to know about the appearance of the qi of heaven and earth. Naturally, we have more time to prepare. Perhaps in this world, we can reverse the situation and recreate the glory of 10,000 years ago. Otherwise, we will inevitably be like the Xindao sect and disappear from this world. Actually, do you know? Chongyue, there's another reason, an extremely advantageous factor. Zhang Chongyue was puzzled and said, Master, please enlighten me. It's that secret area. Openg's words woke him up from his dream. Zhang Chongyue shook his head and said, Master, I really didn't think of it. Openg laughed and said, it's not your fault. You don't even know about the way of immortality. In fact, I didn't pay much attention to it the first time. Even when I got the treasures in the secret plane, I didn't think about the immortal path. I just thought it was a relic of a senior in the martial arts world. However, since Lu Yueming failed to explore the jungle for the first time, I suddenly realized that the jungle was an array. This formation is unique to the way of immortality. Chapter 213. Openg continued, since it's something from the way of immortality, It suddenly appeared in Jianghu after thousands of years and was placed in front of our Misty School. This is the biggest opportunity for our Misty School. I believe that Yanming Villa, Wanjianfeng, and the Tan family don't know what kind of opportunity they're facing. The Dalan Temple and the Cult of Fragrance are kept in the dark. This is also the reason why I've been keeping a low profile about this secret plane. As long as we make good use of this secret plane and pay attention to the budding way of immortality, we can bring these resources to the Misty School. Perhaps, in the near future, the Misty School will be able to suppress the Dalan Temple and the Cult of Fragrance. As for the Heavenly Way Union, it's just a product of the Way of Immortality, a pure martial arts sect. When the Qi of heaven and earth is restored, where will their place be in this world? Hearing this, Zhang Chengyue cupped his hands and said, I wish Master's wish to come true. Openg smiled and said, I hope so. Chengyue, this wish can't be realized by me alone. Everyone in the Misty School has to work together. Zhang Chengyue asked again, Master, since you know that the Way of Immortality is going to be revived, have you already considered cultivating immortal cultivators? Openg smiled bitterly and said, I have the intention to do so, but how can cultivation be so easy? The Way of Immortality has been destroyed for tens of thousands of years. The Way of Immortality has long been lost in the long river of history. Moreover, it's said that the Way of Immortality is protected by the Way of Immortality. Without great luck in the Qi of heaven and earth, it's impossible to obtain these Way of Immortality. Moreover, the most important thing is that I only have a slight guess. Whether it's correct or not, I don't know. I also don't know how to check the Qi of heaven and earth and how to teach those disciples. Although there was still some loneliness, he looked at the empty meeting hall and said, nowadays, all of the internal strength cultivation methods were created for martial arts. The tempering of the meridians should also be extremely different. This body may not be suitable for cultivation. Zhang Chengyue nodded when he heard this. It was obvious that the training of his meridians and body was the path of martial arts. Since it was a simulation of immortal cultivation, it was naturally different from immortal cultivation. From the perspective of martial arts, it would not work even if he changed his sect to practice other inner strength cultivation methods. In other words, immortal cultivation was also impossible. At this time, Openg spoke again, however, this major stellar fist is an exception. It doesn't use true yuan, and it has a special effect on tempering the body. Why do I say that although the number of moves in the Big Dipper magical fist is wrong? Do you know why I can conclude that it has a certain connection with the major stellar fist? Zhang Chengyue shook his head blankly and said, Master, I don't know about this. I've never heard you talk about these things. Openg smiled slightly and said, could it be that you didn't notice Yuan Liao and Yuan Kong in the martial arts exhibition arena? Speaking of this, Zhang Chengyue could not help but smile and said, that little monk Yuan Liao is really funny. He pretends to be cultured and his acupoint sealing technique is not good. He even looks like he has a card up his sleeve. He actually stood at the edge of the ring to show off. He only lacks a folding fan to show off. No wonder he was kicked out of the ring by Zhang Xiaohua. However, I didn't get to see such a refreshing scene. Openg nodded slightly and said, oh, so you didn't see it. I didn't care if you didn't react. Oh right, you watched the match between Yuan Kong and Zhang Xiaohua from the arena. Didn't you find it strange? Strange. Zhang Chengyue frowned slightly and said, Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts are average. He can't combine the Big Dipper magical fist and ethereal steps well. So he lost too many chances to win. However, he has a lot of strength and in the end, he wore down Yuan Kong until he surrendered. Oh right, Master, now that you mention it, I really do remember. That monk Yuan Kong seemed to have sealed Zhang Xiaohua's acupoints and even injured his fingers. I understand what you mean. It seems that little monk Yuan Liao's acupoint sealing technique is not simple. It's not that we disciples think that he didn't succeed and that his acupoint sealing technique was crooked. But, at this point, Zhang Chengyue's eyes were filled with astonishment and said, so Zhang Xiaohua is actually not afraid of being sealed? The only reason he isn't afraid of being sealed is because of the Big Dipper magical fist. He only knows this fist technique. It's said that his second brother found him a set of Spirit of the Bull. He has just gained a sense of qi. With just his internal strength cultivation, it's impossible for him to withstand Yuan Liao's acupoint sealing. Hearing this, Openg nodded happily and said, Chengyue, your analysis is correct. That's right. For the Big Dipper magical fist to have such an effect, I can't help but suspect that it has something to do with the major stellar fist. After all, it's reasonable that martial arts can't affect the acupoints trained by the immortal fist technique. This is also the specialty of the major stellar fist. Actually, there's another point. Zhang Xiaohua can cultivate the Big Dipper magical fist and Spirit of the Bull together. This is enough to prove that this fist technique can be carried forward by our Misty School. Otherwise, no matter how miraculous this fist technique is, it's useless to us. Zhang Chengyue was a little puzzled and said, but the origin of the Big Dipper magical fist is still hard to understand. Peng nodded and said, indeed, according to our thoughts, he might have obtained the Godly Knife faction's fist manual to be able to successfully cultivate it. However, if he really obtained the Stellar Fist manual, there should be 360 moves. Even if Zhang Xiaohua's aptitude is low, it's impossible for him to only learn 108 moves. Furthermore, the fist arts moves are linked together flexibly, without the slightest feeling of piecing together. Moreover, I've also sent people to investigate. Zhang Xiaohua's words are all true. I can only say that this guy's life is too good. He can actually learn a miraculous fist technique while he's recuperating. Hearing this, Zhang Chengyue smiled and said, it's not Zhang Xiaohua's life that is good. It's Master's life that is good. This Zhang Xiaohua is clearly a gift from the heavens. Otherwise, with his poor aptitude, how could he learn a fist technique by himself? Peng laughed and said, it's our Misty School's life that is good. Zhang Chengyue also smiled and said, yes, our Misty School's life is good. After the two laughed heartily, Zhang Chengyue asked again, this disciple will go to the pharmacy hall tomorrow to find Zhang Xiaohua. I'll definitely record the Big Dipper Magical Fists manual as soon as possible. However, this Zhang Xiaohua's value is so high Peng thought for a moment and said, as I said, we'll deal with it in a low-key manner. If we pay too much attention to Zhang Xiaohua or do anything, it'll easily attract the attention of the Dalan Temple and Chuanxiang cult. Anyway, he's been in Huanxi Manor all this time, and he's recently been fascinated by the pharmacy hall. We'll give him this privilege. Isn't this pushing the boat along the current? Zhang Chengyue said, Master is wise. However, Zhang Xiaohua seems to want a manual. Should we return it to him? Peng thought for a moment and said, give it to him. After all, I've already promised him. However, you should remind him a little. He should understand. This kid has improved a lot since he came to Pingyang City. Don't underestimate him. Zhang Chengyue smiled and said, Master, don't worry. Just because he's the mascot of our Misty School, I'll treat him well. Peng heard this and laughed loudly. The two of them talked for the whole night. It was already late at night, and Zhang Xiaohua was already sleeping cross-legged. Who would have thought that the sect leader he admired the most had already schemed against him? The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua woke up. He didn't get up immediately. Instead, he released his perception to feel the heaven and earth essence energy in the outside world. He then got up gloomily. After a night of cultivation, the heaven and earth essence energy in the outside world had become much thinner. If he continued to cultivate like this, it wouldn't take long for him to finish absorbing the heaven and earth essence energy. By then, all the herbs in the pharmacy hall would wither and die. Zhang Xiaohua would definitely not do something that would attract attention and kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. However, since he couldn't absorb the heaven and earth essence energy in the pharmacy hall for a long time, how was he going to continue on his cultivation path? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Was there an abundance of heaven and earth essence energy in the forbidden area? However, when he thought of the terrifying place that had swallowed a Misty School disciple, Zhang Xiaohua immediately shrunk his neck. Only when he was alive could he cultivate his inner strength. Without his life, everything would be nonsense. Moreover, he still had his parents, eldest brother, and second brother in the Guozhuang house. He wouldn't be stupid enough to take that risk. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua stretched his back and walked out of the door. He didn't know how his second brother was doing. Hero One had taught him inner strength, so he didn't know how he was doing now. As soon as he walked out of the pharmacy hall, he saw Zhang Chengyue walking quickly towards him. Zhang Xiaohua quickly bowed. Zhang Chengyue smiled and said, Zhang Xiaohua, why are you up so early? Zhang Xiaohua giggled and said, Master Zhang, the ancients said that people would dance when they hear the rooster. Although our Misty school doesn't have roosters crowing, I should follow the ancients' example. Zhang Chongyue gave him a thumbs up and said, Heroes come from the young. We're all old. Zhang Xiaohua secretly curled his lips and thought, to be able to meet him so early, it must be the weasel paying a New Year's greeting to the chicken. Then he said, Master Zhang, you go about your business. I still have to hurry to find my second brother and see how he's doing with his martial arts. Zhang Chongyue waved his hand and said with a smile, There's no need to go. Zhang Xiaohu is at Wenhai's place right now. He didn't even return to his own courtyard. It's useless for you to go. Without waiting for him to finish, Zhang Xiaohua said, Ayo. Then can you tell me where Hero One is? Zhang Chongyue said, Zhang Xiaohua, don't play any tricks. You can't go to Wenhai's courtyard. Besides, do you think I saw you by chance? I'm looking for you. Zhang Xiaohua secretly laughed. The fox's tail is finally showing. She said, What's the matter, Master Zhang? Zhang Chongyue took out a banknote and a command tablet from his pocket and handed them to Zhang Xiaohua, saying, This is what the big clan leader promised you. Take it. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and reached out to take the banknotes. First, he looked at the simple command tablet. It was the same style as the one Xueqing gave to their family, but it was bigger and the pattern was more complicated. Only the two characters Misty were the same, and behind the command tablet was a large O character. Chapter 214. After looking at the token, Zhang Xiaohua casually put it into her bosom. Then she carefully looked at the banknote with 1,000 taels written on it. After looking at it for a long time, she took out a small money bag from her bosom and carefully folded the banknote into it. But just as she was about to put away the money bag, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something and took out the banknote again, saying, Marshal Uncle Zhang, do you think you can exchange this banknote for 50 taels each? Of course, if it's 10 taels each, that would be even better. Zhang Chongyue was stunned and said, Why do you need so many small banknotes? Isn't it convenient to hold this one? Zhang Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, Think about it, if a country boy like me went to the bank with 1,000 taels of banknotes, would they exchange it for me? Zhang Chongyue looked up and down at Zhang Xiaohua and said, Zhang Xiaohua, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so meticulous. Alright, you take it first. When we go back, I'll find the accountant to exchange it for you. However, before he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua repeatedly waved her hand and said, Don't, Marshal Uncle Zhang. This matter doesn't need to trouble two people. You see, you can do it for me now so that I won't keep thinking about it. Moreover, I don't know where the accountant is. Even if I go, they may not pay attention to me. Zhang Chongyue smiled bitterly and said, Zhang Xiaohua, you really want to exchange it now? Zhang Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, Marshal Uncle Zhang, please do me a favor and quickly exchange it for me. Otherwise, I can't do anything well. Zhang Chongyue was helpless. The words, can't do anything well, had already been said. What else could he do? He could only say, Let's go, follow me. After saying that, he ignored Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohua's banknotes and turned to leave. Seeing Zhang Chongyue agree, Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about his attitude and followed him with a smile. Changing a banknote worth 1,000 taels into 100 banknotes worth 10 taels was something that the accountant hated. However, with Zhang Chongyue around, who would dare to do anything about it? Zhang Xiaohua's money pouch couldn't hold it anymore. As long as she kept it in her arms, she would touch it carefully, as if she was afraid that the banknotes would grow wings and fly away if she wasn't careful. Zhang Chongyue looked at Zhang Xiaohua's worried look with amusement and said, Zhang Xiaohua, Grandmaster has finished what he promised you. When will you start what you promised him? Zhang Xiaohua habitually pinched the soft stack of paper in her arms and said with a smile, Since Grandmaster is so straightforward, I won't be a petty person who refuses. I'll be at your beck and call. I'll start whenever you want. Zhang Chongyue nodded with satisfaction and said, You're quite tactful. Alright, let's record the fist manual now. Grandmaster wants to see how powerful your Big Dipper magical fist is. Zhang Xiaohua naturally agreed. Then Zhang Chongyue led Zhang Xiaohua in a direction. Zhang Xiaohua took a few steps and quickly asked, Marshal Uncle Zhang, where are we going? Zhang Chongyue said, To my residence. Zhang Xiaohua probed, Let's go to the guest room in the pharmacy hall. What do you think? Zhang Chengyue said firmly, no, there are too many people there. It'll affect us. No, the guest room is very quiet. It doesn't seem like anyone is staying there. Zhang Chengyue knew that Zhang Xiaohua didn't know the value of his fist technique. But he was instructed by Peng and didn't intend to point it out. He only shook his head and said, the guest room in the pharmacy hall can let the pharmacy hall's disciples enter and leave at any time. It will affect my recording. No one will go to my residence. It's quiet there. Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded and said, Marshal Uncle Zhang, don't tell me you're going to record the fist manual for me personally? Zhang Chengyue nodded. Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood a lot of the meaning. But she still probed, you're busy with many things. Why don't you let someone else do it? Zhang Chengyue smiled and said, this is Grandmaster's personal appointment. Do you understand? Zhang Xiaohua's expression changed slightly and nodded. Then she said, but is your level parallel? Could it be wrong? In front of him, Zhang Chengyue almost fell and said unhappily, the entire Misty School's top secret fist manual was copied by me. Do you think I'll record it wrongly? Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to speak again. But in her heart, she secretly said, the Arhat fist brought by Li Jinfeng is different from the Lotus Escort Agency's Arhat fist. Who knows if you'll copy it wrongly? Of course, she didn't dare to say this out loud. The two walked for a long time and arrived at a quiet place. This was a small courtyard that looked very unique. But when they pushed open the courtyard door, Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. How was this a small courtyard? There were pavilions, lotus ponds, and corridors. Occasionally, there were some children walking back and forth. When these children saw Zhang Chengyue, they hurriedly lowered their heads and bowed, staying far away. Zhang Xiaohua fiercely asked, Marshal Uncle Zhang, this is your small courtyard? This is the quiet you mentioned? Zhang Chengyue shrugged and said, that's right. This is my small courtyard. It's also where sect leader O lived before. It's also where the previous sect leader's eldest disciple lived. Zhang Xiaohua was helpless. This small courtyard looked ordinary from the outside. But after entering with a glance, it was even bigger than her Guozhuang house. This Zhang Chengyue still had the nerve to call it a small courtyard. Zhang Chengyue looked at Zhang Xiaohua and led the way through the corridors, across the lotus pond, and arrived at a real small courtyard. Pushing open the door and entering, there were two delicate and pretty girls. They hurriedly bowed and said, young master is back. Zhang Chengyue waved his hand and said, you can leave. Without my call, don't come in. Also pass down the order. If I don't leave this courtyard, forbid the children. Saying this, he suddenly thought of something and changed his words, oh, forget it. Brew me some good tea and send it over. After that, go do your own things. The two girls didn't dare to say anything. After bowing, they left. Not long after, a pot of brewed tea was brought over and poured for the two of them. Zhang Xiaohua also hadn't drunk good tea for a long time. Seeing such a good opportunity, she didn't refuse and carefully took a sip. However, in her heart, she immediately thought, this tea is far worse than the Guozhuang house. However, compared to what I usually drink, it's really more fragrant. Zhang Chengyue asked proudly Zhang Xiaohua, what do you think of this tea? It's the best Yuqian Longjing tea. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know anything about tea, so she could only say, I don't know about this. I just feel that it's very fragrant. Zhang Chengyue shook his head and didn't say anything else. He focused on drinking the tea. Zhang Xiaohua knew that he didn't want to talk to her, so she drank the tea. Anyway, he was the one who had something to tell her, so she just needed to wait for his instructions. Sure enough, after a while, Zhang Chengyue asked, Zhang Xiaohua, are you ready? Let's start. Zhang Xiaohua nodded, then looked around and said, yes, do we have to do it here? Zhang Chengyue smiled and said, we definitely can't do it here. Come follow me. With that said, he led Zhang Xiaohua to a room with many bookshelves and books. It was probably a study. Zhang Chengyue walked behind a bookshelf and rummaged for something. With a creaking sound, the third bookshelf moved a little to the side, revealing a dark hole in the ground where it used to be. Zhang Chengyue looked at Zhang Xiaohua and gestured to her. Then he took out a torch and lit it. He walked to the hole and walked down the stairs that were illuminated by the light. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she didn't dare to be negligent. She looked around reflexively and followed him down. At the bottom of the hole was a flight of stairs. There were oil lamps hanging on the stone walls on both sides of the stairs. Zhang Chengyue walked all the way and used the torch to light them. When he reached a place, Zhang Chengyue moved another place. There was a sound above his head. With a creak, the bookshelf returned to its original state. When they walked down the stairs, Zhang Chengyue lit up the surrounding oil lamps and torches. Zhang Xiaohua saw that this was a basement about the size of 2 to 3 rooms. Zhang Xiaohua had been catching field mice and counting ants since she was young. She was very interested in such underground structures. Now that she saw it, she couldn't help but look around with a face full of curiosity. Zhang Chengyue ignored him and walked straight to the back of a desk. After tidying it up a little, he said, "Zhang Xiaohua, this is my private training ground. It's the place where I'm going to record the fist manual for you. Are you satisfied?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at the weapon rack in the corner and said with a smile, "I can't say that I'm satisfied. I'm just surprised. I didn't think that you would put in so much effort just to record a fist technique. I'm flattered." Zhang Chengyue laughed a few times and said, "I'm ready. What about you? Can we start now?" Zhang Xiaohua said indifferently, "I can do it any time. I usually practice in the forest. There's nothing taboo." Zhang Chengyue was a little surprised and asked, "You don't usually practice with He Tianshu and the others?" Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, "No, I'm afraid that they will say that I'm practicing wrongly. I'm embarrassed to be with them." Zhang Chengyue said happily, "That's good. You don't have to be with them in the future. When you practice this fist technique, avoid people at the end." Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Why is that?" Zhang Chengyue thought for a moment and said, "Since you've already recorded a fist technique, our Misty School will keep it. If you practice as you wish and others see it, what's the point of keeping this fist technique?" Zhang Xiaohua was not too happy and said, "Practicing is my freedom. You can't take it away." Zhang Chengyue smiled and said, "We're not restricting you from practicing. We just want you to choose a place when you practice. Otherwise those 100 silver notes." Zhang Xiaohua heard and quickly said, I know. Anyway, I used to avoid people when I practiced. I'll do it again in the future." Zhang Chengyue said, "That's good. Let's start." Zhang Chengyue knew that Zhang Xiaohua did not know how to record a fist technique, so he said, "First, practice the fist of the North Star from beginning to end." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "1 time is too little. I'll do it 7 times. Chapter 215. The clear sky was a little gloomy at this moment. The sun in the middle of the sky was not strong, and the delicate sunlight shone on the lotus pond. It was especially enchanting and indescribably refreshing. A gentle breeze blew, and the lotus leaves swayed, causing ripples to appear on the calm surface of the water. If Zhang Xiaohua was here, she would definitely like such a beautiful scenery. Unfortunately, on such a beautiful day, he was below the beautiful scenery. Zhang Xiaohua asked Zhang Chengyue. Zhang Chengyue did not comment. He only sat quietly behind the desk, as if he was tired of Zhang Xiaohua talking too much. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua did not say anything more. She gathered her spirit and practiced the fist of the North Star from beginning to end in this somewhat dark but brightly lit martial arts training field. Zhang Xiaohua practiced this fist of the North Star dozens of times every day, so she was naturally very familiar with it. The 108 moves were displayed with vigor and vigor. As the ancients said, phoenixes were born from fire, and people could only grow through battle. This fist of the North Star that had been baptized by the martial arts exhibition was not comparable to the fist of the North Star from a few days ago. When Zhang Xiaohua displayed the fist technique at this time, it felt as if the fist was born from the heart. Every move was extremely natural, and the connection of the moves was like flowing water, without the slightest bit of sluggishness. In fact, vigor and vigor was only used to describe the momentum of Zhang Xiaohua's fist technique. It really felt like the ancestor of all fists looking down on all living things. But the real move did not emit the slightest bit of wind or force. Any force was hidden in the fist technique, just like a tiger that was accumulating strength. It did not look ferocious, but as long as someone provoked it, it would show its ferocity. Zhang Chengyue was naturally an expert in fist techniques. Although he did not care about this fist technique that did not have the support of internal strength, he already knew the extraordinary origin of this fist technique. When he looked at it carefully, He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Not to mention the moves of this fist technique, just the fist force that Zhang Xiaohua displayed was definitely not to be underestimated. However, it was still difficult for Zhang Chengyue. After all, he had been practicing martial arts for many years. What Arhat fist, Erlang fist, etc. He had learned some of them before, while he only knew the moves for some of them. However, he was an outstanding talent of his time, and these fist moves had long been imprinted in his mind. The moves of Zhang Xiaohua's set of fist moves were very different from the moves in his memory. If they were completely different, it would be easy to explain as he could just memorize them again. However, these moves just happened to have different angles and directions. They were just a hair's breadth away from what he remembered. It was not easy to memorize such moves. Therefore, after Zhang Xiaohua played twice, Zhang Chengyue had no choice but to ask her to slow down and play slowly. Zhang Xiaohua naturally did not mind. Anyway, he did not care about the speed of the fist technique. When he reached the 7th time, there would definitely be a warm current. Therefore, he really slowed down and performed it bit by bit. After watching it a few more times, Zhang Chengyue said, "Zhang Xiaohua, stop. I'll think about it for a while and then prepare to copy it." Zhang Xiaohua counted in her heart. This was only the 5th time, and there were still 2 more times to go. She said, "I'm not tired. Master Uncle Zhang, please watch it 2 more times." Then she performed it for the 6th time. Who would have thought that just as Zhang Xiaohua performed it for the 6th time, the warm current immediately rose from her feet. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but be happy. It seemed that her fist of the North Star had reached another level. As this time was also slow, the warm current flowed through the bones in her body slowly. Zhang Xiaohua felt that her whole body was burdened. Opposite her, Zhang Chengyue also felt that Zhang Xiaohua's aura was more dignified. It was as if there was a mountain in front of her, making her feel stifled and unable to vent her anger. Until Zhang Xiaohua stopped, the two were still immersed in the feeling just now. Zhang Xiaohua thought, why didn't I think that the fist of the North Star could have such a magical effect if it was performed very slowly? Zhang Chengyue thought, the ancestor of all fists is indeed extraordinary. Just a young man like Zhang Xiaohua who has just entered the sect can produce such an aura. If I or sect leader O were to perform it personally, what would the situation be like? Thinking about it made his heart burn. He couldn't wait to finish copying it and study it carefully. However, it was also because of the uniqueness of these fist techniques that he did not dare to write it down immediately. After carefully recalling it in his mind, he walked out from behind the document and said, Zhang Xiaohua, I've seen you perform it 6 times. Now I'll perform it once. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Master Uncle Zhang's aptitude is naturally extraordinary. You can perform this fist technique after watching it a few times. I'm looking forward to it. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua stood on the side and Zhang Chengyue performed it. It must be said that Zhang Chengyue was indeed extraordinary. He was actually able to break through the usual shackles in a very short period of time. He was able to connect the different fist techniques together and perform it once. However, in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, Zhang Chengyue's first few moves were pleasing to the eye, but the later ones were particularly uncomfortable. However, if she asked him to point out the shortcomings, he would not be able to do it. After Zhang Chengyue performed it with great difficulty, he stopped and looked at Zhang Xiaohua eagerly, waiting for his affirmation. Zhang Xiaohua did not know whether to praise or criticize him. She could only clap her hands and say, Master Uncle Zhang, you're amazing. Then she scratched her head and said, however, I don't know if you performed it correctly. I'd better perform it for you again. After saying that, she was about to start when Zhang Chengyue stopped her and said, Zhang Xiaohua, that is to say, you don't know if the fist techniques I performed are correct or not. Zhang Xiaohua said awkwardly, well, Master Uncle Zhang, I only know how to perform boxing. Many of the fist techniques you performed made me uncomfortable. As for whether they were correct or not, I really don't know. Zhang Chengyue was helpless. It was rare to meet such a person who only knew how to perform boxing, but when others learned from him, he did not know if others were correct. Zhang Chengyue thought for a moment and said, how about this? You perform a move first. I'll record it and compare it myself. Zhang Xiaohua was naturally happy that she did not need to worry about it. She first performed a few moves and waited there. Zhang Chengyue watched and closed his eyes to think for a while before he started to sketch and make notes at the side. After he finished recording a move, he let Zhang Xiaohua perform a few more moves. After recording 10 moves, Zhang Chengwei threw the pen to the side in exhaustion and said, "All right, let's stop here for today. Why is it so tiring to copy this move of yours compared to copying other fist techniques?" Zhang Xiaohua shrugged, indicating that it had nothing to do with her. Then she walked over and said, "Master Uncle Zhang, can I see the moves you recorded?" Zhang Chengwei waved his hand and said, "Pick it up and take a look. This is the result of our hard work today. Please give me your valuable opinions." In his opinion, since Zhang Xiaohua could not tell if his moves were good or bad, he might not be able to tell if the fist manual was placed there. He could only wait for him to finish recording it and match it with Zhang Xiaohua's moves to correct the mistakes. Zhang Xiaohua picked up the fist manual and looked at the detailed records on it. The graphics were lifelike and she could not help but praise, "Master Uncle Zhang is indeed a professional." However, after looking at it a few more times and comparing the moves in the fist manual with the person in her mind, she found something wrong. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Master Uncle Zhang, look here. Shouldn't it be like this?" Then she pointed at a place in the fist manual and performed it herself. Zhang Chengwei took a look and slapped his forehead, saying, "Oh, it's really empiricism. After Zhang Chengwei corrected it, Zhang Xiaohua actually found a lot of mistakes in it. Zhang Chengwei was a little embarrassed. He had just patted his chest and guaranteed that there was no problem, but now there were a lot of mistakes. This was a matter of face. In fact, he could not be blamed. It was a fist technique that he was familiar with. If he changed it a little all of a sudden, it would be a problem no matter how he recorded it. Zhang Chengwei honestly corrected it according to Zhang Xiaohua's instructions. Then he asked in surprise, "Zhang Xiaohua, why can't you find any mistakes in my fist technique, but you can find the moves I recorded?" Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and said, "I don't know why. I just know that I can find them." What kind of answer was that? It was already afternoon when they came out of the underground training field. Zhang Chengwei arranged for Zhang Xiaohua to rest in a small courtyard nearby, so that she could continue recording tomorrow. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to see her second brother, Zhang Xiaohu, but how could Zhang Chengwei agree? If he did not record the Fist of the North Star in the Fist Manual, he would not be at ease letting Zhang Xiaohua wander around the Misty School. However, the guest room in Zhang Qingyue's courtyard was much better than the one in the pharmacy. Not only was the room big and well decorated, there were even a few young ladies waiting on the side. Zhang Xiaohua had never experienced such a situation before. She quickly asked Zhang Chengwei to send these people away before he left. After eating a few fruits, Zhang Xiaohua practiced the Fist of the North Star dozens of times in this quiet and beautiful courtyard to complete his homework for the day. What was special was that when the warm current appeared, he deliberately practiced the fist technique very slowly so that he could truly feel the seriousness of the bone honing. Sure enough, when the warm current of the 9-time bone honing passed, although Zhang Xiaohua could not clearly feel the difference, he had a slight understanding in his heart. The warm current of the bone honing was different from the true qi in the meridians. It had to be slow, just like drinking water and drinking tea. Drinking water had to be done quickly to quench thirst, while drinking tea had to be done slowly. Different martial arts required different execution methods and speeds. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the sword in his left hand. Wasn't it the same for the 16 changes? Some changes had to be fast so that he could be caught off guard and hit. Some changes had to be slow so that when the changes in the sword's momentum and the body's movements were no longer changeable, it would be like a dormant poisonous snake that could not be avoided. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel the itch to practice. He reached out his hand and took out the small sword. Sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow, and sometimes it was slow. The speed of the slow and the fast of the sword was exquisite to experience the changes in the sword moves. Alas, poor Zhang Xiaohua. Such a simple principle, if it was a formal education, would have been recorded on paper long ago. Why would he need to wait until now to understand such a simple principle? It is indeed difficult to become a talent through self-learning. Chapter 216. However, everyone's fate was not decided by him alone. Although Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have a lot of opportunities to get guidance from He Tianshu from the Misty School, this was the post-immortal cultivation era. Zhang Xiaohua was destined to walk a path that had been annihilated 10,000 years ago. No one in this world could give him a pointer or two. All the paths could only be walked by his own feet. He could only rely on those mental cultivation methods of the immortal Tao. But these mental cultivation methods did not keep up with the times. The environment had changed and martial arts were flourishing. Where was the path of the immortal Tao? Zhang Xiaohua naturally didn't know. He was only happy that he could sense qi and have the thickness of cotton thread. Zhang Qingyue's small courtyard was so quiet. How could Zhang Xiaohua be willing to let go of such a good opportunity to cultivate? He just didn't know if the qi of heaven and earth here was the same as second brothers. When he released his perception, he let out a groan in his heart. How could he live like this? The concentration of the qi of heaven and earth in this small courtyard was actually not inferior to the medicinal hall. In Zhang Xiaohua's impression, the qi of heaven and earth should be related to medicinal herbs. The denser the medicinal herbs were, the richer the qi of heaven and earth. However, when he thought about how he didn't see any medicinal herbs along the way, how could he explain this? However, he liked the richness of the qi of heaven and earth. What did the source of the qi of heaven and earth have to do with him? It was drifting between heaven and earth. Why should he care about the source? After making up his mind, Zhang Xiaohua calmed down and absorbed the qi of heaven and earth step by step. The night was silent. The next day, Zhang Chengyue came to find him early in the morning. Looking at Zhang Chengyue's refreshed appearance, yesterday's exhaustion had long disappeared. In fact, don't look at it as a simple boxing manual. It required all the other people's moves to be accurately recorded. The movements of the moves also had to be recorded in words. It was not a very simple thing. Fortunately, Zhang Chengyue often copied boxing manuals and accumulated a lot of experience, so it was easy to learn. However, Zhang Chengyue had only copied before after all, and there was no new record. It was also difficult for him to do this. But then again, the matter of recording a fist technique manual was rare in the martial arts world. How could a set of fist techniques be born so easily and let people record it every day? Most of the people also copied their experiences. The task of recording the fist manual should have been done by the specially trained disciples of the Misty School. However, the implications of the fist of the North Star were too great. Openg didn't dare to let others do it, so he let Zhang Chengyue do it personally. Fortunately, Zhang Chengyue and Zhang Xiaohua already had the experience of the first day. As the ancients said, the first time you are unfamiliar, the second time you are familiar, and the third time you can be a master. It was much easier for the two of them to work together again. However, according to Zhang Qingyue's idea, in the beginning, as long as Zhang Xiaohua practiced the moves one by one, she could stop at any time. Who knew that Zhang Xiaohua used the excuse that her hands and feet were stiff, and she had to work hard 6 times before she stopped. The 6 times were actually very slow, which made Zhang Chengyue very angry. However, even so, 20 moves were recorded on the second day. After Zhang Xiaohua checked and corrected some mistakes, the two of them stopped. Zhang Chengyue still blushed a little. Back in the guest room, when Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged to practice, she was surprised to find that she had absorbed a lot of spirit of the world last night. Today, she found that the spirit of the world in the guest room did not reduce much. It was much better than the pharmacy hall. She couldn't help but be more emotional. Presumably, this Misty School's eldest disciple's living place was a place where spirit gathered. There must be a mystery. If she was fated to stay for a long time, wouldn't she be able to practice every day? She wouldn't be afraid to absorb it like in Huanxi Villa, and she wouldn't have to absorb it carefully like in the pharmacy hall. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua's little head spun quickly, thinking about whether she should ask Openg to exchange for a token. Thus, the recording of the fist manual that had been on the right track was slowed down by Zhang Xiaohua's selfishness. Every day, Zhang Xiaohua's practice of the fist manual was slow, and the revision was slow as well. She only recorded a dozen moves a day. She wanted to stay with Zhang Chengyue for a while, but Zhang Chengyue was not happy. Every time she finished copying, she would report to Openg and let Openg refer to the fist manual. Openg saw that the results were bleak, so naturally, he was quite dissatisfied. It had been 3 days, and she had only copied less than half of the moves. Therefore, under Zhang Qingyue's careful observation on the 4th day, he directly asked Zhang Xiaohua, "How are you living in my small courtyard?" "It's really good. I'm so happy that I don't want to go home." "Are you satisfied with my hospitality?" "Very satisfied." Then do you have any thoughts about it? Thoughts? I don't dare, eldest Master Zhang. If you have something to say, just say it. Seeing this, Zhang Chengyue said, if you don't have any objections, I'll be frank. On the first day we recorded 10 moves. It's pardonable. It's the first time we worked together, so we didn't have a good rapport. On the second day we recorded 20 moves. On the third day, why did we only record a dozen moves? I believe that I'm getting more and more proficient at recording. Why is your fist technique getting slower and slower? Zhang Xiaohua looked like a thief who had been caught stealing. Her expression was very unnatural. Zhang Chengyue rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Zhang Xiaohua, have you taken a fancy to the girl here? If you're willing, tell me. I can give her to you. You're already at the age of yearning for love. I can understand. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua almost fell down. She hurriedly said with a red face, eldest Master Zhang, what are you saying? Aren't you tarnishing my pure heart? I just feel that life here is very comfortable, and I want to enjoy more of your leisure life here. That's it? Zhang Chengyue couldn't believe it. That's it, really? Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Zhang Chengyue clapped his hands and said with a smile, isn't that easy? After you finish recording the fist technique, you can stay here for a few more days. That's fine, isn't it? Really? Really? That's great. But can I come more often in the future? Zhang Chengyue also staggered and almost fell down. Who would talk about conditions with someone like that? He even wanted to come to someone's house more often. There were only a few beautiful girls in his house. Was he really going to be targeted by him? Zhang Chengyue said with a smile, actually Zhang Xiaohua, with the token that Baso gave you, you can go to most of the places in the Misty School. But this is the main place of the head disciple. It's really inconvenient for you to come here more often. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up when she heard that. She said, then as long as it's not a forbidden area, can I stay at your key places? Zhang Chengyue thought for a moment and said, then you have to talk to Baso first. After all, you're not a disciple of the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohua was a little disappointed. However, since she had not found a better place to cultivate, she could only talk about it at the pharmacy hall. She would wait until she found a place that was not under anyone's jurisdiction, and where she could cultivate. Since Zhang Chengyue promised Zhang Xiaohua to stay here for a while, Zhang Xiaohua did not hold back when recording the fist technique. The two of them quickly finished recording in a few days. Looking at the thin stack of paper, Zhang Chengyue was very emotional. It was really not easy. He had changed the moves that he was familiar with into a mess and still had to think that it was correct. He did not know how to train in the future. After Zhang Xiaohua looked through it from beginning to end, there were actually 2 flaws in it. Zhang Xiaohua was completely speechless about this method of using pen and ink to record the moves. There were so many mistakes even when she was recording it face to face. What about when she copied it in the future? It was no wonder that countless fist techniques had been lost and changed. Zhang Chengyue took the fist technique that Zhang Xiaohua had changed over and over again and happily went to find Baso. Leaving behind Zhang Xiaohua, she was also happily absorbed the qi of heaven and earth. Everyone was happy. Not to mention, Zhang Xiaohua seized the time to absorb the qi into her body and strengthen her vital qi that was still in its seedling state. Openg was also overjoyed when he received Zhang Chengyue's Big Dipper Magical Fist Technique Manual. He carefully looked through it from beginning to end and closed his eyes. He silently thought about the moves that he had memorized in the past few days from beginning to end. Only then did he leave his seat and perform it in the empty meeting hall. Openg's skills could be said to have been immersed in martial arts for dozens of years. He could pick up any fist technique and perform it well. However, when he performed this Big Dipper magical fist, it was rather awkward. He could not help but ask, Chengyue, have you performed it before? How did it feel? Zhang Chengyue said, I've performed it many times. However, Baso, this fist technique is indeed a little strange. When I first started practicing it, I felt a little stuffy in my chest when I performed it without inner strength. It was not carefree. If I used a little inner strength, my inner breath would be a little chaotic and I would not dare to continue. However, after this disciple's study and cultivation, I realized that as long as I wholeheartedly practiced the fist technique, I would be able to complete it from beginning to end even if it was not my own inner strength. Peng said gloomily. But our martial arts are all based on inner strength. If this fist technique is purely without inner strength, only people like Zhang Xiaohua who are born with divine strength can use it. Wouldn't it be a waste of time for others to watch? Zhang Chengyue said. But Zhang Xiaohua is also practicing inner strength. When I saw him in my guest room, he was also sitting cross-legged and cultivating inner strength. Since he can practice it, our disciples should also be able to practice it. At worst, our disciples who have already achieved inner strength will not practice it. Peng also said, that's right. Inner strength is not something that can be learned halfway. You should also ponder over it a little. Don't put all your energy into it. Our Misty School has thousands of martial arts inheritances. They are also very valuable. Also, don't do stupid things like picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons. Zhang Chengyue bowed and said, Thank you, Master, for your guidance. As the saying goes, there is no end to learning, but there is a limit to my life. As long as I practice my current martial arts to the peak, I will also be able to leave my name in Jianghu. I will not think too much about it. Peng nodded and said, Then pick a disciple from Kitty Hawk Hall and practice this Big Dipper magical fist first. Zhang Chengyue said somewhat awkwardly, The disciples of Kitty Hawk Hall have already been initiated. If they practice something else, I'm afraid it won't be appropriate. Also, our Misty School still hasn't picked a suitable new child. Hearing this, Peng said, I have a good candidate in mind. Chapter 217. Zhang Chengyue thought for a while but still had no clue. He said, Please enlighten me. Peng said with a smile, Although we didn't select any new disciples this year, it doesn't mean that there aren't any new children with good aptitude. Zhang Chengyue's eyes lit up when he heard that. He said with a smile, So you're talking about Deputy Gang Leader Shui's son, Shui Tiantian. You're really far-sighted. I'm not as good as you. Peng waved his hand and said, Nothing else. You're just thinking about the new disciples. However, Zhang Chengyue was still worried and said, But Sect Master, Vice Sect Master Shui has high hopes for his son and is extremely picky when it comes to martial arts. Sect Master has promised to teach him the martial arts of our Misty Sect. I'm afraid Vice Sect Master Shui might not agree. Peng said with a smile, Everyone knows the difference between the way of immortality and the way of martial arts. Not to mention that Shui Yuping doesn't know the details. Even if we tell him the situation, he will be happy. How can he have any opinions? Moreover, the Big Dipper magical fist is obviously the inheritance of immortality for 10,000 years. Our Misty School is one of the 4 major immortal cultivation sects 10,000 years ago. It's not wrong to say that it's our inheritance. Besides, the Big Dipper magical fist is so mysterious that it's naturally not tainted Shui Tiantian's aptitude. It's a blessing for Deputy Gang Leader Shui. Zhang Chengyue nodded and said, You're right. Deputy Gang Leader Shui will be grateful to you. Well, Peng said, It's settled then. Find a time to take Shui Tiantian in, and teach him the Big Dipper magical fist first. There's no need to rush to teach him the internal strength. It won't be too late to teach him after the Big Dipper magical fist is effective. He paused for a while and said, He should be happy to do it since you're the eldest disciple of the headmaster. Zhang Chengyue said with embarrassment, But, Big Dipper, there's a difference in seniority. It's not easy to calculate. Peng smiled and said, It's fine. Only you and Zhang Xiaohua know about the Fist of the North Star. Zhang Xiaohua is not a disciple of the Misty School, so she can't teach Shui Tiantian. Moreover, based on what you said, this guy doesn't know how to teach at all. It's better if you teach him personally. Seniority is just a title. When you become the leader of the Misty School, even if Shui Yuping is a generation older than you, what can she do? Don't worry, he's very happy. Furthermore, I only agreed to let my disciple take Tiantian as a disciple, but I never said that I would take her myself. Zhang Chengyue nodded and said, Also, Big Gang Leader, Zhang Xiaohua also wants a copy of the Fist of the North Star. Are you going to give it to him or not? Peng said with a smile, Of course I did. I promised him that day. Besides, only you and I know about this. Who else knows about this secret? Neither you nor I will benefit from practicing this fist art. It would be useless for others to obtain it. However, tell Zhang Xiaohua that this fist art is only for him as a souvenir. He must not pass it on to others. Presumably, even if he wants to pass it on to others at such a young age, they may not be willing. When he grows up, our new generation of disciples will also have grown up. We won't have to worry about this fist art being passed on to others. The two discussed the details for a while more before Zhang Chengyue left the hall to find Shui Yupeng. Shui Yupeng was the deputy leader of the Misty School, but he was usually in the Luo Shui gang. He had just returned after meeting the monk Changgung at the martial arts exhibition when he was called back by Zhang Chengyue with a messenger pigeon. When Shui Yupeng returned, it was already a few days later. When he heard that Peng had allowed his son to become the disciple of the Misty School's headmaster, Shui Yupeng was extremely happy. Just as Peng had said, he did not have any dissatisfaction. When Zhang Chengyue finished his business and returned to the courtyard, he remembered that there was still a guy living next door who was eating and drinking for free. He asked someone to call Zhang Xiaohua over and asked Zhang Xiaohua, "You have also lived here for a few days. How do you feel?" Zhang Xiaohua knew that Zhang Chengyue wanted to drive him away. He had not rested for the past few days. He was either practicing his fist art or refining his qi. The qi of heaven and earth in this small courtyard had been absorbed by him by nearly half. He did not dare to absorb any more. He was afraid that if something strange happened, he would not be able to explain it to Zhang Chengyue. So he said with a smile, "Thank you for your hospitality, Master Zhang. I have been living in this quiet place for the past few days. However, it seems that I can't leave Huanxi Mountain Villa. I have to go back and take a look." Zhang Chengyue said, "He Tianshu and the others have already returned to Huanxi Mountain Villa. You don't have to worry. The herbs have also come back to life. Everything has returned to normal." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, "That's great. I just don't know how my second brother is now." Zhang Chengyue thought for a moment and said, "Yesterday I saw Wen Hai. He seemed to be very satisfied with your second brother. He has already taught him the first level of the ethereal magic. He should have already been initiated." Zhang Xiaohua was even more delighted when he heard this and said, "That's great. Master Zhang, it seems that you know everything." Zhang Chengyue said, "I am the eldest disciple of the headmaster of the sect. Of course I have to know everything. Otherwise, I would not be worthy of the title of headmaster." Zhang Xiaohua asked with a smile, "What about the fist art that the headmaster promised me?" Zhang Chengyue snorted and looked as if he had expected this. He took out a brand new book from his arms and threw it to Zhang Xiaohua, saying, "That's good. This is the fist art that you want." Zhang Xiaohua reached out and took it. Looking at the fist art that had nothing written on the cover, she carefully looked through the familiar moves one by one. Unexpectedly, she did not find any flaws. She could not help but smile and say, "The Misty School is really amazing. There is not a trace of error in the copy of this fist art." Zhang Chengyue secretly cursed in his heart. "Nonsense, this was not carefully copied by me. How could I dare to make a mistake?" Seeing Zhang Xiaohua put the fist art into her arms, Zhang Chengyue said again, "Zhang Xiaohua, although the headmaster promised to give you this fist art, please keep it carefully. Don't give it away casually and don't lose it." Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua quickly said, "Don't worry, Master's Uncle Zhang. I know that you value this fist art very much. I promise you that I will never give this fist art to outsiders, nor will I teach it to others casually. Don't worry." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was very understanding, Zhang Chengyue did not say much. Zhang Xiaohua left Zhang Chengyue's place and looked back at the small courtyard that looked ordinary on the outside but was extremely comfortable on the inside. She thought to herself that she did not know when she would have time to absorb the qi of heaven and earth again. Thinking about what Zhang Chengyue promised her, it seemed that when she had time, she would have to walk around the Misty School and look for places with dense qi of heaven and earth. However, this was a matter for the future. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua only wanted to see Zhang Xiaohu and discuss with him about returning to the Guozhuang house. When she thought of the Guozhuang house, Zhang Xiaohua could not hold back the fire in her heart. She wanted to take a step into the small courtyard where she could see the central room at a glance. When she arrived at Zhang Xiaohu's small courtyard, Zhang Xiaohu did not sit cross-legged and diligently practice his internal energy like Zhang Xiaohua had imagined. Instead, He took a small teapot and sat comfortably under a tree with his eyes closed, as if he had fallen asleep. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Second brother, I heard that you have just received Hero Wen's teachings. Why aren't you diligently practicing? You still have the leisure to listen to the wind here?" When Zhang Xiaohu saw his younger brother enter, he quickly greeted him and poured a cup of water for him. He explained, "The way of martial arts is to combine tension and relaxation. Although hard work is important in the practice of the qi of heaven and earth, the most important thing is comprehension. A moment of enlightenment is better than 100 days of hard work. This is the principle. In the past, when I was in the Lotus Escort Agency, I did not understand this and practiced to death. Now that I have heard Master's words, I know that there are many secrets to practicing martial arts." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but be shocked. Wasn't this the reason why she was still thinking about the Misty School's qi of heaven and earth? She was too concerned about the amount of internal energy, and always wanted to eat until she became a big fatty. Now that her second brother's words had woken her up, it was better to relax a little. Thus Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Thank you, second brother, for the reminder. I understand." Zhang Xiaohu saw that his younger brother was so intelligent and was also happy. After receiving Wen Wenhai's teachings, he always wanted to tell Zhang Xiaohua what he had learned. The qi of heaven and earth was a secret of the Misty School that was not passed on to others. Of course, he himself could not say anything. However, these experiences of practicing martial arts were not included in this list. The two brothers talked about the recent situation with each other. Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Second brother, I have already asked for leave from sect leader O. He said that he wanted to go back to the Guozhuang house. He also agreed. Now that you have received Hero Wen's teachings, will you be able to go? If you can't, I will wait for you." Zhang Xiaohu said, "Didn't I just say that I have already learned the first level of the art of heaven and earth? Now I need to understand the qi of heaven and earth and slowly improve my state of mind. Only then can I practice better. Returning to the Guozhuang house can also be considered a form of practice. I will go ask Master. If it is possible, we can choose a day to leave." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, "That is good. You go ask Hero Wen first. I will wait for your news." Zhang Xiaohu saw that his younger brother was so impatient and knew that he was extremely homesick. He tidied up a little and went out. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that her second brother had left, she was bored and could not help but try to draw qi into her body. Of course, the amount of qi in Zhang Xiaohu's courtyard was pitifully low. Zhang Xiaohua gave up after drawing in a few strands. Just like a person who has eaten delicacies from the mountains and seas, if you let him eat chaff again, no matter how much he eats, he will not feel good. After a long time, Zhang Xiaohu came back with a straight face. Zhang Xiaohua saw that and felt that something was wrong. She asked, "Second brother, what is it? Is it because Hero Wen doesn't agree?" Zhang Xiaohu said dejectedly, "Yes, Master said that I have only just learned this internal energy. How can I leave Master's guidance so casually?" Zhang Xiaohua was also disheartened. She sat down dejectedly and said, "Sigh, then what should we do? I really want to go back and take a look." Zhang Xiaohu said, "Yes, we can't go back now. However, after 2 or 3 days we can." Zhang Xiaohua said, 2 or 3 days is such a long time." At this point, she suddenly realized something and said with a smile, "Second brother, you are coaxing me. It has only been 2 or 3 days. Why do you look so sad?" Chapter 218. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu's face immediately changed into a happy one. He said, "Yes, I'm eager to go home, but I have to stay here for a few more days. My heart is itching just thinking about it." Zhang Xiaohua said in all seriousness, "This kind of mentality is not conducive to the cultivation of the inner force cultivation method. Second brother, didn't you just say that haste is not the end of the road? Now that we haven't seen each other for a while, you've become impetuous again?" Zhang Xiaohu opened his eyes slightly and looked at Zhang Xiaohua in front of him. He inadvertently showed a smile and said, "I know. As the ancient saying goes, the onlooker sees the game clearly, but the person involved is confused. Don't laugh at me. It's better to practice more." Zhang Xiaohua did not refute and nodded. That's right. The two of them made preparations to go home again, and then they parted. Zhang Xiaohua went out of Zhang Xiaohu's small courtyard. The Misty School had returned to tranquility at this time. Perhaps Peng's order was effective, and the government decrees were smooth. Perhaps it was because after these days, the forbidden area did not cause trouble again, and the disciples were less in awe. In short, it was no different from the previous Misty School. There was no panic and mystery like last time. Returning to Huanxi Mountain Villa again, Zhang Xiaohua was a little emotional. Since the day she was taken to the Misty School to participate in the martial arts exhibition, she had hardly stayed in Huanxi Mountain Villa. During this period of time, the things that happened were really complicated. In a few days she would have to go back to Guozhuang House, and she would have to say goodbye to the villa again. The first thing Zhang Xiaohua did after entering the villa was to go to the medicine field. Sure enough, as she expected, most of the medicinal herbs that were almost dead before had survived. Moreover, the medicine field was well maintained, and no weeds grew. Presumably, He Tianshu and Ye Xiao'er had been worried about it these days. When she looked up again, the small straw shed she had painstakingly built was gone. They must have found it an eyesore. However, it did not matter. Not to mention that she was not in the villa for the time being. Even if she came back in the future, she would not dare to snatch food from the mouth of the grass again. When she saw that the medicine field was still bare without sprouts, Zhang Xiaohua did not feel as helpless as before. Anyway, she already knew the reason why this kind of seeds could not germinate. She only needed to find a way to give these seeds enough pneuma. However, even the pneuma gathered by practicing heavenly thunder was not enough. For the time being, Zhang Xiaohua still could not think of a good way. On the way back to the small courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua unexpectedly met Ma Jing and Lu Er again. Ma Jing was still thin like a hemp stick, but Lu Er was getting fatter. Presumably, he had already made up for the loss of leaving the villa during this period. When Zhang Xiaohua saw Ma Jing from afar, she smiled and cupped her hands to salute him. Since she had been with He Tianshu and others, she had not talked to Ma Jing for a long time. Although she was still afraid of his smelly hands, it should be okay to talk from afar. However, Ma Jing was not as arrogant as she imagined. Instead, he trotted over from afar. Even Lu Er, who was behind him, was caught off guard and left far behind. When he got closer, Ma Jing rushed to salute her and said, "Little brother Zhang, long time no see. How are you now?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was stunned. She looked up and down, left and right. Was this still Ma Jing? She asked doubtfully, "Brother Ma, what are you doing?" Ma Jing waved his hand and said, "Don't call me Brother Ma. I'm just a few years older than you. Just call me Ma Jing. Little brother Zhang, I know you are a talent. When you first moved in, I knew it. Really, in the future, I must leave a plaque in my hut that says Zhang Xiaohua sleeps here. When you become famous in Jianghu, you can let people visit. Every time it will be 1 copper coin. What do you think? By the way, why don't you leave me a calligraphy? I heard that you can write now. You are much better than me, who can't open my eyes." After that, he looked excited and wanted to hold Zhang Xiaohua's hands. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to let him come close. She quickly cupped her hands and said, "Brother Ma, I still have things to do. You can do as you see fit. I'll go first." After that, she used the levitation skill and left quickly. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's magical lightness skill, Ma Jing was even more admiring. He said, "Tisk Tsk, you are really not an ordinary person. When you first came, you were a country boy who knew nothing. Looking at your kung fu, no wonder even the old bald donkey of the Dalan Temple was no match for you. Alas, comparisons are odious. Why doesn't He Tianshu like me, a martial arts genius?" After that, he naturally put his fingers under his nose and sniffed. He called Lu Er, who had just caught up, and they went to do things together. Zhang Xiaohua walked and thought, why did Ma Jing become so distant? However, just now I wanted to say something to him. But when I opened my mouth, I didn't know what to say. This guy used to be hateful and bullied me repeatedly. But now, when I want to punish him, I don't have such thoughts. It's really strange. In fact, it was simple. Although Zhang Xiaohua and Ma Jing lived in the same courtyard, they were in 2 different worlds. How could they have the same topic? At this time, it was easy for Zhang Xiaohua to teach Ma Jing a lesson. But he was not a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. How could he have the leisure to find trouble with him? What's more, Zhang Xiaohua showed great power in the martial arts exhibition. Although the Misty School would not publicize this kind of thing, it was not a secret. It was bound to be spread in Jianghu. Huanqi Villa was so close that it was natural that no one knew about it. Maybe people in Jianghu would not care about it. It was just a competition between low-level disciples in Jianghu. But for servants like Ma Jing, it was a big deal. When they thought about how they bullied Zhang Xiaohua when he first came to Huanqi Villa, they were all frightened. If Zhang Xiaohua brought up old scores and came to find trouble, how could they be his opponent? Therefore, when Ma Jing saw Zhang Xiaohua, he immediately went to curry favor with him. On the one hand, he wanted to use the reason that he was familiar with Zhang Xiaohua to get close to him. On the other hand, he wanted to let Zhang Xiaohua calm down and not hate his previous mistakes. Zhang Xiaohua gradually understood Ma Jing's intention as he walked. He could not help laughing secretly. Now he was a person who could talk directly with Grand Gang leader O and the disciple of sect leader Zhang. How could he care about these servants? When he was thinking, he saw the arched door in front of him. He could not help but be shocked. How could he walk so fast today? At this time, Zhang Xiaohua found that he actually used the levitation skill, which was lightness skill all the way. Zhang Xiaohua was happy. He could barely float in the air before he attracted thunder. These days he did not practice lightness skill, but he could improve so much. It seemed that the levitation skill should be related to internal force. Seeing that it was still early, Zhang Xiaohua did not enter the small courtyard. He turned his head and used lightness skill to rush into the small forest. After entering the forest, Zhang Xiaohua did not continue to practice lightness skill. Instead, he sat cross-legged and checked the qi in his meridians. After he had a good idea, he then silently chanted the levitation skill of ethereal steps. He guided the qi to flow in his meridians and his body slowly floated up. Following that, Zhang Xiaohua followed the lightness skill recorded in the ethereal steps, and he Tianqu's lightness skill. He leaped up and down in the forest, running around like a bullet. After practicing for a while, Zhang Xiaohua was in a good mood. Although he had just started to use lightness skill and there was a limit to the height he could reach, he could already use it. In the future, he would not need to walk step by step. Presumably, with the improvement of his skills, it would only be a matter of time before he could reach a higher realm. After his mood calmed down, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged again and checked his qi. This check was not important. The qi that was as thick as a cotton thread had shrunk. Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached. It was not easy for him to absorb some qi of heaven and earth. He had wasted a lot of it just by going up and down. How would he dare to use it in the future? This lightness skill was also a waste of internal energy. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua did not immediately get up. Instead, he silently circulated the Heart Sutra cultivation method and circulated the qi in his meridians. After a careful check, Zhang Xiaohua heaved a sigh of relief. The shrunken qi had already recovered a little. Fortunately, even if there was no qi of heaven and earth to absorb, he could still recover by circulating his qi. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaohua would not dare to use lightness skill. Following that, Zhang Xiaohua continued to practice in the forest. He gradually realized that if he simply floated a little in the air and used the ethereal steps lightness skill to move forward, the consumption of qi would be the least. If he floated for a long period of time and did not use lightness skill, the consumption of qi would be a lot. And what consumed the most qi was to float for a long period of time. When he floated a little higher, he would simply use his qi to float forward. He would not use ethereal steps or borrow strength from external objects. However, Zhang Xiaohua had some doubts. Was this still lightness skill? After finishing his practice, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged in the forest and meditated for a long time before returning to the small courtyard. The scene in the small courtyard was the same as when Zhang Xiaohua first arrived. Zhang Xiaohua first tidied up his little house. Previously, he had only finished half of it when he went to the herb farm. The next day he was still thinking about the herb farm and forgot about it. If he did not tidy it up this time, who knew when the next time would be? When everything was in order, Zhang Xiaohua pushed open the door and came to He Tianqu's door. Gently knocking on the door, He Tianqu's familiar voice sounded. "Who is it? Come in." Seeing that it was Zhang Xiaohua who came in, He Tianqu smiled and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, you have finally shown yourself. Sai, you are now a mysterious person." Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and said, Team leader he, please don't laugh at me. It's just that big sect leader is looking for me for some matters. Won't I be back once I'm done? Where else can I go? He Tianshu shook his head and said, to be able to see big sect leader from time to time and work for big sect leader is the wish of all the disciples in our Misty School. For someone like you, who is not even a disciple of our Misty School, to be able to gain big sect leader's favor, it really makes us envious. Envious? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Chapter 219. To be honest, sect leader O had treated her quite well. Not only was he trying to repay her kindness by accepting her second brother, Zhang Xiaohu, into the Misty School, but he had also rewarded her after the martial arts exhibition. All of these had made Zhang Xiaohua extremely satisfied. However, Zhang Xiaohua still felt a little awkward. It was just awkwardness, not dissatisfaction. She had only recorded her messy fist technique for him, but he had already secretly hinted that the fist technique would belong to the Misty School in the future, and would no longer belong to her. People always had a kind of laziness. If something belonged to them, even if they didn't use it, they wouldn't want it to be taken away by others. As long as it was taken by others, no matter if it was valuable or lowly, they would be concerned. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua still didn't understand the fist of the North Star. She didn't know why it had the effect of tempering bones, and she also didn't know if it would be effective for others to practice it. This fist technique was easy to obtain, and she didn't have to risk her life to obtain it, so she didn't think it was too precious. However, sect leader O's attitude towards the fist of the North Star made it seem like he was determined to obtain it, which made Zhang Xiaohua faintly feel that this fist technique wasn't simple. However, it was this not simple that made Zhang Xiaohua ponder. This was clearly a fist technique that she had pieced together, but she felt that it had something to do with Opang. He even asked if there were 360 moves, and if she had learned it from a secret manual, as if she had taken advantage of him. Thinking about Zhang Qingyue's personal and secret record, Zhang Xiaohua also knew that this fist technique of hers must have a name. But what was this name? Could it be used to temper bones? Or was it something else? Zhang Xiaohua didn't know. Thinking up to this point, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the token and the stack of banknotes that sect leader O had given her. She felt relieved. Everyone did their best and took what they needed. She had been thinking too much. Soon after, she smiled and said, That's right. You guys can be envious. If you can also defeat the monks of the Dalan Temple, sect leader O will let you go himself. He Tianshu said, You only defeated 2 low-level monks, and you're already so proud? How can I improve in the future? Zhang Xiaohua said helplessly, We have to find a reason for all of you. Naturally, this is the most boastful. He Tianshu shook his head and said, It was pure luck that you won. When it comes to the level of martial arts, you are far behind him. Then, as though he had thought of something, he said, That's right, Zhang Xiaohua. A few days ago, Zhang Changyue suddenly looked for me and took away the levitation technique from the 3rd level of the ethereal steps. He even specially asked me if anyone else had seen this ethereal steps. Zhang Xiaohua said, I know. When Grand Sect Master asked me that day, I said that I saw the levitation technique in the ethereal steps. He was very surprised. Only then did he know that Grand Master Zhang had given it to us by mistake. So what if he took it away? You've seen it anyway. By the way, have you learned it? He Tianshu shook his head repeatedly and said, Those are all legendary kung fu. How can I practice it? Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly and asked, Team leader he, is what you said the other day true? Are you lying to me? This levitation technique is really just a legend and no one knows it? He Tianshu smiled and said, If it wasn't a legend, would Zhang Changyue have taken away that kung fu? He still left the other kung fu for us. Zhang Xiaohua nodded thoughtfully. He Tianshu asked Zhang Xiaohua, Why are you looking for me? Zhang Xiaohua then came to a realization and said, Team leader he, it's like this. Didn't I tell you earlier that it has been almost 2 years since I left the Guozhuang house and came to Pingyang City? I miss home very much. Now that there's nothing going on in the villa, I would like to take leave from you and go back to take a look. He Tianshu said, logically speaking, It's normal for you to go home, so I'll definitely allow you to take a leave. However, have you forgotten that Manor Hedo said that you can follow us to take care of the medicinal field, but you're free to do whatever you want. I have no reason to restrict you. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, I don't have such high treatment. The villa head just said it casually. Tianshu didn't think so. How could people at Openg and Oyan's level speak empty words? Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to look for Oyan. Zhang Xiaohua hadn't been to the inner courtyard for a long time. When she walked to the door of Qiuju's courtyard, the small door was still open. Zhang Xiaohua knocked on the door and called out, Is Sister Qiuju in? Who is it? A voice sounded. Qiuju opened the door and came out. Zhang Xiaohua saluted and said, Sister Qiuju, I want to see the villa head. Can you help me inform him? When Qiuju saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua, she smiled and said, Okay. Zhang Xiaohua, wait a moment. I'll be back soon. After saying that, she walked towards the inner courtyard. After taking a few steps, she turned back and said, Zhang Xiaohua, don't touch the things in the courtyard. I'll be back soon. Zhang Xiaohua, who was pacing back and forth, immediately stood still and said, I know. Sister Qiuju, I'll stand here and not move. When Qiuju saw that, she covered her mouth and laughed. She quickly walked into the inner courtyard. Not long after, Qiuju came back. When she saw that Zhang Xiaohua was still standing there, she laughed secretly and said, Zhang Xiaohua, the villa head is in the main hall. He's talking to Sister Qiutong. You should go quickly. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem to hear her and didn't move. Qiuju said, The villa head asked you to go in. Why aren't you leaving? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, Sister Qiuju, I've been to the inner courtyard a few times, but I've long forgotten how to get there. You should lead me there. Qiuju was helpless and thought to herself, You should have said so earlier. I might as well have just brought you in. Now I have to make 2 trips. When Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the main hall of the inner courtyard, Oyan and Qiutong were indeed there. When the 2 of them saw Zhang Xiaohua, they were very happy. Oyan smiled and said, Zhang Xiaohua, you're finally back from the Misty Mountain Villa. I thought the sect head would ask you to stay. Zhang Xiaohua saluted and said, How could that be? The Misty School is full of elites. I can only go there to plant herbs for the pharmacy hall. Qiutong asked Zhang Xiaohua, I heard from the disciples of the Misty School that you were very impressive in the martial arts exhibition. You actually passed 3 tests and defeated the disciples of the Dalan Temple in the end. Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, Well, Sister Qiutong, don't flatter me. Others may not know my background, but how can the 2 of you not know me? I'm sure you know the situation of the 3 tests. The first test was purely a trick of the ethereal steps. I only fought 9 battles to a draw. Who knew that I would be the last one to pass? Moreover, the last little monk, to be honest, was defeated by me because he was a vegetarian every day. He didn't have as much strength as me. When it comes to real martial arts, Captain, he said that I'm far inferior to him. Oyan was very happy to hear this. No matter what, Zhang Xiaohua was still a member of the Huanxi Mountain Villa. Being able to stand out in the martial arts exhibition, especially in the face of the challenge from the Dalan Temple, and being able to help her brother was also her pride as the villa master. She originally thought that Zhang Xiaohua might not know how to reflect on herself and would inevitably be arrogant. She wanted to give her a warning, but now it seemed that she was overthinking. Therefore, she narrowed her eyes and said, Zhang Xiaohua, you don't have to be modest. There's a reason why no one from the Huanxi Mountain Villa and the Lotus Escort Agency dared to participate in the martial arts exhibition. I heard that this time, 2 people from the Lotus Escort Agency suffered a crushing defeat. Presumably, in the next few decades no one will participate. But you've made our Huanxi Mountain Villa proud and proud. I'm very relieved. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, Sister O is too polite. You've always treated me well. In fact, I didn't think that I could win, let alone win for the villa. Oyan laughed out loud and said, You're honest. However, you've achieved good results in the martial arts exhibition. But the Misty School didn't reward you. Are you very disappointed? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, That's not true. Sister Qiutong already told me before the martial arts exhibition. Qiutong also spoke at this time and said, Yes, at that time, I did ask the Misty School's steward. However, I forgot to check the old records of our Huanxi Mountain Villa. Just when you were participating in the martial arts exhibition, I specially looked at the old records and found some interesting things. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Sister Qiutong, what interesting things did you find? Oyen said, it's nothing interesting. It's just that our Huanxi Mountain Villa's people have won in the martial arts exhibition before. Even if the Misty School doesn't reward us, we should still reward ourselves. Ah! Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. There was actually such a good thing? Qiutong smiled and said, our Huanxi Mountain Villa is different from the Misty School. They reward internal strength cultivation methods, but we don't have that. However, we don't lack money, so we'll reward you with this. Zhang Xiaohua was so happy that her mouth was about to become crooked. Wasn't this what she liked the most? If she didn't reward this, what else could she reward? Oyen said, moreover, it's not only about money but also your position. However, Zhang Xiaohua, you're still young, so I won't give you this position. I'll reward you with more money. Zhang Xiaohua nodded her head like a chick pecking rice. What a joke, why would she want a position? She didn't even want to hang out with Ma Jing and the others. Giving her some money was the most practical. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua agreed, Oyen gestured to Qiutong and said, I heard from Qiuju that you were coming, so I asked Qiutong to get it for you. After saying that, Qiutong went out. Not long after, she came in with a few thick stacks of banknotes. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes widened. She exclaimed in her heart, my goodness, our Huanxi Mountain Villa's generosity is no less than the Misty School's. Sect leader O offered 10,000 taels of gold as soon as she opened her mouth. Our villa mistress O is also a woman who doesn't lose out to men. I'm impressed. Zhang Xiaohua saw Qiutong approaching and quickly waved her hand. Sister O, please don't scare me. I can't take so much money. Oyen smiled and said, you haven't seen it yet. How do you know so much? Zhang Xiaohua pointed at the banknotes in Qiutong's hand and said, Sister O, from the looks of it, it must be tens of thousands of taels. Qiutong smiled and said, of course not. Miss O heard that you asked Zhang Chengyue to exchange 1,000 taels of banknotes for 10 taels each, so she asked me to do the same. I exchanged 1 tael for each banknote. There are 400 banknotes in total, so it's 400 taels. You can count it. Zhang Xiaohua almost fell down. Big sister, you can't play like this. Chapter 220. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua lose his composure, Oyen and Qiutong were overjoyed. Then Qiutong smiled and said, don't look so sad. Young miss was just joking with you. Think about it, where would the bank have banknotes worth 1 tael of silver? The banknotes here are all worth 5 taels. Young miss had the accountant go to the bank to exchange for them. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua understand that the 2 big sisters were making fun of him. However, 400 banknotes worth 5 taels was a total of 2,000 taels of silver. Zhang Xiaohua felt a little dizzy. He couldn't help but wave his hand and say, Big sister O, isn't this a little too much? Big sect leader only rewarded me with 1,000 taels of silver. You're giving me so much at once. I feel like my hands are burning. Oyen smiled and said, actually, this silver is not just a reward for you at this martial arts exhibition. Last time when you saved my life, you only took 100 taels of silver. I really feel bad about it, so I prepared a little more. Also, I heard from Big Sect Leader that you're taking leave on behalf of your second brother, and are preparing to go home. You and your second brother probably didn't save much money while you were away. You changed the 1,000 taels of silver into 10 taels of silver each. Are you planning to bring them home? Zhang Xiaohua replied honestly, yes, big sister O. That's exactly what I was thinking. That's good. Take these banknotes and give them to your family. Let them know that you're doing well outside, and that they don't have to worry about you in the future. Zhang Xiaohua still refused. Although he saved Oyen's life, her brother accepted Zhang Xiaohu into the Misty School, and gave him the ethereal steps. These could all be compensated. Now, Oyen gave him such a large amount of banknotes. If it was like the first time, it was only 400 taels, although it was a large amount to Zhang Xiaohua, it was still acceptable. However, this 2,000 taels really made Zhang Xiaohua afraid. Oyen saw that Zhang Xiaohua was refusing again, and her face was a little unhappy. Qiutong observed Zhang Xiaohua's expression and hurriedly winked at him. Zhang Xiaohua, young Mrs. Kind intentions are just because you've won glory for the manor. It's also because you saved her life. How can it be justified? Moreover, the manor will have a lot of use for you in the future. If you have the heart, you should keep the manner in your heart and protect it more. Maybe in the future, your contribution to the manor will be more than 1,000 taels of silver. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua knew that if she didn't accept it, she would be absolutely tactless. She immediately bowed deeply to Oyen and said, "Thank you, big sister O. It would be impolite for me to refuse." Oyen then smiled and said, "That's good. Zhang Xiaohua, big sister is also a person who rewards and punishes clearly. If you didn't contribute to the manor, why would I reward you? Since you've taken it out, don't let big sister take it back." After Zhang Xiaohua kept the banknotes, she asked again, "Zhang Xiaohua, since you've already asked for leave from big gang leader, when will you go back?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "In 2 or 3 days. My second brother has just been taught by Swordsman 1. He may need to consolidate what he has learned. I came to see big sister O this time because I want to ask for leave and go back with my second brother." How could Oyen refuse? Naturally, she agreed. She even urged Zhang Xiaohua to stay at home for a few more days to accompany her father and mother. There was no need to rush back. Zhang Xiaohua was also very grateful. Oyen then asked about the matter of the herbs in the medicinal field dying and coming back to life. Zhang Xiaohua answered one by one. She even impulsively wanted to talk about the qi of heaven and earth. Fortunately, when she was about to say it, she remembered that she had stolen the Carefree Heart Sutra. If Openg knew about this, it would be very bad. Only then did she tactfully shut her mouth. However, because of how Oyen treated her, Zhang Xiaohua was once again secretly determined to help her solve the problem of the seeds not germinating. Coming out from the inner courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua had nothing to do. First, she went to the small forest where she used to practice martial arts. After she finished practicing her fist and sword techniques, she returned to the small house to meditate and practice. Drawing qi into the body naturally could not be practiced. However, refining the meridians and increasing the essential qi could be practiced. It was not until nightfall that the essential qi in Zhang Xiaohua's meridians recovered slightly, making up for the loss from practicing the levitation technique. As she would be returning to the Guozhuang house in a few days, Zhang Xiaohua did not even go to the medicinal field. Ever since the accident in the medicinal field, Zhang Xiaohua and the rest were much more diligent than before. Even He Tianshu, who was practicing the ethereal steps, would often go to the fields to help. It did not matter if Zhang Xiaohua was there or not. As a result, Zhang Xiaohua mostly practiced martial arts in the forest and mental cultivation method in the small house. The forest was very secluded and no one usually went there. Sometimes Zhang Xiaohua would also meditate in the forest. The essential qi he used to practice the levitation technique would be replenished after a day. He even felt that his essential qi had increased slightly. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua also felt that he preferred to practice mental cultivation method in the forest. The small house was too quiet and the essential qi was stable. However, in the forest the essential qi was lively and had a pleasant feeling. One day when Zhang Xiaohua was practicing his qi in the forest, she suddenly remembered that her fellow villager, Li Jinfeng, had visited her house during the new year. This time she had to go back and take a look at Li Jinfeng's house. Therefore, before she left, she had to go to the academy to see Li Jinfeng. Moreover, ever since she returned to the Huanqi Manor, Li Jinfeng had come once and they had not seen each other for several months. Zhang Xiaohua had a good impression of this man who was not too snobbish. Of course, she was willing to get closer to him. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua stopped practicing kung fu. She hurried out of the manor and went to the academy to find Li Jinfeng. Zhang Xiaohua had not been to the academy where Li Jinfeng was. She asked around on the way and found it. Coincidentally, Li Jinfeng had gone out with the teacher to collect wind and could not come back recently. However, Zhang Xiaohua was not without any results. From the teacher of the academy, Zhang Xiaohua found out Li Jinfeng's address in Luzhen. With one thing off her mind, Zhang Xiaohua returned to the manor to continue her practice and quietly waited for Zhang Xiaohu. However, after waiting for 3 or 4 days, he still did not come. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel a little strange. She secretly thought, could it be that the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks? On this day, Zhang Xiaohua was reading in the hut when she heard footsteps coming towards her room. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but smile. Wasn't that her second brother's footsteps? She hurried to the door and opened it first. She smiled and said, "Second brother, you're finally here." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua suddenly walk out, Zhang Xiaohu was shocked and said, "Xiaohua, how did you know I was here?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "I've been listening to your footsteps for more than 10 years. Naturally, I can tell." But Zhang Xiaohu was a little puzzled. He was still far from the hut. How could Zhang Xiaohua hear him? Zhang Xiaohua did not care about these details. She anxiously asked, "Second brother, how's your Nigong practice? Can we go now?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Naturally, I've finished practicing. Otherwise, how could I come to find you? Why did you wait for so long? Didn't you say it would be done in 2 days?" Alas, the cultivation of this inner force cultivation method is really dangerous. When I was cultivating, I was a bit impatient and almost went berserk, causing my true chi to divert. Fortunately, Master was by my side. Furthermore, I had just reached the first level, which is very shallow. Therefore, it didn't cause any major problems. I had to rest for a few more days before Master let me go. Zhang Xiaohua cried out, "Second brother, is there really nothing wrong?" Zhang Xiaohu waved his arm and said, "Look, there really is nothing wrong. The reason why the ethereal divine art is our Misty School's most powerful martial art is not because of its power. The main thing is that it's very peaceful when practicing it. Master said that I was too impatient. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any problems. Now that it's been nourished, there naturally won't be any problems." Zhang Xiaohua face-bombed and said, "Peaceful? It's just the beginning and there's already a problem. It would be strange if it's reassuring." Zhang Xiaohu said, "Forget it, it's all in the past. By the way, are you ready?" Zhang Xiaohua pointed to the package on the Kong and said, "I've been ready for a long time, just waiting for you to come. Let's set off." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "That's good. I'm also ready. Let's set off now." Zhang Xiaohua jumped up with a smile and ran to the Kong. She picked up the package and said, "Then let's go." The two of them went out of the side door of the Huanxi Mountain Villa. There were 2 big red horses tied to the tree in front of them. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu walk straight to the tree, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be stunned. She hesitated and asked, "Second brother, you're not going to tell me that these 2 handsome horses are the ones we're going to ride back, are you?" Zhang Xiaohu walked to the front of the horses and tidied up the saddle. He turned back and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "You guessed right, but there's no prize." "Really?" Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. He had never thought of riding a horse back to Lu Town. When he came back from the south, he was very eager to ride a horse, but he didn't have the chance. The last time he went to the Misty School, he got addicted to riding a horse, but the result was miserable and he was thrown down. But even so, being able to ride a horse back home was better than sitting in a carriage. Moreover, it saved him a lot of effort in front of the carriage. It was the best of both worlds. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the front of the other horse and looked up and down happily. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu told him the origin of the horse. It turned out that when the disciples of the Misty School went out, they generally had a public horse as a mount. They just had to register and get it, and when they finished their business they could come back and hand it in. Zhang Xiaohu was new here and didn't know much about it. When Wen Hai told him when he occasionally mentioned to his master that he wanted to take a carriage back. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohu originally planned to get a horse and let Zhang Xiaohua ride the same horse with him. But when he thought that Zhang Xiaohua had long wanted to ride a horse by herself, he tentatively asked if he could get an extra one. When the horse steward heard that the direct disciple of the Grand Faction leader wanted to get an extra horse, how could he agree to such a trivial matter? This was simply flattery delivered to his door. It would be a waste if he didn't buy it. That's why he got 2 handsome horses. Chapter 221. Zhang Xiaohu helped Zhang Xiaohua onto the horse's back and said with a smile, "This is your first time riding a horse. I'll lead you for 2 laps first. When you get used to it, we'll continue. In fact, riding a horse is quite simple. You just need to keep your balance with the horse, and then control the reins to let the horse know your intention." These 2 horses were trained by our Misty School and are very obedient. Thus Zhang Xiaohua sat on the horse's back, and let Zhang Xiaohu lead the horse for 2 laps around the square in front of Huanxi Manor. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua had ridden a horse before and knew how it felt inside. After Zhang Xiaohu's guidance, he quickly learned how to control it. Zhang Xiaohua had also learned the levitation technique. The levitation technique was very particular about balance. The levitation technique was also very particular about balance. How could the balance on the horse's back be difficult for him? After familiarizing himself with the horse for 2 laps, Zhang Xiaohua could slowly trot the horse by himself. After running 2 laps around the square, Zhang Xiaohu also mounted the horse and said, "Well, Xiaohua, you learn very quickly. Since you have learned it, let's go back quickly." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and agreed. The two turned the horse's head and galloped out of the square of Huanxi Manor. At first, Zhang Xiaohua was not quite used to it. It was not only because it was his first time riding a horse and he couldn't grasp the essentials. These skills and movements were becoming more skillful as time passed. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua had always been faster with his hands and feet than his brain. Before Zhang Xiaohua could think, his body had already adapted to the posture on the horse's back. What made Zhang Xiaohua even more uncomfortable was the feeling of riding a tall horse in the middle of the road. That kind of feeling was like a thorn on his back, and that kind of feeling that the whole street was looking at him. From time to time, Zhang Xiaohua had to lower his head to check if there was anything wrong with his clothes and riding posture. This kind of feeling made his mind a mess. He couldn't even hear some of the words that his second brother said to him clearly. Zhang Xiaohu rode in front and turned back to talk to Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was absent-minded, he felt strange. He loosened the reins and slowed down the horse until it was level with Zhang Xiaohua. Then he asked, "Xiaohua, are you not feeling well?" Zhang Xiaohua looked around and said, "No, second brother, it's quite good." "Then, is it because you have just learned to ride a horse?" "That's right, second brother. I'm sitting so high up on the horse. Everyone on the street is looking at me." "Ha ha." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu laughed loudly and said, "It's normal, it's normal. Xiaohua, when I first rode a horse it was the same. I felt like I was the focus of the world. Everyone was looking at me, and I didn't know where to put my hands and feet. But after a long time I realized that it wasn't like that. Although others were looking at you, they were just looking at you as if you were on the ground. How could it be called attention? It's just that I'm not used to a new environment. Once you get used to it, you'll understand. If you don't believe me, look at their eyes. They just sweep past you and don't stay on you." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he really paid attention. Sure enough, they just glanced at him. How could they be looking at him like he was thinking about? At most, they would be a little surprised when they saw such a handsome horse riding an ordinary young man. Some would only be slightly envious. Everything was caused by his state of mind. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have wiped away some of the dust in his heart. He seemed to have understood something. Then, he laughed and shook the reins of his horse. He whipped the horse's buttocks. The horse felt the pain and quickly galloped away. This action attracted the disdain of everyone on the street. However, how could the attention of others leave any trace in Zhang Xiaohua's heart? Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua, the two brothers, rode their horses freely and according to their moods, gradually moving away from Pingyang City. Just as they reached the outskirts of the city, Zhang Xiaohu slapped his forehead and said, "Ayo Xiaohua, I forgot something." "Ah." Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and said, "It can't be, second brother. Don't tell me you didn't ask for the way home?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly and said, "That's not it. Then you must have left the money you brought home in the house." "It's okay, I still have some here." Zhang Xiaohu still shook his head and said, "I won't forget those. These 2 days I was busy cultivating my inner energy and packing my things. I forgot to look for young Master Li. He even came to our house to visit during the new year. If we don't pay him a visit when we go back this time, it will be rude." Zhang Xiaohua felt relieved and said, "I thought it was something serious. I already went there. Young Master Li is not around. I heard that he went out with teacher to gather wind." "Oh, you went there? That's good." Zhang Xiaohu was relieved this time. However, he immediately asked, "Gathering wind? What wind? Are you sure it's not gathering flowers or having a stroke?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "I couldn't tell that second brother has such a sense of humor. Gathering wind is not what you said, which is to collect folk songs and music. Sigh, only a refined scholar like young Master Li would go to the fields to observe the customs and compose songs in addition to his studies. We are just fooling around in the fields every day. How can we have the time to do that?" Zhang Xiaohu knew that he had misunderstood and said with a smile, "Everyone has their own interests. I wonder how father, mother, brother and sister-in-law are doing in the Guozhuang house. Let's go. Who cares if they are gathering wind or having a stroke? Let's talk about it when we go back home." Zhang Xiaohua said, "That's true. However, I have already asked for young Master Li's house address. When we are free, let's pay him a visit." Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, "Young Master Li treats us very well. Indeed, we should pay him a visit." When Zhang Xiaohu and his brother came to Pingyang City 2 years ago, they were empty-handed and had nothing in front of them. They were looking forward to the road ahead, but more than that, they were ignorant. They sat in the horse carriage and crashed into people in Pingyang City. Now that they were back home, they felt like they had returned home in glory. They abandoned the horse carriage and sat upright on the tall horses. The scenery along the way was really carefree. Although Zhang Xiaohua had been an escort before, it was a team after all. This was her first time riding a horse on a long journey alone. There were many differences. For this reason, Zhang Xiaohu had done his homework. Not only did he ask for the route home clearly, he also remembered the things to take note of along the way. However, with his previous experience, these were not difficult. The two of them chatted as they walked. It was not until noon that they saw a small shop by the roadside. The two of them slowed down and prepared to rest. This was a very ordinary roadside shed, very simple and crude. There were a few thin pillars in front of the shed, and a few inferior horses were randomly tied to it. Under the shed, there were only a few broken tables and a few stools. There were not many people and they were all too lazy to sit there. When they heard the sound of the horse hooves stopping, they immediately perked up and looked outside. Zhang Xiaohu jumped off his horse first. He was about to turn around and hold Zhang Xiaohua's horse and carry him down when he saw the inferior horses tied in front of the shed and the people in the shed. He could not help but frown. At this moment, a slick-looking waiter walked out of the shed and asked with a smile, "Sir, are you here for a snack or lunch?" When Zhang Xiaohu saw this, he immediately said, "No, we don't intend to rest." After that, he looked back at Zhang Xiaohua and gestured. He let his horse, walked a few steps and turned over. When Zhang Xiaohua came in front of him, he whispered, "Don't talk. Let's go. We'll rest in the front." After that, he whipped Zhang Xiaohua's horse. When Zhang Xiaohua's horse started to move, he clamped his legs and followed closely. When the man saw that the two men had gone far away, he resentfully walked back to the shed. He threw the black towel on his shoulder onto the seat and said, "Boss, this job can't be done anymore. This is already the 4th group of people today. Why didn't they come to eat at our place?" A fat man with big ears and a fierce appearance came out and shouted, "Nonsense. Look at all of you. Do you look like guests who are passing by to rest? Can't you show some professionalism?" Another lazy man opened his mouth and said, "Boss, it's not that we don't want to pretend, but we really don't know how to pretend. If you want us to rob and be bandits, of course we are professionals. But we really can't make such a small shop and wait for people to come and beat them up." "Yes, boss, don't be angry. Look at the two people just now. Their horses are worth a little money, and their clothes are also ordinary. I guess they don't have much money. Let them go." "Yes, boss, it's been several days and no one has come in. Our stick is almost rusty. It's better to rob." The boss was anxious and said, "Do you think I don't want to? However, the current situation is not right. It's really not suitable for us small fries to go out and make trouble. Motherfucker, I don't know what's going on in Shitsue Mountain. Since they changed their leader, it was calm for a while. They did their own things and left us a way out. But during this time they changed their style and harassed everywhere. What integration and expansion! If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have to leave our hometown and come here to make a living. Yes, boss, this is the sphere of influence of the Misty School. If we do this and are discovered by others, our lives will be in danger." "That's right, boss. My heart has been pounding as well." Suddenly, the waiter hesitated and said, "I have an idea, but I don't know if boss wants to hear it." The boss was very happy and said, "Tell me. If I say it, don't blame me." "Say it, I won't blame you." "Boss, I think it's better if we really open a roadside shop. What do you think?" "Bah, I know you can't come up with any good ideas. You don't want to do such a promising career as robbery. Why do you want to do business in a roadside shop?" As soon as he heard this, the boss was anxious. The waiter quickly said, "Boss, I'm just saying. The boss's face was full of hatred and he swaggered back to the backstage. When his figure disappeared, everyone was slightly relieved. When they were about to continue to collapse on the stool, suddenly, the boss's fat head and big ears appeared again and said, "Howsy, what you said makes a bit of sense. Let's make a plan first and discuss it together in the evening." Chapter 222. When Zhang Xiaohua saw her second brother's signal, she didn't dismount. The two of them continued on their way. After the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Zhang Xiaohua slowed down her horse slightly. She asked curiously, "Second brother, what happened just now?" Zhang Xiaohu said, "Nothing. I think there's something wrong with that shed. Maybe it's a shady inn. Maybe it's fine. But when we're outside we should be careful. It's better not to enter." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's curiosity was piqued. She asked second brother, "How did you know?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "It's just my intuition. First of all, this kind of small shed doesn't earn much money. Most of the workers are older and can't do any other physical work. That's why they stay in this shed for leisure. However, the worker we met was a young man. Anything he does can be more profitable than this shed. Secondly, didn't you hear what the worker said? Do you want a snack or a meal? What's there to eat in this shed? It's better to drink some water and sit down." These words are obviously copied from the restaurant. "Oh right, the horses at the door are so old. How can someone ride them out?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand. She asked, "Are you saying that there's something wrong with this shed? Aren't these enough? Actually, let alone these, even if it's just one, it's not easy to enter. It's better to be safe than sorry. But second brother, with our skills, what's there to be afraid of in this shed? You and I are skilled?" Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, "Xiaohua, let's not talk about whether you and I are skilled enough to stand alone in Jianghu. Even if we are good at martial arts, as the ancients say, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against a stab in the dark. Who knows what's waiting for us in this shed? Knockout powder, hidden weapons, traps? In short, it's best to leave." Then Zhang Xiaohu said seriously, "Also Xiaohua, don't think that you're invincible just because you defeated a few little monks from the Dalan temple. The competition in the arena is different from a life and death battle. Don't be careless." In fact, when it came to a life and death battle, Zhang Xiaohua had already experienced it on that rainy night. The reason he said those words was nothing more than the impulsiveness of a youth. As someone who knew martial arts, it was inevitable that he would be eager to try out his skills. Hearing Zhang Xiaohu's words, although he was somewhat unconvinced, he thought that he might not be Zhang Xiaohu's opponent at this moment, so he temporarily extinguished the extravagant thought of showing his nose on the way home. Zhang Xiaohu saw that his younger brother did not speak, and knew that he was young and arrogant, so he did not say much. There were many things that he did not personally experience, and no matter how much others said, he might not believe it, especially when it came to things that he was proud of. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohu asked, "Xiaohua, are you tired? We've been riding for the whole morning. Let's get off the horse and rest." Zhang Xiaohua said, "It's okay, second brother. I don't feel too tired. It's okay to keep going." Zhang Xiaohu did not think of anything else. He thought that his younger brother had just mounted a horse, and the novelty was not over yet. After a while he would say that he was tired. However, he did not know that Zhang Xiaohua did not feel tired even after sitting in the horse stance for half a day. How could he feel tired after riding a horse for only a short while? Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile, "Haha, even if you don't rest, you have to let the horses rest. We'll have to rely on them for the next few days. We can't tire them out so early." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua quickly tightened the reins. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohu to help her, she jumped off the horse with a whoosh. The two of them put the horses down by the roadside and let them graze on the grass freely. They also took out the dry rations from their bags and ate a little to fill their stomachs. After resting for a while and feeling that the horses had recovered, they mounted the horses again and continued on their journey. As they had just left Pingyang City for half a day, they had encountered a suspicious straw hut. Zhang Xiaohu was even more cautious about this journey back home. However, the entire journey from Pingyang City to Lu Town was a sunny road. There were few mountain forests and mountain roads, and the chances of encountering bandits were also much lower. Moreover, the two of them were anxious to return home. The horses were also running at a fast speed. Even if there were some dangers, they were nipped in the bud. Therefore, after a few days of travel, they did not encounter any abnormalities. However, these few days of riding on horseback made Zhang Xiaohua feel both happy and worried. She was happy because riding on a horse, the wind blew in her face, broadened her horizons and was full of freedom. She was worried because even if it was an interesting journey, she would be tired after traveling for a long time. Not only was she physically tired, but she was also mentally tired. It was not as worry-free as riding a horse carriage. Moreover, although riding on a horse was fast, it was difficult to sustain. Along the way, they had overtaken many horse carriages. However, not long after, they were overtaken. After this happened a few times, Zhang Xiaohua no longer did the boring business of overtaking other carriages. That day it was noon. The two of them arrived at a three-way junction. Zhang Xiaohu dismounted from the horse and walked to a small tea stall by the roadside. He bought some dry rations and drank some water. After asking for some information, he smiled and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, look at the road in the middle. After walking for a while, we will reach Lu town." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. She took the water bag and gulped down a few mouthfuls. She shouted, "Then what are we waiting for? If we speed up, we should be able to reach Guozhuang House before nightfall." Zhang Xiaohu said, "That's right. Then let's go quickly." After saying that, the two brothers spurred their horses to speed up. Thinking about the road in the middle, they left behind a cloud of dust. However, not long after they passed the junction, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly pulled on the reins of her horse. She said, "Second brother, do you hear something?" Zhang Xiaohu also slowed down and listened carefully. He said, "No, only the sound of the wind." Zhang Xiaohua frowned. She tilted her head and listened carefully. She said, "It's gone now. Just now, I think I heard a woman crying for help by the roadside." Zhang Xiaohu smiled. Even if it's a hero saving a damsel in distress, there needs to be a beautiful woman. This road is empty. There's no one in sight. Zhang Xiaohu shrugged and said, "Maybe I heard wrong. Let's go." After saying that, he was about to pull on the reins. Suddenly, he stopped and said, "Second brother, I heard it again. It was indeed two women crying for help. It's just by the roadside. Look, it seems to be in the forest over there." Zhang Xiaohu looked at the forest in the distance. He hesitated for a moment. Soon after, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Xiaohua, there are things a man should do and there are things he shouldn't do. Let's go to the forest and take a look. If there's no movement, then it's fine. But if there's something unfair, you and I have learned martial arts together." After he finished speaking, he whipped his horse and left the main road, galloping through the forest. Zhang Xiaohua immediately followed, smiling as he walked. "Second brother's words are exactly what I was thinking. I thought you were timid all the way and would shrink back when you saw something like this." Zhang Xiaohu laughed. "I don't want to cause trouble, but it doesn't mean I'm afraid of trouble. If a woman calls for help, you and I have to hide. Then we might as well go back to the Guozhuang house and farm. Why do we need to learn martial arts?" The two red horses ran very fast. Soon they came to the edge of the forest. On the way, Zhang Xiaohu also heard the faint cry for help in the forest. He couldn't help but speed up. But just when he reached the edge of the forest, he heard someone shouting in the forest. "Those who want to enter the forest, listen. This is the master of Shitsue Mountain. He is doing business here. Unrelated people don't come close. Shitsue Mountain." Hearing these three words, Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but look at each other. Zhang Xiaohua hated the strong man of Shitsue Mountain to the bone. Unfortunately, when he was bullied that day, he only had the strength to tie up a chicken and could only be a fish. Moreover, at that time the three leaders of Shitsue Mountain were killed by Lu Mingyue, so Zhang Xiaohua forgot about it. But now, hearing that the strong men who had been defeated gathered again and bullied men and women, he couldn't help but be angry. Hearing the woman's desolate cry for help in the forest, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but recall the helplessness of his sister-in-law that day. How could he bear it? He rushed into the forest on his horse and shouted, "Your young master is always meddling in other people's business. I want to see what Shitsue Mountain is." Zhang Xiaohu watched from behind and was also shocked. The ancients said, "Don't enter the forest." The forest was often a hotbed of traps. How could Zhang Xiaohua know that? He rushed into the forest. Zhang Xiaohu was afraid that his brother would be hurt, so he quickly followed in. When they entered the forest, they saw that there was an open space in the middle of the forest. In that open space there was a small and exquisite carriage. The carriage was very exquisite, but the carriage's roof had already been removed, revealing the two girls sitting in the carriage. Their clothes were already disheveled, and their small faces were pale with fright. The two of them hugged each other and tried their best to shrink to the side of the carriage, avoiding the two topless men who were grabbing at them by the side of the carriage. The carriage was so small that the two strong men could reach out and grab them. They struggled for a long time but failed. They were just playing with them. The two girls didn't know that. They were still hiding and shouting for help, which only made the people around laugh. There were 6 tall horses beside the carriage. 2 of them were empty, and the other 4 strong men were sitting on the back of the horses. They were coldly looking at Zhang Xiaohua, who rushed in. The girl who called for help had already heard the sound of horse hooves and Zhang Xiaohua's shout. Her panicked eyes were already filled with joy, but when she saw Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu behind her, the spark of joy was extinguished instantly. What followed was a desperate expression. She thought that if he had the courage to come to the forest and was not afraid of the bandits of Shitsue Mountain, he must be a strong man or at least a group of people. But when she saw a young boy coming in and he didn't look like a muscular man, she felt that it was not a case of helping someone who saw injustice, but a case of sending a sheep into a tiger's den and walking into a trap. Therefore, the two girls couldn't even cry for help. Seeing the 2 strong men's hands grabbing their shoulders, they were too lazy to move. Chapter 223. There was no greater sorrow than a dead heart. The 2 girls seemed to have accepted their fate. Not only had they fallen into the hands of strong men, they had also implicated 2 youths in their prime. The 2 naked men beside the horse carriage seemed to have understood the girls' thoughts. With a sinister smile, they reached out to grab the girls' shoulders and tore off their clothes. Seeing this situation, Zhang Xiaohua did not care about the warning looks of the 4 men in front of her. 2 of them had even turned their horses around to face her. Instead, she tapped her feet on the stirrups and used the horse's momentum to leap up from the horse's back. She flew over the heads of the 4 men like a large bird and flew towards the horse carriage. With Zhang Xiaohua's current level of qinggong, it would be difficult for her to use it so elegantly. However, she was sitting on the horse's back and was using the horse's momentum. Zhang Xiaohua's qinggong was not good, but Zhang Xiaohua knew quite a bit of qinggong techniques. Since she could easily fly in the air, then controlling her body and landing point was extremely easy for her. Besides, if she really could not do it, then she could just use the levitation technique. She could not possibly make a fool of herself when she had just pulled out her sword to help. However, when Zhang Xiaohua flew above the horse carriage and above the heads of the 2 bandits, she did not know what to do. The Big Dipper magical fist did not have any moves that came from above. The left-hand sword moves were all moves that came face to face. How could she subdue the enemy from above? In a hurry, Zhang Xiaohua did not have any good ideas. She could only use the 1,000-pound fall martial art to smash towards the 2 bandits like a meteor. At the same time, her 2 fists did not care about any moves or changes as she smashed towards the 2 bandits' heads. The 2 girls stared blankly at this unbelievable scene, and their eyes lit up. As for the 2 bandits, they were facing Zhang Xiaohua, so how could they know what was going on behind them? Seeing the 2 girls in a daze, their hearts itched. But before they could tear their clothes apart, they felt a huge force on their backs, and then their heads were smashed like hammers. Their vision turned black and they lost consciousness. Zhang Xiaohua knocked the 2 bandits unconscious before clapping her hands and turning around to face the 4 bandits on the horse. Of the 4 bandits, 2 had already turned their horses around to welcome Zhang Xiaohua. But when Zhang Xiaohua flew away, she left them facing Zhang Xiaohu, who was coming from behind. As a result, the 4 bandits fell into the pincer attack of the 2 brothers, Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu. When the 4 bandits saw this, they immediately pulled out a steel knife from their waists with a whoosh sound and became alert with nervous expressions. One of the older bandits called out, "Who are you 2? You didn't listen to our advice and forcibly intervened in the business of Shitsue Mountain. You even hurt our brothers. Aren't you afraid of the revenge of Shitsue Mountain? Zhang Xiaohua sneered and said, You Shitsue Mountain are so prestigious. You bully men and take women in broad daylight. Do you really think you are a big shot? Business, it's really good business. The bandit saw Zhang Xiaohua's arrogance and didn't know his background, so he didn't dare to act rashly. He could only say, Brother, Shitsue Mountain has always been in the business of robbing houses. This kind of business is common. It's just that I met two brothers today, so Shitsue Mountain has to give way this time. Please tell me your name so that I can go back and explain. At this time, a black-clothed bandit next to him was a little impatient and said, Brother Su, don't talk to him. There are only two of them here. I don't believe that they have 3 heads and 6 arms. They can beat us with 4 steel swords. I think we should chop them first and then we can have fun. When the 2 people next to him heard this, they were also quite tempted. Although Zhang Xiaohua showed a beautiful kung fu just now, after all there was an element of trickery. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu were young, and didn't have weapons hanging on their waists. If they really fought, they might not be the opponents of the 4 people. Seeing that the 4 people were a little tempted, Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, That's good. Do you want to come one by one? Or do you want to come together? Let me teach you a lesson so that you know what it means to be blind. However, you have to remember what it means to have no eyes and fists and feet are ruthless. After that, she got into a posture and waited for them to take action. The bandit who spoke was a little tempted at first, but it could be seen that Zhang Xiaohua was not afraid at all. He also hesitated. Seeing that the young man had an extraordinary momentum and didn't take Shitsue Mountain seriously, he must be a disciple of a famous sect who came out to gain experience. His Shitsue Mountain was just a group of bandits. Although they had some martial arts and were comparable to the big sects in Jianghu, they were not even qualified to carry shoes for them. Moreover, he was not the master of the mountain. If he provoked a strong enemy for the mountain, the master would be the first to not let him go. In this case, why should he make trouble for himself? The bandit immediately wanted to retreat. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu rode forward and scolded, Little Seven, what's wrong? Don't you think your hands are stained with blood enough? If you hadn't killed people last month, would Master have sent you to this desolate place? You even dragged me along with you. Look, Master doesn't let you carry weapons. Isn't it because he wants you to be careful and not to use force for everything and kill people? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately stopped his movements and said, I just killed a dozen strong people. What's the big deal? Who let them have ideas about my horse? Hey, so what if I don't let you carry weapons? Do you think I can't kill people with my bare hands? When the bandits heard this, cold sweat immediately flowed down their backs, and their hearts became uneasy. Zhang Xiaohu turned to the bandits and said arrogantly, We are the disciples of the Dalan Temple. We follow Master's order to travel in Jianghu. On the one hand, we want to see the martial arts of our friends in Jianghu. On the other hand, we want to accumulate merits. Although my junior fellow apprentice is young, he has a bad temper. On the way, he doesn't accumulate merits like us, but he has done a lot of things that go against the harmony of heaven. Just now, when we entered the forest, we heard from our friends that this was a business of Shitsue Mountain, and they didn't want us to intervene. However, I don't know whether our Dalan Temple is qualified to intervene. The bandits just laughed foolishly and didn't dare to answer. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua asked again, Third senior fellow apprentice, do you think that Master asked me to accumulate merits? Does helping out when I see injustice count as a merit? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, You only know how to cause trouble. Didn't Master say that helping others is also a virtue? It's a traditional virtue. We should pass it down from generation to generation and praise it. Then he said to the bandits, Don't you think so? The bandit who spoke immediately nodded and said, Master is right. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Since it's such a virtue, if there is a chance for me to help out, please give it to me so that I can accumulate merits and achieve virtue so that I can return to the temple early. Yes, Master is right. We will definitely give you a chance to help out. This time is it. You must accept it. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand at Zhang Xiaohua and said, 7th junior fellow apprentice, since they are so polite, you don't have to refuse. Why don't you stop and don't get involved in any more sins? What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua looked indifferent and said, "All right then. Since these people are so tactful, I'll let them off for the sake of third senior fellow apprentice." Then he lifted his foot and kicked the two bandits who had fainted on the carriage to the side. Then he grabbed the shed that hadn't been completely dismantled and used it slightly. With a clatter sound, he dragged it to the ground. Then, he didn't look at the two girls in the carriage who were confused. He turned his head and looked at the horse whose reins had been cut and was eating grass. He walked a few steps to the front and pulled the reins to the side of the carriage. The horse was eating happily, so how could it listen to him? It only turned its head and dodged to the side, continuing to eat grass. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua simply threw the reins and walked to the side of the horse. He held the horse's abdomen with his hand and said with a smile, "This guy is quite greedy." Then he exerted force with one hand and a scene that the bandits of Shitsue Mountain would never forget appeared. This humble young man from the Dalan Temple actually held the huge horse with one hand and walked easily to the front of the carriage and put the horse down. Then, without the slightest disorder in his breathing, he said with a smile, "Third senior fellow apprentice, I don't know how to harness the horse. You do it." Zhang Xiaohu squinted at the bandits who were stunned by Zhang Xiaohua's strength and said, "I don't know how to do this kind of rough work. It's better to let the brothers of Shitsue Mountain help." The bandits were thirsty and couldn't hear clearly, so they still stood there in a daze. Zhang Xiaohu frowned and snorted, saying, "What are you waiting for? Do you want us to harness the horse by ourselves?" The bandit who had spoken just now came to his senses and threw away his cold facade. He hurriedly jumped down from his horse and said as he walked, "No need, no need. How could I trouble a master to do such a menial job? I'm used to it." After that, he looked at the men who were still in a daze and scolded, "Why don't you come and help?" At this time, those men also woke up from a dream. They quickly got down from the horse and ran to the front of the carriage to help harness the horse and tidy up the carriage. However, they also consciously kept a distance from Zhang Xiaohua for fear that if they were close to him, he would grab them with one hand. Perhaps he would throw them up into the sky and tear them in half. This divine strength was worthy of being a disciple of the Dalan Temple. After the carriage was harnessed, the bandit came over with an obsequious smile and bowed. He said obsequiously, "Master, the carriage has been harnessed." Zhang Xiaohua looked and nodded, saying, "Well, I'll let you go for the time being since you're diligent. However, you can be forgiven, but you can't escape punishment." When the bandits heard this, they were shocked and said, "Master, please spare our lives." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's fine. Why would I want your lives? This young master's hands are tight these days. Quickly throw all your money, including banknotes, onto the carriage. This young master wants to eat and drink to his heart's content tonight." The bandits looked at each other. They had always been robbing others, but today they were robbed. And this person was a disciple of the temple. Chapter 224. Zhang Xiaohua saw that the bandits were hesitating and laughed. "There really are some who don't have eyes. It's not easy for me to be kind, but you don't appreciate it." Finishing his words, he strode forward. The bandits immediately came to their senses and hurriedly took out the scattered silver and banknotes. They put them on the carriage and explained, "Master, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We didn't react in time, please forgive us." Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's behavior, he didn't look like a well-mannered disciple who came from a poor family. It further confirmed the rumors about his hands being stained with blood. If they could exchange the money for their lives, the bandits would be more than happy to do so. After all, the money was obtained through robbery. Wool comes from sheep's back. Seeing a small pile of scattered silver and banknotes on the carriage, Zhang Xiaohua said to the two girls on the carriage, "The two of you in the carriage, please help me count them. Keep them and give them to me later." The two girls, who had just recovered from their shock, quickly moved over. One counted the silver and the other collected the banknotes. Zhang Xiaohua didn't wait for them to finish counting. He walked to the front of the carriage and punched the horse's butt. The horse was in pain and neighed loudly. It immediately pulled the carriage and galloped away. The two girls on the carriage were caught off guard and staggered, almost falling. However, when they saw the carriage start to move, they immediately came to their senses and their faces were filled with surprise. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that the carriage had left, he used his lightness kung fu and quickly arrived in front of his horse. He did a somersault and stood on the horse's back. He called out to the bandits, "This young master is leaving. Don't send me off." Finishing his words, he sat down on the saddle and shook the reins, turning the horse away. Zhang Xiaohu ignored the bandits and also turned his horse around. He followed Zhang Xiaohua and rode out of the forest. After Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua left the forest for a long time, the bandits let out a sigh of relief. The older bandit tiptoed onto his horse and galloped out of the forest. Seeing that there was no one in sight, he returned. The others looked at the bandit and said, "Brother Su, the master of the Dalan temple has already left." "Haha, he's gone. That bald donkey has already left." Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. One of them said, "Amazing. He's indeed a disciple of a famous family. Just his aura alone was enough to scare us to the point that we didn't dare move. If we really fought him." "That's right. Just by looking at that young man's qinggong, I feel that we were very lucky to be able to escape with our lives this time. Also, you saw him lift that horse's dragon elephant prajna with one hand. Do you think he used the Dalan temple's dragon elephant prajna? I just don't know which level he has reached." Dragon elephant dragons dragon elephant na 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 I've. S's reads teat forget it, who cares what's his martial arts. Anyway, that youth's strength is not something we can compete with. Plus his lightness skill is so powerful. If he punches us we'll probably be dead. I think the most powerful one is still that third senior brother. He sat on the horse as steady as a rock. When he glanced at me I was so scared that I didn't dare to move. I think his inner strength skill is also very high. Brothers, we're lucky to have survived today. Let's celebrate. Yes, we should. Brother Su, but our money was all taken by that bald donkey. Where did we get the money? At this moment there was a groan from the ground. The two bandits who had been knocked unconscious by Zhang Xiaohua woke up. The bandits' eyes lit up and they swarmed forward. In a flurry, they immediately snatched the money pouches tied to the two's waists. The two bare-chested bandits had just woken up. Before they could even feel the warmth of the sun, they were immediately pushed around by the crowd. No one had any thoughts of being protective of the fairer sex. After the few of them walked to the side to divide the remaining money, the two bandits, who were still in a daze, came over and asked, "Brother Su, where are the two girls? You guys are so shameless. We obviously won the lottery, but you guys turned your backs on us. You didn't even knock us out. After you were satisfied, you didn't even leave us some soup to drink? What about the people in the carriage? Where did they go?" After the bandits finished dividing the loot, they looked at the two victims pitifully. Someone told them what had happened just now. The two of them touched the heads on their necks and secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, they could still eat. One of them said, "Tiske, I accidentally let those two girls go. What a pity." However, that young man just now seemed to be really powerful. I didn't even pay attention to him and he knocked down a huge force. Now I'm very puzzled. How could I not feel anything at all? At this moment, a slightly shorter bandit wearing yellow clothes said, Although the little fat sheep at the mouth temporarily ran away, we still have a chance." Brother Su smiled and said, "Kid, you're usually so smart. Why didn't you dare to say a word just now? Why are you boasting now?" The bandit said, "Brother Su, you also know that I'm good at talking. My hands and feet are much worse than the brothers here. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten the soup. Bah, I want you to go and let you have a taste of being knocked unconscious." The bandit rubbed the bump on his head and said angrily, Although I'm not good with my fists and feet, it doesn't mean I'm not good with my hands and feet. Just now when I put the money away, I secretly smeared the 1,000 miles incense on the carriage." Everyone was shocked and said, "How dare you? You don't want to live anymore?" The bandit laughed and said, "I was scared to death at that time. However, when I put the money away, I just happened to bump into the 1,000 miles incense. I saw the two masters of the Dalan temple. One of them was far away from the carriage, and the other was sitting on the horse. They probably weren't familiar with this kind of method, so I wiped it on myself." "And that makes sense." Brother Su nodded and said, "Although the two masters are good at martial arts, they are still from Buddhism. They definitely don't have as much experience in Jianghu as we do. They might not be able to smell it." Even if they could smell it, those baldies would probably think that it came from your brother's girls. These two masters are just passing by. They can't accompany these two girls forever. When they're gone. After saying that, he laughed lewdly at the bandit. Ha ha ha. The bandit's expression was no longer as frightened as before. That's right, I risked my life to do this. Brothers, what do you think of those two girls? There's nothing to say. If there's effort, there's gain. Next time you'll definitely be the first. Thank you, thank you. Let's go, brothers. Let's go drink and have fun. A strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its old haunts. This was the truth. Whether you see injustice on the road or draw your sword to help, there will always be a time when you leave. You can pat your sleeves and leave just like how you came quietly. You can leave a good reputation, but you can't take away the worries of others. Evil must be completely eradicated. Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu rode their horses and followed the carriage out of the forest. The horse was like an old horse that knew the way. It didn't need anyone to steer it, and it ran very fast. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua looked at each other and didn't say anything. They just kept urging their horses. When they reached the main road, they ran for a while. Seeing that there were more people on the road and more carriages, the two of them sighed in relief and laughed. The laughter was so loud that the two girls on the horse couldn't help but be surprised. Even the pedestrians on the road looked sideways. The two of them didn't say anything and just slowed down their horses. The clothes of the two girls on the horse were messed up earlier, but they weren't torn. They had already tidied themselves up along the way. The two of them sat in the carriage and didn't move. Others couldn't see any clues. Because no one knew how to drive the carriage was moving very slowly. It was a bit of an eyesore. When they arrived in front of a tea house, Zhang Xiaohua jumped down from the horse. First, she pulled the horse to stop the carriage. Then she said to the two girls with a smile, "Sisters, please wait for a moment. I'll hire someone to drive the carriage." But after saying that, she didn't move. One of the younger girls was very clever. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't move, she quickly handed over the scattered silver in her hand. The other girl also understood and quickly handed over the banknotes. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and took it. She found about 1 yuan and 1 tael of silver, and put the rest into her clothes. Zhang Xiaohua walked into the tea house. Not long after, a middle-aged man came out behind her. Nonsense, there were many people who wanted to drive a carriage for 1 tael of silver. After receiving Zhang Xiaohua's instructions, the middle-aged man first went to the girl and asked for the name of the destination. Only then did he get into the carriage. With a whip, he struck the horse's body and the carriage once again sped towards Lu town. However, when the girl told the middle-aged man the name of the destination, the name 4 Trees fell into Zhang Xiaohua's ears. Wasn't this the place where young Master Li Jinfeng's family lived? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but look at the younger girl in the carriage. Although she was young, she was much older than Zhang Xiaohua. Just now, she only cared about coaxing the bandits of Shizue Mountain, and was busy saving people. She didn't look at the girl in the carriage. Now, when she looked at her, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but whisper, "Could this girl be Li Jinfeng's relative?" Zhang Xiaohua rode the horse to Zhang Xiaohu's side and told the reason. Zhang Xiaohu was also shocked and couldn't help but say, "It can't be so coincidental. Moreover, I didn't hear young Master Zhang Xiaohu say that he has a sister or something like that." However, when he looked at her, her eyebrows were very similar to Li Jinfeng's. Zhang Xiaohua's suspicions were confirmed. The carriage and 2 horses continued forward for the time it took to drink a cup of tea before they saw Lu town. At this moment, a group of people rushed over from the direction of Lu town. From afar they could hear the clamor of people. At the front of the group were several people from the government wearing official robes. Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. She secretly said, "Could it be that they are looking for the 2 girls?" Chapter 225. The 2 girls that were rescued from the forest were traveling in a carriage. Presumably, before they were robbed, there was at least a coachman accompanying them. There was no trace of the coachman in the forest, nor was there a corpse. Presumably, he had left first. At this time, the coachman returned home to report the news, and borrowed the power of the government to rescue them. This was expected. However, this time was delayed. If it wasn't for Zhang Xiaohua and the others, The girl's fate would be miserable. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua intentionally or unintentionally distanced herself from the carriage. That was because no one would be willing to see these people with the money they had just robbed, even if it was a brave and righteous person. Although Zhang Xiaohu didn't understand Zhang Xiaohua's meaning, he gradually slowed down his horse. Sure enough, the two girls in the carriage also heard the noise and raised their heads to look. The more they looked, the more surprised they were. Finally, when they saw clearly, the two girls didn't care if their clothes were neat and tidy. They stood on the carriage and waved to the crowd that was rushing over. When the crowd got closer, they finally saw who it was. First, there was an official riding a horse. He was tall and had a padao in his hand. Then, there were two white-haired old men in bright clothes. They were also sitting on horses. They were surrounded by 3 or 4 young men with weapons in their hands. Behind them were 7 or 8 bailiffs who didn't ride horses. There were also 10 or so farmers with rakes, sickles, and other tools in their hands. The leader of the government officials also had sharp eyes. When he saw the 2 women on the carriage waving their hands, he immediately led everyone to the front. Before the old man even reached the front, his eyes were already filled with tears. He shouted, "Feng'er, my child." The other one's lips were trembling, unable to speak. When the 2 girls saw their relatives, they couldn't hold back their emotions. They called out for their father with tears streaming down their faces. When the 2 old men got off their horses and approached them, they each looked for their fathers and threw themselves into their arms, crying bitterly. Those bailiffs and people who came to help immediately put on a professional appearance and surrounded the carriage. They held their weapons and were on guard, as if they were ready to attack the abominable bandits at any time. The leader of the group even drew his padao and rode around on his horse. His eyes would look around from time to time, trying to find traces of the bandits from the people around him. The 2 women cried until the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark. Even the main road was somewhat blocked. Some people who wanted to watch the show wanted to go forward. However, the heroic and high-spirited appearance of the government officials made people want to separate. Only then did they avoid the big blockage on the main road. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening. The head of the government had been strolling around for a long time, but did not find any clues. Very bored, he dismounted from his horse and walked in front of the grieving father and daughter pair. He said, "Minister Li and Minister Gao, since your 2 daughters have been found, it is not a good idea to just cry and weep here. Even if you want to ask something, after all, it involves the girl's innocence. It is not convenient. Why don't you go home first and reunite with your family? You can properly ask the reason behind this and then you can make a fuss about it. How about it?" The 2 old men wiped their tears and repeatedly said that it was a good idea. Only then did they pack up and get on their horses. When they got on the carriage, the bailiffs had already pulled the hired driver to the side and replaced him with one of their own. The driver smiled apologetically and said, "Head supervisor, I was just drinking tea at the tea house. I was hired by a young man on a horse for 1 tael of silver to drive this carriage for them. Now that you are all here, I will go back to the tea house and drink tea." Young man? When the head supervisor heard this, he quickly looked around. This road was not empty, so where was the young man on a horse? Thinking about it carefully, he remembered that when they first arrived, there were indeed 2 people on horseback behind the carriage. However, he did not pay attention at the time and naturally did not see clearly. Could it be that they were the bandits? At this time, the 2 women also came back to their senses. They were only focused on venting their grievances and forgot about their savior. If they looked for him now, where would he be? The 2 had to make up their minds to wait until they reached home. Unable to find the young man, the head supervisor said to the driver, "We can't find a witness. You are the only witness other than the 2 women. Come with us. You don't have to speak now, but I can use every word you say as evidence in court and pass it on to our county magistrate." "Oh my God, head supervisor, I am innocent. I am just greedy for a tael of silver. I have the noble intention of helping others, so I drove the carriage. From the time I drove the carriage to here, it was only the time to drink a cup of tea. You are taking me away? I have been law-abiding all my life, and have never been to the yamen." Look at what you are saying. Our yamen is an advanced work unit in Lu Town. We have always followed the policy of, we will never let a bad person go. But we will never wrongly accuse a good person. You can rest assured. Besides, with your driving skills, who would believe that you can earn a tael of silver in the time to drink a cup of tea? It is better to obediently cooperate with our investigation, and go to the yamen to drink tea first. Without any explanation, after tricking the driver, the bailiffs went back to Lu Town with their heads held high. The people who saved the two girls were also in a good mood. Their kindness was greatly satisfied, and they went back noisily with sickles, hoes, and other things. Only the two women looked back from time to time, as if they were trying to find the lay disciples of the Dalan temple on the gradually darkening road. In fact, when the two women stood up and waved to the old man in the crowd, Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu stopped. They didn't mind being heroes and receiving cheers from the crowd to satisfy their self-esteem. In addition, they also didn't mind giving some thanks. However, the involvement of the yamen people was a bit of a headache. These people always appeared when the task was done, and they always appeared when they were earning merits. However, they earned merits legitimately. They even had a legitimate reason to invite you to the yamen for tea, investigate your 3 generations, and explain your heroic actions as a natural reaction to your despicable mentality. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu retreated. Just as the yamen runners and townspeople surrounded the carriage, the two urged their horses to gallop past them. Nonsense, the sky was getting dark. If they didn't hurry, they probably wouldn't be able to make it back to Guozhuang House before nightfall. The two rode along the main road to Lu Town. When they were close to the town, they turned to the north. It was really a familiar road to Guozhuang House. Along the way, the two didn't speak. Zhang Xiaohu didn't ask Zhang Xiaohua why he disguised himself as a lay disciple of the Dalan temple. He also didn't ask why he robbed the bandits. He also didn't ask why he didn't claim the honor of being a good Samaritan. It wasn't just because Zhang Xiaohu felt more and more that his younger brother was slowly maturing. He was slowly doing things that he couldn't do. He was slowly getting out of his own protection. He was slowly changing from the role of a protector to the role of the protected, or even a supporting role. The most important thing was that neither of the two brothers wanted to talk. They were both savoring the feeling of returning home. It was a strong feeling of homesickness that enveloped their entire body. Homesickness was the feeling of every wanderer. The closer they were to home, the more timid they felt. The road from Pingyang City to Lu Town wasn't familiar. The thought of returning home was still stuck in his mind. It was just a kind of longing. Now that he was on the familiar road, an indescribable feeling spread throughout his body and mind. He felt lazy and didn't want to move. He felt at ease and comfortable. Even the vital qi in Zhang Xiaohua's meridians didn't want to flow. The moment Zhang Xiaohua stepped on the familiar road, he couldn't help but be touched. His state of mind immediately improved a lot and he felt quite enlightened. The sun in the west had already set, leaving only a touch of red in the sky. It was faint and indistinct. The entire earth was a dim yellow. A few stars had already appeared in the green sky in the east. They blinked and looked up at the road Zhang Xiaohua was on. As the ancients said, an old bull also understands the value of youth. It gallops without a whip. This handsome horse also knew. It seemed to have sensed the two's eagerness to return home. When the horse reached this road, it naturally galloped faster than before. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how second brother felt. He only wondered how the family was like. Father and mother must be old. They hadn't seen each other for 2 years. They must be worried at home. Their hair must be much whiter, and there must be more wrinkles on their faces. What about elder brother? He was the only one at home who had to do a lot of work. He wouldn't be so tired at such a young age, would he? There was also eldest sister-in-law. She used to be a pretty girl from a humble family. After marrying into the Guozhuang house and becoming a farmer's wife, her hands must be rough and her face may not be as fair as before. The family relied on digging for food. How could they not work? He didn't know if eldest sister-in-law was used to the wind and rain. Oh right, there was also Mr. Liu. He didn't know if he was used to living in the Guozhuang house. When he left, he looked very energetic. They hadn't seen each other for 2 years. Was his body okay? He didn't know if the chicks, ducklings, and big fat pigs were okay. And he should let mother slaughter a fat pig. He hadn't eaten mother's red braised pork for a long time. He missed it so much. Also, he hadn't burned incense for grandmother's grave. Was she okay in a foreign place? Could she see his longing? Unconsciously, Zhang Xiaohua's heart surged with emotions. Thousands of thoughts came one after another. The Jinqi that was just lazy suddenly seemed to be stimulated. It suddenly flowed rapidly. Zhang Xiaohua was in a daze. She didn't notice it and gradually lost control. The path of cultivation was about balance. Zhang Xiaohua's progress had always been slow. The perception of Jinqi and the cultivation of Jinqi were all very slow. Of course, it wasn't that Zhang Xiaohua didn't work hard. It was just that the vitality of heaven and earth was limited. How could it catch up with Zhang Xiaohua's usage? However, Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation of the state of mind advanced by leaps and bounds under his repeated stimulations. There were also some unknown factors that caused her to reach a stage of thin but thick hair. Her shallow cultivation had long been unable to match her state of mind. Usually, her mood was indifferent and didn't stand out. But when she returned to her hometown, her mood surged. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua's first crisis since she started cultivating appeared. Chapter 226. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaohua's emotions were surging. Thousands of thoughts were running through her mind. The true qi in her body was out of control and was rapidly flowing through her meridians. She wanted to catch up to his state of mind that had long surpassed hers. However, how could it be so easy to gather and refine the true qi? This cotton-like true qi twisted in her empty meridians and quickly became a flow. When Zhang Xiaohua came to her senses, the true qi had already spread throughout her entire body's meridians and spread to her limbs and bones. Zhang Xiaohua was greatly shocked. Her limbs couldn't move, and even her eyelids couldn't move at all. Usually, she would always tell second brother about qi deviation and qi deviation. It seemed that this time she was really qi deviation. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to open her mouth and call out to second brother, but how could she say anything? Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua's body was light, and the horse didn't carry much weight. Zhang Xiaohua's horse had already run more than 2 lengths away from Zhang Xiaohua's horse. Zhang Xiaohua was lagging behind, so how could he see Zhang Xiaohua's appearance? Moreover, at this time Zhang Xiaohua's mood wasn't any worse than Zhang Xiaohua's. He was only looking at the end of the road, which was not far away from his hometown. He was completely focused on returning to the Guozhuang house as soon as possible. How could he have expected that Zhang Xiaohua would enter qi deviation at this time? There was only one road from Lu Town to the Guozhuang house. Although it wasn't perfectly straight, there weren't any forks either. Therefore, even though Zhang Xiaohua didn't deliberately control the horse continued to gallop forward. There was nothing strange about it at all. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what the final result of qi deviation would be. He only felt that his whole body was hot and dry. Countless strands of true qi were flowing everywhere. His whole body was out of his control. Zhang Xiaohua's heart seemed to have sunk to the bottom. Even in the face of heaven's thunder, his heart was slightly shaken. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't afraid of any setbacks or tribulations. Even qi deviation didn't make him feel the slightest bit of fear. It was just that this qi deviation came at the wrong time. Even if it was at Huanxi Villa Misty School or on the way back, he could face it with a relaxed attitude. However, right before he was about to return to the Guozhuang house, he and his second brother had been away for 2 years. His family members in the Guozhuang house were all worried about him. They were all afraid that bad news would come back from the outside. Furthermore, he had experienced a life and death separation in the past 2 years. After all, his family members didn't know about it. Even his second brother didn't know about it in detail. If he were to enter qi deviation in the Guozhuang house and get seriously injured, or even lose his life, wouldn't it leave a deep wound in his parents' hearts? He didn't know what his parents would think and do if they saw him unable to move. Zhang Xiaohua faintly felt very bitter in his heart. Not long after, they were nearing the Guozhuang house. After turning the last hill, they would be able to see the full view of the Guozhuang house. Zhang Xiaohua was still stiff on the horse, moving his eyes with some difficulty. Gradually, after turning the hill on the right side of the road, he could see the familiar long-lost, dreamy and soul-stirring Guozhuang house from afar. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua's eyes swept over the small village, at that moment, it was as if he was struck by lightning. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. Standing at the entrance of the village was a familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar figure. She was looking in his direction, as if the night was coming. She wanted to turn around, but she couldn't bear to do so. She also turned her head back to look. Although she was far away, Zhang Xiaohua could clearly see the disappointment, reluctance, and relief in her eyes. Wasn't this the mother he was worried about? In an instant, a stream of heat appeared in his eyes, his nose began to ache, and his heart began to burn. At the same time, an unknown and mysterious place in the depths of his mind began to flicker in response to Zhang Xiaohua's emotions. A lively and refreshing feeling arose spontaneously, and like a flood, it immediately seeped into Zhang Xiaohua's body. As soon as the chaotic strands of true energy entered his body, they immediately calmed down and obediently flowed back into his meridians. In the blink of an eye, all of the true energy had returned to his meridians and began to flow slightly faster. It was even more lively than before. Zhang Xiaohua was still unaware of the changes in the Jinqi in his body. He only looked at his mother in the distance. His eyes were already blurred. A sentence was stuck in his throat and he couldn't say it. At the entrance of the village, Guosufei, who had been watching for a long time, didn't find anything. Just as she was about to enter the village, she seemed to hear the sound of a horse's hooves. She half turned her head back to confirm. However, Zhang Xiaohua was still small and had just turned around the mountain. Naturally, he couldn't see it. Guosufei saw that it was a tall horse. Although she couldn't see clearly who was sitting on the horse, she still sighed in her heart. She turned around again and prepared to enter the village. Zhang Xiaohua was anxious. He finally shouted out the words he had been holding back for 2 years, "Mother." However, the horse he was sitting on didn't know that it was already home. It continued to gallop down the main road. Hearing the familiar cry, Guosufei, who was about to enter the village, was shocked. She turned her head back in disbelief and looked at the horse that had completely galloped over the mountain. Wasn't that the child she saw every day in her dreams sitting on the horse? Was that the child who cried a mess when he left 2 years ago? Was that the child who made her go to the village entrance every evening to take a look? Was that the child who always made her worry about whether he was eating well, sleeping well, and growing taller? However, why was he riding a tall horse? Why was he still riding the horse? Why did he show no signs of stopping? Guosufei rubbed her eyes and staggered towards the main road. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohu also turned around the mountain on his horse. He also saw his mother, who was about to run over here. At the same time, he also noticed that Zhang Xiaohua didn't turn the horse around and gallop down the main road. She also didn't tighten the reins and stop the horse. Instead, she continued to gallop down the main road. Thus, he loudly berated her, "Xiaohua, what's wrong with you? Hurry up and tighten the reins. Don't tell me you don't recognize your home?" Hearing second brother's scolding, Zhang Xiaohua reflexively withdrew her hands. Immediately, he was ecstatic. "Haha, my hands can move." In fact, he had forgotten that he had just shouted. The horses trained by the Misty School were naturally not ordinary. When Zhang Xiaohua tightened the reins, the horse knew that it had to stop and immediately slowed down. When the horse stopped, Zhang Xiaohua had already galloped quite a distance. He didn't have time to sit cross-legged and meditate to check the condition of his Jinqi. He immediately jumped off the horse's back and didn't care about preserving any Jinqi. He immediately used the levitation technique and rushed towards his mother's direction along the side of the road. Her figure was graceful and her speed was fast. Zhang Xiaohu was dumbstruck. Guosufei watched as she ran, afraid that her son would disappear from her sight. When Zhang Xiaohua jumped off the horse, her heart jumped. She only wanted to take a step forward and hug her son, afraid that he would fall. When Zhang Xiaohua flew over like a bird, her heart also jumped in fright. She thought that her son had really grown up. The roads in the countryside were bumpy and rarely flat. Usually, even if one was careful, it was hard to avoid spraining their feet. But today, Guosufei's eyes were fixed on her son. How could she care about her feet? Especially when she saw her son fly over, her mood surged. She wasn't careful and staggered. Her body tilted and she was about to fall forward. When Zhang Xiaohu saw this, he couldn't help but cry out. Although this road was dirt, there were still a lot of mountain rocks. If his mother fell on flat ground, it was hard to guarantee that she wouldn't be injured. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, her heart tightened. The true qi in her whole body's meridians surged. She used all her strength to step on the ground. Her body was like an arrow leaving the bow. She shot toward Guosufei like lightning. Just when Guosufei's body was about to fall to the ground, Zhang Xiaohua arrived in time. She held her mother's body with one hand and helped her up. Guosufei didn't seem to feel the lingering fear of falling. Instead, she held her son's hand tightly and was reluctant to let go. Zhang Xiaohua also looked at his mother's face that was close at hand. Tears flowed down his face. He called out "Mother," and threw himself into Guosufei's arms. Guosufei also hugged her son. Her heart ached as she rubbed his head that had already reached the tip of her nose. She couldn't help but cry. Her mouth muttered, "Xiaohua, my son." After the two cried for a while, Zhang Xiaohu also led the two horses over. Guosufei raised her head and looked at her son, who was already much taller than her. She also said, "Xiaohu, my son." She reached out her hand and touched Zhang Xiaohu's forehead. Zhang Xiaohu's eyes were red. He called out "Mother," and tears almost fell. Seeing his mother reach out her hand, Zhang Xiaohu was a little embarrassed. He was almost 20 years old. How could he be like his younger brother? But in his heart, he also missed his mother very much. So, he stood there honestly and let his mother touch his head. In an instant, the sweetness of childhood immediately filled Zhang Xiaohu's chest. A man's self-esteem and face were thrown aside. Only his mother's love was the most real melody at this time. After a while, dusk was about to fall. Guosufei calmed her mind. She smiled and wiped her tears. "Look at me. I saw you at the entrance of the village. Quickly go back. Your father, big brother, and sister-in-law are still at home. Let's go home first." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Listen to mother. Let's go back quickly." After saying that, he forcefully pulled the two horses and walked back to the village. Zhang Xiaohua, on the other hand, was reluctant to part with his mother. He continued to let his mother hold him as they walked together. But as soon as Guosufei took a step, she felt that something was wrong. Zhang Xiaohua in her arms was so light that he didn't seem to have any weight. So Guosufei acted just like Zhang Xiaohua when he was young. She wrapped one hand around his waist and hugged him tightly. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Mother, do you still want to hug me? I'm already so big." However, Guosufei didn't say anything. Her tears flowed down again. She said, "Xiaohua, my son, it's really hard on you. Look at you. What have you done in the past 2 years? How did you become so thin?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and hurriedly said, "Mother, what's wrong with you? Aren't I perfectly fine now? I eat well, I wear good clothes, and I'm almost as tall as you. How can I be thin?" Guosufei said with tears in her nose, "Xiaohua, don't lie to me. Quickly go home. I'll definitely nourish you well." The two butterflies are very sensitive. That's how it is. The topic needs to be changed. The style also needs to be changed. Writing an article requires one to be able to send and receive it freely. There are enough details. Now it's time to put it away. Everyone wait and see. Qidian Chinese website welcomes readers to read the latest, fastest, and hottest serial works at Qidian Originals. Chapter 227. Zhang Xiaohua was even more baffled. He didn't know why his mother was like this. Moreover, he also had a very strange feeling in his heart. It was just that he couldn't tell what was strange about it. Guosufei hugged her youngest son with one hand and her second son's hand with the other tightly. She walked towards the village as if she was afraid that the two would suddenly disappear. At this time it was dinner time in the village. There was no one at the entrance of the village. After entering the village, the number of people gradually increased. However, at this time it was already dusk. If it wasn't for Zhang Xiaohu's two tall horses that were very eye-catching, perhaps no one would have noticed the return of the two villagers. Guozhuang House was a slightly remote and isolated small village. Although there was a road not far from the entrance of the village, after all, the villagers were too poor. Tall horses were very rare. Usually the extravagant way of traveling was a donkey cart. Even when Zhang Xiaolong married, he only had a horse that wasn't very strong. However, on that day, that horse was actually able to pull 4 people back. Thinking about it now, it was extremely rare. Zhang Xiaohu was leading 2 large horses with one hand. The villagers usually dealt with livestock when plowing the fields, so naturally, they could tell that the two horses were majestic. Immediately, many people gathered around to watch. From time to time, there were children from the village who came over to play, running in front of and behind the horses. Fortunately, the date red horse was trained by the ethereal sect. It was also a good horse that was sent to flatter. No matter what, it was still a horse that had seen a lot of big scenes. Not only did it fight and kill, it had also seen a lot of blood. It was not disturbed by these children from the village. It only leisurely shook its head and casually swung its tail, as if it was playing with the children. When the children saw that the horse was as docile as the cattle at home, they felt more at ease and approached it. Many of the bolder ones had already touched its smooth mane. The older and sharper ones had already recognized the two brothers Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua. In the dim light, they saw that the two were neatly dressed, which was far from what the villagers would wear. They were immediately surprised and thought about it in their hearts. They knew that the two were doing well outside. The villagers were simple and honest. Even if Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohua's clothes were shabby, they might not laugh at them. But with such bright clothes, they were envious and not jealous. Many people came forward to greet them and invited them to eat at home. Guosufei knew that they were being polite and did not want to see it happen. She was happy and let her two sons return the greetings one by one to express their gratitude. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua had been outside all this time. They were very happy to suddenly see so many real faces. Moreover, the two of them had been outside for 2 years, so their temperament and outlook had become extraordinary. At this time they were very polite and courteous when dealing with people. Guosufei heard this and felt sweet in her heart. While they were walking, they heard a call in front of them, Xiaohu. Xiaohua? Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu looked up and saw that it was their father Zhang Kai, who was hurriedly walking over from a distance. Zhang Xiaohua cheerfully called out, "Daddy." Soon after, he broke free from his mother's hand and ran forward. It was a different scene when father and son met. Zhang Kai held his son's hand and looked at it over and over again. He kept saying, "Good, good." Zhang Xiaohua leaned against Zhang Kai's side and felt very warm. However, that strange or perhaps somewhat abnormal feeling appeared again. But at this time, how could he have the leisure to think about other things? He only held his father's big hand and was unwilling to let go. When Zhang Xiaohu walked in front of him, he saluted Zhang Kai and said, "Father, I'm back." When Zhang Kai saw that Zhang Xiaohu had come over, he was very happy and wanted to pull back his hand with a smile. Zhang Xiaohu's salute made Zhang Kai not know how to respond for a moment. When Guosufei saw this, she smiled and said, "This child, you've already returned home, yet you're still saluting your own father. It's strange that you regard him as an outsider." Zhang Xiaohu laughed embarrassedly and scratched the back of his head with his hand. Guosufei smiled and said to Zhang Kai, "Child's father, look at our Xiaohu. After going out, he's learned a lot about etiquette. He's even more refined than the scholars in the city." At this time, Zhang Kai's awkwardness also disappeared. He only smiled and said, "Good, good." Then he also held Zhang Xiaohu's hand and was unwilling to let go. When Guosufei saw this, she said, "All right, let's not talk in the village. It's not too late to talk at home." Zhang Kai then came to his senses and said, "Yes, let's talk at home first. Your brother and sister-in-law are waiting for dinner at home." Then he turned to Guosufei and said, "You're still talking about me. I saw that you hadn't returned for a long time, so I came looking for you. If you had returned earlier, would I have needed to come out and look for you?" Thus, the husband and wife each took a son and happily walked home, leaving behind the envious gazes of the villagers. From afar, Zhang Xiaohua saw the home of her dreams in the dusk. However, there were some changes to the home now. The walls were no longer short, and it seemed that one could see the central room at a glance. The door also seemed to no longer be a fenced door. When she pushed the door and entered, she was greeted with a burst of fragrance of flowers and trees. At a glance, the whole courtyard seemed to be a lot bigger. The whole courtyard was renovated into several small squares, and there were all kinds of plants inside. It was just that the night was dim, so she couldn't see clearly. When he took a closer look, there weren't many changes between the central room and his grandmother's hut. The only difference was that the stove had been renovated and was no longer exposed to the sun. At this moment, a figure came out of the kitchen and shouted, "Father, is mother back? The dishes have been heated up again." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and shouted, "Sister-in-law, we're back. How are you and big brother?" The person who came out of the kitchen was Lu Qian. When she heard Zhang Xiaohua shout, she couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised and shouted, "Xiaohua, why are you back so late? Oh, Xiaohu is also back. Quick, come in. No wonder mother has been whispering about you these 2 days. It turns out that your hearts are connected." Then she shouted towards the central room, "Xiaolong, come out quickly. Xiaohu and Xiaohua are back." Zhang Xiaolong also ran out of the central room and looked at his 2 younger brothers in surprise. Zhang Xiaohua jumped in front of her big brother and intimately pulled on his sleeve. Zhang Xiaohu didn't dare to salute this time. He walked in front of Zhang Xiaolong and shouted, "Big brother." Zhang Xiaolong looked at Zhang Xiaohu, who was taller than him, and said with a smile, "Xiaohu, not bad, you've grown taller." Then he reached out and patted Zhang Xiaohu's head. Zhang Xiaohu chuckled. He seemed shy, but his heart was warm. He felt a kinship that was even warmer than saluting and greeting. Lu Qian invited the family into the house and put down the dishes in her hand and said, "Xiaohu and Xiaohua are back. This dinner isn't enough. I'll go to the village to buy some cooked food, but I'm afraid there's no food left at this time." Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, there's no need. We brought some food with us. Let's make do with it tonight." However, Guosufei didn't agree and said, "We just got home. How can we let you eat dry food? I'll go take a look. Qianqian, go prepare some vegetables." With that, she was about to leave. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua both jumped up and wanted to go with their mother. However, Guosufei didn't let them and only said, "It's a tiring journey. Let's sit at home more." The 2 couldn't stand it and had to sit down. After Guosufei and Lu Qian went to get busy, Zhang Kai said, "Let your mother and sister-in-law go. You guys sit down and rest for a while. It's been 5 to 6 days since you came back from Pingyang City. You guys must be tired." Zhang Xiaolong also felt it. He took out a few teacups from the table and poured some tea. He smiled and said, "Drink some tea first. You must be thirsty after walking for so long. Moisten your throats. We'll eat later." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said to Zhang Kai, "Father, Pingyang City isn't far from our Guozhuang house. It's only 2 to 3 days' journey. We rode horses back and arrived in 2 days. When we went there, we took a carriage. Seems like it took 3 days." Zhang Xiaolong said, "Oh right, Xiaohu, the horses you tied to the tree in the yard, do you have to feed them at night? What do they eat?" Zhang Xiaohu said, "Big brother, you don't have to worry about that. Ordinary fodder will do. I'll go after dinner." Zhang Xiaolong said, "It's better for me to prepare early. Don't let these 2 big horses starve. They look very precious." Seeing that Zhang Xiaolong was about to go out, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly stopped him and said, "Big brother, it's okay. We just fed them fodder at noon. Even if they are hungry now, it's not a big deal. The 3 of us brothers haven't seen each other for 2 years. Let's talk first. It won't be too late to feed them at night." Zhang Xiaolong paused for a moment, but still walked out and said, "These 2 horses are borrowed from the escort agency, right? They are worth a lot of money. Don't let them starve. It won't be easy for us to explain when we go back. I'll be back soon. It's just some fodder. It'll be ready in a while." Zhang Xiaohu drank a mouthful of tea and also stood up and said, "Big brother, I'll go with you." Zhang Kai didn't stop them. He smiled as he watched the 2 of them go out. He said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, quickly drink some water. You've been running for 2 days. You're thirsty." Zhang Xiaohua looked at her father under the oil lamp and said, "It's okay, father. I'm not tired. Riding a horse is fun." As she said that, she also picked up the teacup and drank a mouthful. In fact, she hadn't drunk a cup of water since noon. Just now at the tea shed in front of Lu Town, she found a coachman and forgot that she was thirsty. Now that she was home, her mouth was really dry. However, when the cup of tea entered her mouth, Zhang Xiaohua was so shocked that she almost stood up. The tea was sweet as it entered his mouth, making him salivate. It flowed down his throat and into his stomach, making him feel warm and comfortable. However, as soon as this feeling passed, a wisp of yuan qi emerged from his chest and flowed along his meridians. Without Zhang Xiaohua's refinement, it flowed into his dantian and merged with his zhen qi. There was primordial qi of heaven and earth in this tea. How could Zhang Xiaohua not be shocked? She felt that she wanted to get the teapot again. Zhang Kai saw her and thought that she was thirsty. He quickly poured the tea for her and said with heartache, "Xiaohua, look at how thirsty you are. Drink some more. Don't worry, you'll choke." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Father, I know. I'm not a child." Looking at Zhang Kai's kind eyes, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was warm. She was about to drink the tea to verify her discovery. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed through her mind. She knew why she had a different feeling when she saw her father and mother. Chapter 228. That's right, it would be strange if they had the same feeling. In Zhang Xiaohua's mind, his mother's hair should be gray and wrinkled. His father's hair should be even whiter and his back should be bent due to exhaustion. His hands, which used to support him since he was young, should be unusually rough. His elder brother's hair should also be gray at an early age. His face was full of bitterness and hatred. His elder sister-in-law should have died early and looked like a village woman. However, what about now? Just now when she threw herself into her mother's arms, her hair seemed to be abnormally black and her skin was very good. Although there were crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, there weren't many. Her father's hand that held her hand just now seemed to be more delicate than when she left home. She didn't feel that it was rough at all. Moreover, when her father walked back, his back was straight. Her elder brother and sister-in-law didn't see it clearly, but it wasn't like what she imagined. Why was everything different from what she imagined? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Kai's black hair under the oil lamp and his face that didn't change much from 2 years ago when she left. She asked, "Father, why is your hair so black? I remember that when I left, your hair was gray." Zhang Kai couldn't help touching his hair and smiled, "Who knows? Last year my hair slowly turned black and gray. This year it was completely black. When the villagers asked me, I didn't know what to say. I could only say that it was dyed with herbs by the town's doctor." "That's right, your mother also had the same, and Mr. Liu behind the house. According to Mr. Liu, it should be because of the well water on the south slope. However, I don't think so. How can the well water be so magical?" Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved and asked, "Father, about the spring water you didn't tell the villagers, right?" Zhang Kai shook his head and said, "Mr. Liu and your sister-in-law repeatedly told me not to tell them. How can I tell them? Even if it's not because of the well water, I can't tell them because the South Slope village is so good." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said solemnly, "Father, this matter can't be told to others. Maybe the villagers don't have bad intentions, but there are too many bad people outside the village. If someone hears the news, our family will suffer." Zhang Kai smiled and said, "I know. Xiaohua, quickly drink water. Don't be thirsty." Zhang Xiaohua then remembered that she still had to verify her discovery. Sure enough, this time the tea had the same reaction. The heaven and earth yuan qi really existed. Zhang Xiaohua was enlightened. His spring water was indeed extraordinary. It was just as Mr. Liu had said. His family's abnormalities were due to the spring water. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to explain these things to her family. After drinking a few more cups of tea, Zhang Xiaohua's thirst was quenched. Her qi also increased slightly. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think, drinking tea can also cultivate. It's really interesting. Do I have to drink tea every day in the future? Just as she was thinking, Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaolong came back. Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. She poured a cup of tea for Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Second brother, you're also thirsty. Quickly drink some water." After that, she carefully observed Zhang Xiaohu's movements. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohu was the same as before. He drank it in one gulp and didn't have any abnormalities. Then he raised the empty cup and said, "Good tea, it's really delicious. Another cup." Not long after, Guosufei also came back. Lu Qian cooked 2 more vegetarian dishes. The family then started to eat. Zhang Xiaolong asked, "Qianqian, do we need to call father over?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned, but she immediately woke up. "Isn't that Mr. Liu?" Sure enough, Lu Qian smiled and said, "At this time, he must have eaten already. No need to call him. After a while, call him over to drink tea. He must be very happy to see Xiaohu and Xiaohua." At this time, Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at her brother and sister-in-law under the light. Sure enough, there was no change as she thought before. Her sister-in-law was still beautiful. Even that kind of temperament was restrained. There was no shadow of a rural woman. Her brother was also dignified. Compared to before, there was a kind of elegance. If one didn't know the inside story, it was completely impossible to tell that he was a farmer in the countryside. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. How could the spring water give people knowledge? His big brother's temperament was just like Li Jinfeng's. This meal Zhang Xiaohua ate happily. The taste of the food in Zhang Xiaohua's mouth may not be as delicious as the food in Huanxi Manor, but this kind of warmth and feeling was a world of difference. It made Zhang Xiaohua eat several bowls of rice and was reluctant to put it down. Lu Qian only ate a small mouthful of rice. She didn't dare to eat more. Zhang Xiaohua ate like this. Tonight's meal was not enough. After the meal, Guosufei and Lu Qian cleaned up. Everyone was about to sit down when they heard someone shouting outside, "Brother Zhang, is today's tea ready?" Lu Qian happily said, "Father, you are here. I was about to call you over. Xiaohu and Xiaohua are back." The person who pushed the door and came in was Mr. Lu. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua quickly got up and went to the courtyard to greet him. Mr. Lu was overjoyed and said, "No need for formalities, no need for formalities. When did the two of you come back? Why didn't you send a message beforehand? I heard that the escort agency often has a business of welcoming and delivering guests. It shouldn't be difficult to send a message." Zhang Xiaohu smiled wryly and said, "This Mr. Lu, I am no longer in the escort agency. Moreover, there are too many things to do. I really don't have the time. Moreover, we didn't think of sending a message to the family first." Mr. Lu stroked his beard and laughed. "Young people are so careless." Zhang Xiaolong said, "Father, let's talk inside. The tea is already brewed." Xiaohu and Xiaohua just came back and just finished eating. Zhang Kai invited Mr. Lu into the house. Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at him from the side. Mr. Lu indeed had a head full of black hair and looked hale and hearty. He seemed to be younger than 2 years ago. Just as Zhang Xiaohu was about to speak, Mr. Lu waved his hand and said, "Xiaohu, don't say anything yet. Let's wait for your mother to come over first. Last time, young Master Li from Lu Town came over for the new year. But he didn't explain it clearly. The whole family wants to know about your experiences outside, especially your mother. During this period of time, she would go to the entrance of the village every night to take a look. Who would have thought that she would really be able to see you guys today?" Zhang Xiaolong said, "You guys talk first. I will go help mother and the others." Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't say much. She was very depressed. This could quench her thirst and cultivate at the same time. Why not? However, the consequences of drinking too much water were also serious. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Guosufei and Zhang Xiaolong to finish tidying up. They closed the courtyard door and went to the central room. Under the bright oil lamp and the eager gazes of the crowd, Zhang Xiaohu recounted how the two of them left Gua village 2 years ago, went to Lu Town, and then to Pingyang City. He also recounted how the two of them went to the escort agency to practice martial arts. He stayed in the escort agency while Zhang Xiaohua went to Huanxi Manor. Later on, he became an armed escort and went out to escort escorts. Naturally, Zhang Xiaohu skimmed over the hardships involved. However, Guosufei could only wipe away her tears as she listened. How could she not understand the hardships involved when a son traveled thousands of miles and was worried about his mother? After that, Zhang Xiaohu hesitated for a moment. He then told them about how he went to the seaside town as an escort, how he met Zhang Xiaohua by chance, how they came back together, and how the escort leader made things difficult for him. In fact, he didn't want to talk about this. However, if he didn't talk about this, he wouldn't be able to explain how he was accepted into the Misty School. He said that the escort leader made things difficult for him, just to divert his family's attention. Sure enough, everyone was curious about how they met Zhang Xiaohua. They were immediately angered by the escort leader's rudeness. After that, Zhang Xiaohu talked about how Qiu Tong returned the money, how she made the Lotus Escort Agency lose face, how he was accepted into the Misty School, and how he had a noble status and so on. This turn of events left everyone dumbstruck. Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong still didn't believe it. They asked, "Your master is Wen High. The hero who saved us in Lu Town? Zhang Xiaohu said with certainty. It is him. Zhang Kai said. He doesn't seem to be that much older than you. Mr. Lu smiled and said, Brother Zhang, you don't understand. In the martial arts world, the most important thing is that the one who has reached the top is the master. I've read some miscellaneous books before. In the martial arts world, it's nothing new to have someone younger than you as a master. Zhang Kai finally understood. At this time, Mr. Lu continued, ever since I found out that the two of you had gone to Pingyang City and were even making a living at the Lotus Escort Agency, I had specially asked my close friends to find out more. Only then did I find out that the Lotus Escort Agency was actually many times more powerful than the evil Tiger Gang in Lu Town. Moreover, they have always had a good reputation. Although this escort agency's business is somewhat dangerous, you don't know martial arts, so you don't have to worry about your life. However, from what you have said today, you have actually entered the Misty School and become the direct disciple of the sect's leader. This is undoubtedly your great fortune. However, this Misty School is not ordinary. That Lotus Escort Agency is merely a branch of the Misty School, and already has such a reputation. The status and reputation of the Misty School in the martial arts world is not something that we can imagine. Just like what Brother Zhang said before, just a token from Hero One was able to make the evil Tiger Gang retreat. His status must be extraordinary. To put it bluntly, Xiao Hu, how did you manage to climb up his thigh? Hit the nail on the head. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua and smiled bitterly. This Mr. Lu is extremely right. The Misty School does not even know who I am. For me to be able to enter the Misty School as a disciple, it is entirely because of Xiaohua's face. Ah! Everyone was shocked. They all looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Lu Qian even almost screamed out loud. She covered her mouth with her hand and stared with wide eyes at the young man who used to be so weak in her eyes. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and drank a mouthful of tea. She enjoyed the pleasant feeling of the vital qi entering her body and smiled as she said, "The matter, it is like this." Chapter 229. Subsequently, under everyone's expectant gaze, Zhang Xiaohua recounted how she left the Lotus Escort Agency, followed Qiu Tong into Huanqi Mountain Village, and gained the favor of the village master. Then, she recounted every detail of her life in Huanqi Mountain Village. Zhang Xiaohua did not mention Zhang Xiaohua's injuries and recuperation at the escort agency. Li Jinfeng also did not mention this when he told them, so Zhang Xiaohua naturally skipped over it. However, she still recounted with great interest how Li Jinfeng taught her how to read and write. Mr. Lu was very surprised and could not help but interrupt. "What? Xiaohua, you said that young Master Li Shiwenjiezi enlightened you?" "Yes." Zhang Xiaohua replied very seriously. Young Master Li said that the children of the wealthy families in Pingyang City were enlightened by that thick book. My brain is not very good and I am a slow learner. It took me a long time to master it. Mr. Lu did not know whether to laugh or cry. He took a sip of tea and explained the basic contents of the book, as well as the true use of Shiwenjiezi. Then he concluded, "Xiaohua, I have to say that you are a genius. You actually memorized this ancient book used for explanation." Zhang Xiaohua only realized at this moment that Li Jinfeng was so funny. He actually used such a book to enlighten her. This was really unprecedented. However, on second thought, she was very grateful to Li Jinfeng. It was also because of Li Jinfeng's targeted enlightenment that she was able to master language and words in such a short time and understand fist techniques. If he had used something like the 3-character classic or the 1,000-character classic, she reckoned that she would not be able to understand any fist techniques, much less those books on medicinal herbs. Then, Zhang Xiaohua told them about how she started to read after she learned how to read, and helped the mountain village solve the problem of planting medicinal herbs. Then she talked about her long journey. The truth of her long journey naturally could not be told to her family. No matter the reason or the danger she encountered, they were all secrets in her heart. Even Zhang Xiaohu did not know much about it now. However, Zhang Xiaohu being able to enter the Misty School had a lot to do with her long journey. Zhang Xiaohua could only use the spring and autumn annals to roughly describe the part where she killed the old man in black to save Oyen. She directly said that in order to save Oyen, she sacrificed herself in front of Oyen. As for the details, she did not know the reason. The reason was that it was because it was already midnight and she had fallen asleep. At that time it was because she had killed the old man in black to save Oyen. Guosufei did not care about the details. She cried and hugged Zhang once again and said Xiaohua, why are you so? Why are you? How Zhang, why are you so many essays? S's li SSSS you how? No matter how good the manor lord is to you, it is not worth it for you to exchange your life for it. Even though she knew that her son was sitting in front of her, Guosufei's heart still jumped. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Mother, actually at that time when I saw Manor Lord O, I thought of how good he was to me. It was as if he was my sister-in-law. If my sister-in-law encountered such danger, how could I just stand by and watch? Guosufei was speechless and said, How can you be so honest? Lu Qian said, Mother, you don't have to blame him. If Xiaohua did not treat him like this, how could he treat him like this? Guosufei did not think too much about it. She just hugged her son with heartache. Waiting for her mother's mood to calm down a bit, Zhang Xiaohua told her about how he met his second brother. He did not dare to say anything about how he was drifting in the river and recuperating on the way, for fear of making his mother sad again. When he met Zhang Xiaohu, he had already told her about what happened. Zhang Xiaohua did not need to say too much. Since Zhang Xiaohua risked his life to save the Misty School's leader's younger sister, then it was natural for Zhang Xiaohu to enter the Misty School. However, when it came to Zhang Xiaohua being able to give such a precious opportunity to his second brother, everyone felt gratified. When they went out to make a living, many people would forget righteousness at the sight of profit. Even family affection was weak. For Zhang Xiaohua to be so kind to his second brother, his heart was pure and kind. Later, Zhang Xiaohua talked about some interesting things in Huanxi Mountain Villa. As for the road of martial arts, he did not say a word. Except for Zhang Xiaohu, everyone was not surprised. They only thought that Zhang Xiaohua was just a servant in Huanxi Mountain Villa, and did not practice a lot of martial arts. Guosufei only looked at her son lovingly. How could she put Zhang Xiaohua's amazing qinggong in her heart? Her heart only floated away with her son's words, accompanying the long-lost time and space. Zhang Xiaohua talked about interesting things like this. It was already very late. Unknowingly, a few hours had passed. Everyone was still immersed in the two's encounters in the past few years. Although Zhang Xiaohua did not talk about his participation in the martial arts exhibition, he described some of the details of the martial arts exhibition and the competition in detail. After all, this kind of thing was not something that people like Zhang Kai and Guosufei could come into contact with. Even Mr. Liu could not. Zhang Xiaohua was also excited. Sitting in his mother's arms, he talked happily and forgot the time. When midnight came, he was still talking non-stop. However, as everyone listened, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly stopped. His body tilted and fell into Guosufei's arms. Guosufei was shocked and hurriedly called out to him. Everyone else also immediately stood up. Only Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, Mr. Liu, father, mother, big brother, big sister-in-law, it's okay. He's always like this. I think it's already midnight. Didn't Xiaohua just say that he will definitely fall asleep at midnight? Isn't saving their manor lord like this? Moreover, when I came back from the south with him, he was also like this. Only then did everyone relax. Guosufei leaned over to listen to Zhang Xiaohua's snoring. Only then did she truly relax. Zhang Xiaolong said, Mother, let me carry Xiaohua to the small house. Lu Qian hurriedly said at this time that Xiaolong, wait a moment. I haven't tidied up the small house yet. Xiaohua and Xiaohu came back in a hurry and were busy cooking. I'll go now. After saying this, Lu Qian hurriedly left. Zhang Xiaolong's words caused Guosufei's tears to flow again. She said, No, Xiaolong. You don't know Xiaohua, he's pitifully light now. I can easily carry him. Ah! Everyone was very surprised. How was this possible? No matter what, Zhang Xiaohua was still a teenager. No matter how strong Guosufei was, it shouldn't be possible. Guosufei only thought that her youngest son suffered outside and became very thin. However, Zhang Xiaohu knew that his younger brother had always been greedy. The Huanxi manor would not mistreat the servants. How could his younger brother become thin? But his mother said that Zhang Xiaohua's body was extremely light. He immediately thought of the day of the martial arts exhibition when the team leader threw Zhang Xiaohua over his head. Thinking of Zhang Xiaohua's Big Dipper magical fist, Zhang Xiaohu became thoughtful and quickly explained to Guosufei, "Mother, although Xiaohua doesn't live with me, he's not too far away from me. I've also seen the food in their manner. It's not like what you think. It's many times better than what we usually eat. Moreover, Xiaohua only takes care of a few fields of medicinal herbs. It's much smaller than our family's farmland. It's definitely not the reason for suffering. Maybe it's because of his light weight." Cultivation of martial arts? Everyone was surprised again. You're saying that Xiaohua also cultivates martial arts? You can practice martial arts because you're in the escort agency and entered the Misty School. Xiaohua also didn't have a master. How can he practice martial arts? Zhang Xiaohu's face was filled with a bitter smile. He secretly said in his heart, "Not only can he practice martial arts, he's even better than me." His mouth said this, "I'm not sure. It's better to ask him tomorrow." At this time, Lu Qian also came back and said that the small house had been cleaned up. Guosufei carried her son and wanted to go over. How could Zhang Xiaolong let his mother carry him? Mr. Lu also said, "In this dark, it's better to let the young people work." Only then did Guosufei let go of Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaolong reached out and took him. Just like what his mother said, Zhang Xiaohua's body was very light. It was as if he was a child who played on his shoulders when he was young. After Zhang Xiaohua was put to bed, everyone returned to the central room. Zhang Xiaohu took out a pile of scattered silver and some small banknotes from his chest and said, "Father, Mother, this is what we brothers have earned in the past 2 years in Pingyang City. You can keep it. It's also a small token of our appreciation." Zhang Kai looked and said, "You should keep some for yourselves. It's inevitable that you'll need it when you're outside. It's not like the countryside where you can provide for yourself." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "It's okay, Father. I'm in the Misty School and Xiaohua is in the Huanxi Manor. We don't need any silver. You don't have to worry about us." Guosufei shook her head and said, "It's better to keep some. You should buy some clothes for yourselves. Don't be looked down upon by others." Zhang Xiaohu said, "There's no need. The Misty School distributes clothes and so does the Huanxi Manor. If we buy our own clothes, we'll be different from others. My clothes are also from the escort agency. I don't wear the sex clothes. You should keep the silver. It's not easy to earn money in the countryside." Zhang Kai nodded. Zhang Xiaolong motioned Lu Qian to come forward and take the money. After a quick count, Lu Qian couldn't help but cry out, There's a banknote worth 100 taels." Zhang Xiaohu said, "This is a token of appreciation from the Huanxi Manor's manor lord to Zhang Xiaohua." Only then did everyone come to a realization. In the village, they would usually only see copper coins. There were very few pieces of silver. The largest denomination that Zhang Kai's family had ever seen was a 50-tael silver note that was still hidden at the bottom of the cabinet. When Lu Qian saw such a large amount of money, she was naturally shocked. In fact, this 100 taels of silver was only a few taels of silver. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua's salary. The amount of silver that Zhang Xiaohua extorted from the bandits and ruffians was many times more than their salary, not to mention this 100 taels of silver. But how could Zhang Xiaohu tell this to his family? Those who came out to mingle had to pay. Who didn't pay? At this time, Zhang Xiaohu really approved of his younger brother's behavior. Chapter 230. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and saw the unfamiliar but comfortable house. Only then did she remember that she was sleeping in her grandmother's house. Zhang Xiaohua turned over and got up. It was still early. Zhang Xiaohu also slept late last night and had not woken up yet. Zhang Xiaohua went out of the house alone. The courtyard was quiet. The rising sun had just sent its first ray of warmth to this ordinary small courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua stayed in the courtyard for a moment, then went out and went straight to the back of the house. Her grandmother's grave was very clean. The small grave mound was very clean and there was not even a blade of grass growing. At a glance, one could tell that someone often tidied it. Zhang Xiaohua saw it from afar and felt a dull pain in her heart. Walking to the grave, Zhang Xiaohua knelt on the ground in a daze. After a long time, a voice came from behind. "Xiaohua, I haven't seen you for a few years. You've grown up. You're also very good at dealing with people. If your grandmother's spirit is in the underworld, she would be happy. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly looked back and said, Father, there are many things that I don't know if I'm doing right or wrong. However, as long as I feel that I can live up to my conscience, I will do it. Maybe it's right, maybe it's wrong, but it's better not to let myself regret it. Looking at his son's mature face, Zhang Kai said with relief, Father is just a farmer in the countryside. I won't say anything unnecessary. As long as you think it's right, do it and don't regret it. I know, Father, Zhang Xiaohua said. I'm good at everything outside, but I miss home and grandmother. Zhang Kai said with a smile, Your elder brother often comes to tidy up your grandmother's grave. Every time he said that if there is any oversight, Xiaohua will not let him go. Haha, everyone is like you. We all miss her. By the way, Father, you and elder brother have worked so much these 2 years. It's been hard on you. It's nothing. We're used to it. We're not used to not working for a day. Well, don't say so much. Go back and prepare the meal. After dinner, Zhang Xiaohua put down her bowl and chopsticks and said, I'll go get some water. Lu Qian said, There's no need. Xiaohua, your brother has been carrying water for the past 2 years. You should sit down and rest first. No, you don't need to rest. Sister-in-law, I slept all night and have already recovered. I better do my old job. After saying that, he rushed out to get the bucket. Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian couldn't resist him, so they had to let him go. Zhang Xiaohua went out of the gate and walked towards the back slope. Many people in the village knew that Zhang Xiaohua and his brother had returned home in glory. Along the way, many villagers greeted him. Zhang Xiaohua responded with a smile. When they left the village, they saw fewer and fewer people. The land at the back slope was not good. There were not many people who cultivated the land. Even if they cultivated the wasteland, it was still some distance away from Zhang Xiaohua's land. It was still early, so no one came out. Zhang Xiaohua leisurely walked to the front of his land. Now that it was autumn, the crops were about to be harvested. Seeing that the wasteland he cultivated was full of fruits, Zhang Xiaohua was full of joy. After looking at his land, Zhang Xiaohua went down the slope and came to the back of the well. This time he came to draw water, not only to draw water, but more importantly, to see what the mystery of the well water was, that it contained the qi of heaven and earth. Zhang Xiaohua put the bucket on the ground and looked around to see that there was no one around. Then he sat cross-legged and calmed his heart. According to the method of Carefree Heart Sutra, he released his perception. Once this perception was released, Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. This kind of surprise was not inferior to that day in Zhangchungyua's small courtyard. The qi of heaven and earth around the well was frighteningly rich. It was not inferior to the Misty School's pharmacy hall. Moreover, the qi of heaven and earth around the well was not like what Zhang Xiaohua had perceived before. It came from the top to the top, diffusing between heaven and earth. Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood that there must be something strange in the well, or there must be something rich in qi of heaven and earth that could emit qi of heaven and earth. Perhaps it was a primordial stone? However, according to Carefree Heart Sutra, primordial stones all contain qi of heaven and earth. How could they emit qi of heaven and earth? However, Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation was still shallow, and he could not control his perception too far. How could he discover the secret in the well? In addition, since last night's qi deviation, Zhang Xiaohua had not had time to investigate his qi. At this time, he also used the method of Carefree Heart Sutra and found that the qi in his meridians was normal. There was no change. If there was any difference, it would be that Zhang Xiaohua felt that his qi was a little lively today, flashing slightly. The slope was such a good place to practice, so naturally Zhang Xiaohua would not let it go. He unconsciously drew qi into his body, wanting to practice a little. However, as soon as he released his perception, just as he drew the qi of heaven and earth to his side, he suddenly felt a strong attraction above his right hand, leading his perception to deviate in that direction. Zhang Xiaohua's perception could not be released too far. It seemed that there was something there, but he could not reach it. Zhang Xiaohua immediately gave up on drawing qi. He opened his eyes, stood up, and looked at the direction. It seemed to be the field that he had just walked down. What could be there? Zhang Xiaohua did not understand. Every stone and soil in that field was opened by him. He knew it as clearly as his own palm. What was strange about it? However, He still threw down the bucket and returned to the field on the slope. He looked around, but there was nothing eye-catching. The field was full of crops. Could it be that it was buried in the crops? Zhang Xiaohua looked around and walked to the big stone lying on the side of the field. He sat cross-legged on it and released his perception. However, the qi of heaven and earth above the field was normal, not more than that at the mouth of the well. After his perception went around the field, he found nothing. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua repeated the same trick and prepared to draw qi into his body. However, just as he opened all the pores on his body to draw the qi of heaven and earth above the field, suddenly, a strong qi of heaven and earth swarmed into his body through the pores of his lower body. This kind of qi of heaven and earth was simple and mellow. It did not shrink after entering the pores. It directly mixed with the genuine qi in the meridians. It turned around in the meridians and returned to the middle dantian without being refined much. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized that the big stone he was sitting on, was it the legendary primordial stone? However, weren't primordial stones as big as a broad bean or as big as a thumb? How could the primordial stone he was sitting on be bigger than a crouching cow? Was this really a primordial stone? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua no longer used the usual method of drawing qi into his body. Instead, he used the method of absorbing primordial stones recorded in the Carefree Heart Sutra. However, he changed the meridians of the Shaoyang Sanjiao meridians from his hands into the meridians of his legs and buttocks. Weren't they both drawing qi into the meridians? What was the difference? The absorption of the primordial stone was indeed very different from the absorption of the qi of heaven and earth. Zhang Xiaohua had just used the method to absorb the primordial stone, when the boundless primordial qi under him seemed to want to push Zhang Xiaohua up to the sky. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to sit on top of a fountain and let the primordial qi wash into his body. His body was like a small boat in turbulent waves and he almost could not stabilize his body. Zhang Xiaohua had never thought that he would encounter such a strange phenomenon in such a situation. He could only calm his heart and concentrate on absorbing the primordial qi that entered his body. He guided it into his meridians and deduced how it flowed through his meridians. The true energy in his meridians gradually grew from the thickness of a cotton thread to that of a finger, and then continued to expand. This time, the speed at which the true energy rotated seemed to be much faster than before. As long as the true energy flickered, it would immediately flow a considerable distance. Zhang Xiaohua drew qi into his body with all his might and refined it with all his might. Unknowingly, he had entered a mysterious realm. It was as if the entire world did not exist and he was the only one in the world. His own qi drawing, his own refining, and his own thoughts were the core of the entire world. After an unknown amount of time, the qi in Zhang Xiaohua's body gradually reached a peak. His meridians could no longer hold this qi. Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts seemed to have been stripped away. He was very rational in controlling everything. With a turn of his mind, he advanced to the second level of the cultivation method according to the method shown in the Carefree Heart Sutra. Abundant qi filled his meridians. Suddenly, according to his thoughts, it rushed towards a certain place in his meridians. That place seemed to have a layer of membrane. No matter how abundant the qi was, it could not easily break through. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua continued to draw primordial qi from the primordial stones, while controlling his qi to attack it. Once, twice, he did not know how many times he had attacked it. Zhang Xiaohua's mind gradually became tired, but the qi in his meridians had also reached a limit. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have understood something. He used all his strength to guide this qi and rushed towards that place without caring about anything else. A kacha sound was heard. Zhang Xiaohua's heart was struck by lightning. That membrane was actually broken through. The abundant qi seemed to have found a place to vent. Like a flood, Zhang Xiaohua's Carefree Heart Sutra had officially entered the second level of cultivation. Just as Zhang Xiaohua heard the sound of thunder in his heart, his entire body and mind suddenly entered a new realm, and a brand new feeling filled his entire senses. Zhang Xiaohua did not have the time to sort out these feelings, and silently activated the second layer of the Carefree Heart Sutra, using all his strength to mobilize the vital energy in his meridians. And in this new environment, he continuously refined it. This refining was not just a new meridians but also the vital energy. When the vital energy was in the first layer, there was no room for it to be refined, and in this new meridians more than half of it was refined. The second layer meridians connected with the first layer meridians at the place where Zhang Xiaohua attacked, forming a brand new meridians, and the originally abundant vital energy returned to its previous level after being refined. However, as the vital energy from the vital stones outside his body continued to be absorbed, the vital energy gradually expanded from the thickness of a cotton thread to the thickness of a finger, and the circulating speed was still very fast, and in a flash it covered a certain distance. Chapter 231. Not knowing how much time had passed, Zhang Xiaohua felt that the yuan qi of heaven and earth in her body had stabilized. That extremely pure and abundant yuan qi entered her meridians and converged into the zhen qi in her meridians. After a cycle of refinement, it was stored in her middle dantian. Zhang Xiaohua carefully discovered that the zhen qi in her middle dantian was much richer than before. The quantity was about the same as before, but the quality was a lot worse. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua habitually released her perception. This release was not a big deal, but it still gave Zhang Xiaohua a fright. That perception was like an eye, able to see everything around her. It was not like before when she could only sense the yuan qi of heaven and earth. Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. She thought of the records in the Carefree Heart Sutra. Wasn't this the divine sense mentioned in the Heart Sutra? This was a remarkable ability that could be achieved when the Heart Sutra was cultivated to the 6th level or above. How could she know it now? Zhang Xiaohua very interestingly tried out the remarkable ability she had just learned. This divine sense was like Zhang Xiaohua had grown an extra pair of eyes. She could see up and down, left and right, front and back. Moreover, this divine sense was not just like a pair of eyes, it was more like Zhang Xiaohua had grown an extra antenna. That divine sense wrapped around the crops in the field. Zhang Xiaohua could really feel the heaviness of the crops. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to use her divine sense to break off the fruits on the crops. Unfortunately, after trying, she could not do so. Presumably, it was because she had just learned it and was not yet mature. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense had just been cultivated and could not cover far. It could only cover an area of about 5 feet. However, this small distance already made Zhang Xiaohua very happy. It was like she had gotten a new toy. She played with it endlessly until she was tired. Then she felt it withdraw like the ebbing tide. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense approached her, she realized that she was not sitting on the huge primordial stone alone. Her second brother, Zhang Xiaohu, was also standing beside her anxiously. Her surroundings were not as bare as when she first arrived. There was already a rough thatched hut built around her. Now she was sitting cross-legged in this small thatched hut. Zhang Xiaohua was astonished. He opened his eyes and was about to stand up when he suddenly discovered that the world in his eyes was somewhat different from the past. It was as if a veil had been lifted. Looking outside through the gaps in the straw hut, the entire world was clearly layered. Even the straw beside him could see the spirit within. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but understand. His Heart Sutra had entered the 2nd layer. This was the benefit brought about by the advancement of his cultivation method. Thinking up to this point, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel a trace of anticipation in his heart. If there were such changes after just cultivating the 1st level of the cultivation technique, what kind of changes would it be if he cultivated all 18 levels of the cultivation technique? Moreover, another question that had been in her heart for a long time floated up. The cultivation method and results of the Carefree Heart Sutra were clearly different from what He Tianshu had taught her. Was her inner strength cultivation method really an inner strength cultivation method? But if this Carefree Heart Sutra was not an inner strength cultivation method, then what kind of martial arts was it? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but frown. Zhang Xiaohua slowly walked out of the little straw hut. Zhang Xiaohu, who was standing at the side, was so anxious that he did not dare to walk. Just as he was worrying, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps. Lifting his head, he saw Zhang Xiaohua coming out of the straw hut. His face immediately looked relieved. Quickly walking over, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua from head to toe and asked, "Xiaohua, are you all right?" Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled and said, "What could happen to me? Second brother, are you all right?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Of course I'm fine. What could happen to me?" Zhang Xiaohua turned around and pointed at the straw hut and said, "If you're fine, why did you build a straw hut? I'm just going to sit here for a while. Is there a need for this?" "Just sit here for a while?" Zhang Xiaohu acted as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He pointed at Zhang Xiaohua's nose and said, Xiaohua, Xiaohua, do you know that you've already sat here for 9 days and 9 nights? 9 days and 9 nights? Zhang Xiaohua was also dumbfounded. She repeatedly asked, second brother, how is this possible? How is this possible? I feel like it's only been a while. Zhang Xiaohu's face was filled with envy as he said, you're being suspected. It's just 9 days and 9 nights. How could you have such an achievement by practicing the spirit of the bull? I heard from my master that some internal experts would practice in seclusion for several days. You've only just started, so how could you practice in seclusion for such a long time? Zhang Xiaohua thought about it and still chose to remain silent. It wasn't that she didn't trust her second brother, but Zhang Xiaohu was still a disciple of the Misty School. If she told him the truth, it would inevitably put him in a difficult position. Since that was the case, a white lie was the best solution. Zhang Xiaohu saw that Zhang Xiaohua didn't speak and thought that he was still immersed in the progress of his internal strength. He asked again, Xiaohua, what level is your internal strength at now? Zhang Xiaohua said, how would I know? I don't have a master to guide me. I'm just practicing blindly, so I'm not very clear. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly said, it's okay, Xiaohua. When we return to the Misty School, I'll help you ask my master. He'll definitely tell me. Zhang Xiaohua heard and quickly said, second brother, please don't. I'd rather practice on my own. If I have any questions, I'll ask you. If I don't ask, don't look for Hero One, okay? Zhang Xiaohu saw this and could only nod. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly changed the topic and asked, second brother, what's the matter with this straw shed? Speaking of the straw shed, Zhang Xiaohu laughed and said, you're still talking about it. That day, didn't you rush to fetch water? We waited for a long time but you didn't come back. Big brother came to look for you and saw you through the bucket beside the well. He thought you fell into the well and was scared to death. He didn't have time to report it and took something to fish for you in the well. Naturally, he didn't get anything out of the well. So Big Brother ran back like a madman and didn't dare to tell Mother and secretly pulled me out. So Big Brother made a rope and tied one end to his body and the other end to mine. You know, Big Brother has always been better at swimming than me. He rushed down the well and I couldn't do anything about it. But he stayed at the bottom of the well for a long time and still didn't find any trace of you. At this time, Mother, Father and sister-in-law also felt that something was wrong and rushed over. You don't know how Mother cried at that time and Father didn't know how to comfort her. Fortunately, sister-in-law was smart and felt that you wouldn't fall into the well so easily. So we looked around. Big Brother found you on the edge of the field. But you were sitting there motionlessly and seemed to still be breathing. Seeing your smiling face, Big Brother didn't dare to touch you and called me over. I saw you meditating in the medicine hall's guest room during the martial arts exhibition. So I told them that you were cultivating your internal strength, and that it was a critical moment and couldn't be disturbed. So I persuaded them to go back. Mother and Father naturally didn't want to go back, so I could only say that if they disturbed you, your life would be in danger. So they went back. Big Brother and I kept watch from afar, but soon it was nighttime and you still hadn't woken up. Mother was afraid that you would freeze, and she was also afraid that the villagers would come and disturb your cultivation. We couldn't explain it to them, so we built you a straw hut. This straw hut was hard to build. Big Brother and I built it from afar. Then we quietly carried it over and covered you. It was just like covering a bird in the snow when we were young. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she thought of the danger of qi deviation when she had just returned to the Guozhuang house. She couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Fortunately, there was an expert like her second brother. If there wasn't, she might have suffered qi deviation again. She didn't know if she would be lucky enough to escape safely this time. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua said with an apologetic face, second brother, it's all my fault for being greedy for cultivation. I've brought you a lot of trouble. Zhang Xiaohu laughed and said, what trouble? It's just that Big Brother and I have been watching over you for a day and a night. It's just like watching melons in the past. It's no big deal. However, you should hurry back home. You don't know how worried Mother and Father are. No matter what I say, they don't believe me. Only when they see that you're fine can they be at ease. Zhang Xiaohua said, okay, let's go back together. The two brothers returned to the village together. The familiar villagers asked from time to time, Xiaohua, where have you been these days? I heard that you came back, but why didn't I see your shadow? Zhang Xiaohu answered first. Xiaohua went to Lu town. There are still some things to do. When the villagers saw that Zhang Xiaohua actually had something to do in Lu town, their eyes immediately filled with awe and no longer asked any more questions. When the two of them returned to the Zhang family's small courtyard, the whole family sat in the central room with worried faces. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu come back, their faces all changed and they were very happy. Zhang Xiaohu said first, "Look, Xiaohua is back. She didn't lose a single hair. I was right, she was just practicing internal strength. You don't have to worry." Zhang Xiaohua looked at her mother's extremely worried eyes and said, "Mother, it's really just practicing. It's just that I accidentally used too much time. Look, I'm really fine." Before Guosufei could say anything, tears flowed out first. She wiped her tears and said, "It's not that I don't want you to practice martial arts diligently, but the next time you want to practice martial arts, tell me in advance so that I won't worry, okay?" Zhang Xiaohua said with heartache, "Mother, I know. It won't happen again. The next time I practice martial arts, I will definitely tell you in advance." Zhang Kai also bit his pipe and couldn't help but say, "It's good that you're fine. Next time you must be careful. Tell me in advance so that I won't worry about others." Zhang Xiaohua said carefully, "I know, father. I will." Mr. Lu was also at the side. He sighed and didn't say anything. Lu Qian asked, "Xiaohua, you've been sitting for 9 days and 9 nights. Are you hungry?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's stomach made a rumbling sound. Zhang Xiaohua blushed and said, "Sister-in-law, now that you mention it, I'm really hungry." Lu Qian smiled and said, "Then hurry into the house. Drink some water first. I'll bring you food right away." You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.